Welcome back, everybody, to the NLC Summer Split 2026. My name is Trajan. I'm joined by Rob on today's broadcast. We are powering through this Swiss stage. We've had our first qualifiers to the playoffs, Verdant and Deer Gaming, and now we're heading over to the other side to do some eliminations. Rob, how are we feeling today?
I feel pretty good. I hope we have what I would say is maybe some upsets today. I would say, obviously, on the previous show, we did see the upset with Deer taking Ruddy. I think many people would have had Ruddy going through in that top two. Yeah. Today, with the first game, Serbia versus Absolved, I'm looking at Absolved as potentially maybe upsetting the apple cart. Remember, Danish champions come into this. Being in the bottom is not where they would want to be.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we get into today's games, we have something to bring you all abreast of. There is, some of you may have heard of League Classic. They are reviving the classic Go for Lols. They are back. All the true unks and the old heads will remember the Go for Lol regular tournaments from back in the day. You can use Twitch chat command !Go for Lol to get further information. You can see the dates for different regions coming up all through August. All the NLC regions will have their chance to compete in League Classic. We know a lot of you have been getting stuck into that game mode and enjoying having a grand old time doing so. Okay, right. Let's talk about today. Let's talk about the NLC. Let's look at the Swiss first, if we could, production. Let's get your bracket up and see where we've landed. There we go. Thank you very much. So we can see at the top here, Verdant and Deer taking their wins, qualifying through into the playoff stage. In the one-on-ones, we have B2U has taken the win over Volda. Some of our National League representatives clashing it out in close series, and B2U moving on. Leo and Lundqvist light side resolving their Swedish derby on the top side as well, 2-1 for LLS.
Yeah, and if you look just sort of down here, there's, again, not as many upsets, only really that Deer Gaming stands out to me there. I think we had LLS slightly above Leo in the pre-split power rankings. B2U Swedish champions versus the Norwegian champions in Volda. That could have gone either way, but for me, I always favour B2U. I think the Swedish generally bring a little bit more when it comes to sort of that international, inter-country competition. And yeah, they're going to be waiting there in that 2-1 bracket. And I do think that when we start seeing how these seeds come through, because with the games today, obviously off stream there will be later Broad versus EA, but then there'll also be, I believe it's DMG. Yeah, there. Thank you, production. DMG versus AP. That's the battle of those regular NLC sort of incumbents. That one of those will go through. I believe, looking at how the bracket shapes out in Swiss, we do a seeded Swiss here. So whoever wins out of DMG AP will face the winner of Broad EA in the next round as well. So that will be a difficult test for either of those two National League teams. Broad, maybe I have a little bit more favoured there, but we're not here for those games today. We're here for Serbia Absolved and Two Massive versus, my brain has gone, Rich Gang.
Rich Gang.
Yes. Rich Gang.
Well,
there's a lot of teams. Right. There's 16 teams, Trajan. There's 16 teams to remember.
There's so many. But after today, there will be 2 less teams, and it will get slightly easier to start remembering them, because these are the elimination matches, everybody. Whoever loses these best-ofs today will be out of the NLC in summer. Life's on the line, tournaments on the line, and let's talk about game number 1. Serbia Esports versus Absolved. Now, Serbia, people will know as the roster or the organization that had its roster lifted by Ruddy, which then went on to make second place, qualify to EMEA Masters, and overall have a very respectful showing as essentially a National League champion last time. We can see the roster in front of you here. Lego Man, Dane, Crids, Madzev, and Fred Spaghetti. Now, Madzev and Fred Spaghetti, everyone will remember from previous splits, though that top side is different. They have not retained the same players. Some of them have gone off to pastures new. Madzev and Fred Spaghetti returning to the fold after that stint on Ruddy.
And I think this is something we're coming into this crazy 16-team NLC summer, national pride on the line kind of tournament. I thought Serbia should be doing a bit of damage here. They do have Mads and Fred Spaghetti, as we've said. They looked really good last split. I mean, they were taking it to like Raya Singh when they were on Bulldog. They were taking it not so much to Verdant's bot lane, but every other bot lane, like Kakarot Uden, for example. They were really showing up Mads and Fred Spaghetti in all of those kind of matchups. So far, we haven't seen it in summer. And the rest of the map has had some good like Crids versus Broad in that game 1 had a great performance on the Akali, but was also the reason getting caught out being jumped on in mid lane by Akronos and Sin is the reason why they lose that game. Wasn't able to put down the damage as that sort of hyper carry, that main carry, the main threat with the most of the kills. And that kind of concerns you, right? When you're looking at the Danish champions, you're going, can they bring it today versus a team in Absolved that we know from the UK scene, and we know they've made a few changes that have made them a lot stronger.
Yeah, I think it is an interesting one with Krids in mid lane, where he has still been able to put up some good performances, some good scores, but in comparison to Agony Pain before, we're kind of comparing directly to the Ruddy roster here as the closest equivalent to Sorby at that time. The Agony Pain was very successful, and it was very, like, rock-solid control mages in mid. It was a lot of Mel gameplay kind of deal, you know, some Victors and Syndras and things. And Krids has found more success on more solo carry-oriented picks like Akali and Ahri, which I think the game does become more about you, your individual execution. A lot of pressure sits on your shoulders there, and you can't really just be a backstop for kind of Madzef primary carry. You need to be the carry yourself, and Krids has struggled a little bit to convert in the same way. So it's a little bit of a rebalance across Sorby. They don't have as much resilience in top lane either, as Kiyomo really kind of overperformed and shocked everybody with how well he dealt with top lane last time. So these kind of differences, they don't have the same resilience. The map's a little bit more unbalanced, and it feels like Madzef and Fred just have not been able to be in the spotlight so much. They've not had as strong of a 2v2 either. I don't know if it's just the bot lane meta that has completely thrown them for a loop. It means they can't leverage it in the same way, but it's just not coming together in the same way it used to for these guys.
I think I think of Fred Spaghetti, I think of Seraphine from last split, and I don't think Seraphine has really, you know, she's still playable, right? She's still playable in those game 2s, game 3s, but we're seeing Camille, Shen, you know, support metas, engageables, roaming, lots of map play. Yes, he has a decent bard, but I really look at those enchanters of where the power came from in that bot lane, and particularly for Fred. And I think you highlighted a little bit there about top lane. Kiyomo didn't have the greatest laning phases last split on Ruddy, but he looked really, really good in those team fights. I mean, there was like, I think it was an Aatrox quadra pentakill. There was some crazy moments.
There was a pentakill, wasn't even a win.
But wasn't even a win, but it was a pentakill.
Yeah.
But Kiyomo, I think, was so good in those team fights. Lego Man hasn't shown that to me, and the main difference I'm looking at in this roster is Dane versus Marcus. Marcus was the tip of the spear for Ruddy last split, for the Serby boys that came onto that roster. He was the one that was finding these interesting angles. Yes, some of them over extensions, but many of them brought them back into games. They had a lot of comeback wins, and that was, again, off the back of that jungler. Dane, not at the moment showing that sort of prowess in finding those angles when they are behind in a game.
Yeah, I believe was the sub jungler at that time in the previous iteration, has, you know, been required to step up. Not quite filling the shoes left just yet, though there is still time. Not a lot of time, though. There's 2 or 3 games. 2 or 3
You've
games
got
to find
roughly
it,
about 3 hours to figure it out right now.
Yeah, to really get it locked down. We'll see if he can. Okay, let's talk about Absolved. Let's talk about the other 4 nations representative here. Now, there is a significant change that has been made from the first couple of weeks, or at the very least the first week, where Cormac was playing in the top lane in that Verdant series. For any UK and Irish heads, they will know this as a long-standing player, but not someone who is actively playing, really. And now they have replaced this with Wormsoil. Now, Rob, get us up to speed. Tell us a little bit about who Wormsoil is and what we've seen from him.
So, kind of, I'd say, not came out of nowhere. Used to play in some UK in-houses before he joined the UKL 4 Nations last split on Bulldog Academy. Obviously, shout out to another org that's in this league. But he massively performed last split in the UK scene. He looked absolutely incredible. Definitely the best top laner. Dangerous on Casantes, on those weak side champions, can play the Sun. So he first times champions like Galio in comp and says, yeah, I know how to play them. Very rarely falls behind the lanes. He has a number of carry threats as well. I don't know whether... I'm sat there like, as a UK rep, I don't want to spoil it, but his Olaf is incredible. I mean, it is a... Every game there's a Wormsoil Olaf, there's a Wormsoil Olaf moment. It's a triple kill. He's killing people on sides. They run in one by one. It's like he mind controls them. He is an incredibly strong top laner, and it's something where I think compared to the previous iterations of the rosters we've seen either here or in the 4 Nations, this should be the final choice for Absolved, and I do think it is their best iteration at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I was very sad to see him not continuing with comp initially at the start of the summer down in the 4 Nations. Very glad to see him back on the Rift here. Yeah, this guy was a league MVP candidate from the top lane. You really don't see that very often, to be honest, especially with the way the meta's been for a long time. So we have high hopes for this guy. We do have the 4 Nations does have a history of sending locally trained top laners on Olaf into the NLC and racking up highlight clips. Bust was certainly making us turn our heads last split as well. So we'll see if Wormsoil can have an impact here. At the very least, I think it does rebalance the map a bit for Absolved. I think that Emil has been someone that we had also very kind of strong hopes for transitioning into the NLC. And if they can now have these 2 reliable solo lanes, gives Bloodlust a little bit more room to play. He has really started to step up in the 4 Nations, specifically over the last few weeks. That AD carry, the new AD carry for them, has really started to come into his own and started to play with a bit more confidence and get the highlight plays themselves. So Absolved is certainly growing. They are growing and changing, but they do feel like improvements, right? It feels like this is a more well-balanced roster, and it should have multiple threats and multiple roles as long as they can get some solid drafts, get picks that they can perform on, and potentially not make the game too complicated for themselves. Because with so many changes with jungler, with top, with different players, the synergy is going to take more time to really bed in. So I don't want to see them going for crazy sort of 1-3-1 macro pick heavy things. The kind of thing that Bulldog picks and then loses. Like, just take something simple.
just a little bit of shade, just throw it in there at Bulldog.
Look, bro, I can throw it now because they've learned that they also should draft simple teamfight comps, and then they started winning. It's crazy. So we'll see. We'll see about them.
I mean, I'm going to highlight just here Cast actually on Absolved as well. He came in sort of mid-split. I think he's really solidified this team. Like they've made it. He's made a team that actually can play a little bit more of the standard junglers, plays like a Vi in a less of a carry-on oriented way like some of their previous junglers might have played some of those champs. Really does play for his lanes, can play through Emil, for example. I think Emil is a player that we highlighted, at least in the UK scene, as being one of the better mid laners. He came into this split, we had a little, not down on him, he was still up there in the sort of upper echelon, but we were like, he gets caught a few many times, he's a little bit over aggressive, he plays a bit too far up on side lanes. If those kind of little mistakes have been removed by having a bit more cover provided to him by, say, Beanlord and Cast playing together, which they look like they are more competent at playing together, at least in recent games in the UK scene, that gives you a lot more hope here for having stable solos, jungle support that can play the map in a meta where you play the map as support, and then Bloodlust is always that threatening in that hyper carry. I'm not so confident on Bloodlust on mages, but Bloodlust on the gliders and on the Ezreal, incredibly solid. It's I wish we could almost get that highlight clip he had recently as well, because it is something where he has been popping off.
Yeah, and I mean, we spoke about this on the Monday show that, Gizmo was telling us about the fact that, the mage meta is certainly present here. It's certainly here and is going to be here until they change it, and Riot's working on changes behind the scenes, we know this. But it's not completely overtaken it, especially through Fearless Best of Threes. It tends to have a lot of presence in Game 1, and then rapidly drop off presence as the series continues. Everyone's doing Syndra versus Victor Game 1, and then they go, okay, thank God I've done that. Now I can play Ezreal, now I can play Sivir, now I can play, whatever it is, Kai'Sa.
Into Ezreal, yeah. Things like this.
So there are a lot of options that I think these AD carries, these bot laners are still chomping at the bit to get to. And I think, Ezreal was, I don't know if it still is, but on Monday it was tied for most picks. If they want to try and prioritize that for him, we know he can perform on it. Just try and sidestep the mage question, get something that can at least manage it in Game 1, and then maybe just settle into a draft for Game 2 and 3. Like, there's options to move here, and I don't think it's good for... You see some bot laners that have picked up mages because you really feel like you have to, and they just fade into the background and they kind of disappear because they're just not as used to being able to pilot this champion as effectively, or just not as comfortable mechanically on these picks, right? Which is understandable. Why would they invest so much time getting really good at Victor
when it's never been something that they've ever played in their
never
career,
been required?
Ever.
So
I think one of the things to highlight for today, as we almost go very close to draft, is, and we haven't spoken about it as much, is actually support. So we mentioned Fred Spaghetti earlier about being, he looks less confident. He looked very good on the enchanters. We've gone away from more of enchanter meta towards either very heavy roamers or some engaged champions. And you could almost say the same thing, fair enough, for Beanlord on the other side of Absolve today, really. But Beanlord it was very much a Nami, a Karma, obviously. There's a Seraphine in there as well. Those kind of champions were more in Beanlord's wheelhouse, and going towards the sort of roaming meta, yes, has a decent bard, but again, we're talking about Camille's and Shen's nowadays and Leona's, and that was never really in his wheelhouse as much as the enchanters were. So it'd be interesting to see if either team has sort of solved that for themselves today when it comes to how competent their supports are at playing Camille. That's the one I'm looking at here. Then the Shen in response. We've seen Beanlord play Shen a little bit recently, but it's not convincing me at the moment that they can play this. I just need to see how active they can get on the map, or whether we're going to be going back to a little bit more of an old school style in the sense of a few months ago of more enchanters as they almost take that handshake against each other.
Yeah, I think the only other champion that really stood out for me for Fred was Alistar. I think his Alistar was very impactful on the few games we saw it. Now, it's very much kind of a deep into a series kind of thing. He'd pull it out, and he was actually doing a lot of successful map plays previously, before the supports became as, obviously there's been a lot of roaming and supports for a while, but it wasn't as focused then as it was now, but he was still very active on that champion. So if they're looking for a bit more of a neutralizing option there that can also get out on the map for Serbi, maybe I think Fred's Alistair could be a big one for us. I don't think we've seen it really from Beanlord ever to my memory, so we will see what the choice there is going to be. And yeah, I just don't know if Beanlord is the Camille guy, you know? And to be fair, I'm not even sure if Red Spaghetti is either, right? And it seems like a lot of teams are just going, either we're going to have to be able to B1 it, or we're just going to ban it every single game. And I think this might be whoever's on red side bans it every single game, and the other one on blue side secretly goes, oh, thank goodness. Now I don't have to, like, actually try and play it because it's the best B1 and it just always is. I can just play it champs I want to play. We do have confirmation here that Surbi is on blue side, so there has been a lot of support B1ing going on. Normally that is things like Camille, but we have also seen answers. We've actually seen early Shens that then potentially sort of are threatening a flex into a different lane, or potentially even not running as a Camille answer. We've seen that in the NLC too, so there is a lot of priority on support right now. But Rob, I'm not sure if you feel if there is another role that can use it better, or if it really is just kind of on balance, just lock it down and move on to the other player.
Blue side is always pretty interesting though. B1 actually has a number of picks you could go for. If you go more, you know, I'm going to slam the Ori if I don't get the Camille because they've banned it away. You have chances to pick up champs like Wukong, for example, on that B1 as well. Victor is another possibility. Syndra is another one that stands out. So I think if you aren't going towards like the Camille B1 kind of angle, I do think you're going towards more of a champion we can flex between the two roles potentially. I mean, I've seen crazy things at the moment coming out of bot lane. I've seen Silas's, I've seen Oriana's, I've seen everything you can imagine in many different scenes. I've seen Talia bot lanes, Kali bot lanes as counters into the Victor bot lane. So I think that I have a few issues with blue at the moment anyway, and I raised these a couple of weeks ago on a different show where I think that what you find is if you don't go towards that sort of let's get Camille and then they go for they get the Shen and then we match the map play and then we get a mage to support it. I think usually the strength of the blue side is have this incredible power pick where there are no other power picks on the board, and then you can then get a bot lane on 2-3 or 4-5, and usually we've seen that's how drafting has come down. At the moment, blue side is very much, well, if I take the Camille, I'm then taking Ziggs on the next rotation, and then you end up losing a little bit of power on what is the dynamic on that side, because red side would get obviously 2 counters. Very easy to get those 2 counters down as well, and you get to see how the draft shapes out. So Serbi, I'm still seeing at the Camille. If that gets banned, I'm not thinking blue side is as strong as people make out.
Okay, so we do have the cast tax as well, the Kindred being banned away. Still #1 ranked Kindred in the world, I think, on several analytics sites, so understandable at that point. But in a meta that does feel right now, Rob, especially for the first rotation, there are a lot of ban-worthy champions with, as you said, things like Syndra and Victor and Oriana, those flexible mid laners, or the strong Oriana mid, and then the jungle elements, the support power picks. If you then have to spend bans, target banning players, that really can affect your kind of drafting strength here, and you have to pivot somewhere else. I'm noticing we banned the Victor, yes, but on the other side, Absolved also do seem to be doing a little bit of targeting Ivern and Gragas away from Lego Man, I believe. So there's still a Syndra, there's still a Camille, and they could take just those two, but it looks like if we're going to target ban Emil's Echo, which seems to be the choice, something strong is getting through here, B1.
I'm looking at Syndra, right? If you think about it, you're actually taking Echo off the board. This isn't a champion that Emil blinds particularly much. It's usually taken as, well, I can play it and I'll play it into the Syndra. I can play it and I'll play it into the Oriana, right? And that's not... If that's gone, that's screaming Syndra. It's screaming Syndra B1. We aren't going to. If we go towards the Camille, we're going to give Syndra over plus the Shen. Yeah, there you. I mean, you've got to lock it in. You can't be banning out Echo first phase and not take this champion.
Yeah, and like, you know, the Madzef Ezreal ban, perfectly reasonable. This guy is elite on this champion. We saw enough of it in spring, and it's still one of the few, like, AD carries, marksmen, quote-unquote, that are still viable into the mages. So they've gotten rid of that absolutely fine. I don't think we're going to see the Heimerdinger right here, you know. We don't have Rise Faulty on the Rift, so I don't think we're going to see that one, but... Sorbi, they do have the flexibility of the Syndra between mid and bot lane, and we'll see what the choice there is going to be. It would be a little bit of a departure for Krids. We haven't seen it. I don't think we've seen it from him so far, and Madzef has been more focused on the traditional bot laners, so we'll see what the choice is. And Ziggs is going to come out for Absolved, presumably for Bloodlust. We very rarely, if ever, see it actually come to mid lane now.
I was going to say, this also is a matchup where if the Ziggs can stay at range from the Syndra, is able to just push that wave, and when you are having your supports roam, it's just mages hitting the wave and there's many kills coming down. I'd quite like to see a Bard lock in here, actually. The Bard has snuck through for Beanlord. I was honestly if I'm going to take a roam, it's either Camille or Bard right here. They're not. They're going to go for a Vi. Sets up obviously the Ziggs Mega Inferno bomb. You can then layer more CC or more damage on top of the Vi engage here. Gives you access. It's a cast classic as well. Cast is very, very good at Vi. So at the moment, though, I guess they're waiting to see if they say Fred Spaghetti takes the Camille, they'll take the Shen. Right? They're waiting to see if they can get the better side of what would be assumed to be a roaming support matchup.
This is the thing, like, I honestly think both of them are kind of just Mexican standoff. Nobody actually wants to pick the Camille, so they both let it through and gone, neither of us think we can actually run it. We're just going to hope nobody picks it and ignores it, and we're going to have a gentleman's handshake and say nobody picks this broken champ, okay, because we don't want to do it. So Bard taking the Serbi, over to the hands of Fred Spaghetti. So this is, as you say, kind of a power pick we might have expected Absolve to prioritize, but Sorby now with two very, very strong picks out of the gate. Not to say that Absolves don't have a lot of work they can do either, but we get Wukong too. These are like all three of the possible best B1s. And it's B1, 2, and 3. So Sorby's kind of cooking at the first draft here.
As you mentioned, with the bans that have come through as they did, there are so many power picks up. There's an insane number of champions that people have considered to be B1able. As we mentioned, that Wukong is incredibly strong. It can be engaged, although it kind of needs to be secondary engage. If it's having to overextend using its clone and the Nimble Strike forward, it can't get out, so it needs to be very fed or have a lot of follow-up to go with it. That is going to have to be Bard ult, which is a bit worse. The Camille lock-in, let's assume it is obviously at the moment more commonly in the support. Bean Lord Camille. I haven't seen this yet. I've seen him play the Shen side of this matchup. I've never seen him bring the Camille out. We'll have to see how confident he feels at that champion.
Yeah, I'll be real. I love my Four Nations Florbos, you know. I love my Four Nations guys. I love them all to bits. Bean Lord, I hope you're that guy. You got to prove you're that guy here today, because the engages have not been your bread and butter. We saw the Nautilus being threatened, but the Camille is the choice. You know, in my head canon, it wasn't going to happen. You've proved me wrong. So let's see what you can show us on the Rift to earn a bit of respect back from me, at least, being very cruel. So, second round of the bans. Akali taken away by Serbi. Zyre moved by Absolved, so taking the Sting, or taking a potential anti-dive threat off the table. And we'll see what Madzef is going to take as a response when we get around to that side of the draft. So, Rob, for Absolved and for Sorby, what do we still need to target here? We need supports taken. Oh, I guess not supports.
Not supports. I think
top laners and mid laners for Absolved, so it's a lot.
Some stuff that stands out here. Obviously, Wormsoil Olaf stands out to me. This is, if you've watched any Four Nations and any of this guy, he has a ridiculously good Olaf.
Well,
Cassante is another one. Anything from Wormsoil here, I'm assuming they're giving last pick. If you look at it, I'm assuming they're just going to say, unless it's a Cassante blind on 4, let's give our new top, or newish top laner the best matchup he can to a top laner that's been struggling a little bit in the NLC, I think is fair to say, in Lego Man. They are going to go for an Ambessa ban here. They're leaving both of those picks up. We'll have to see what they have as an answer to maybe both a Cassante option or a Olaf option. I would take a mid laner here, honestly. I do think... Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, Ryze is not a great choice. Like, Emil can just take Orianna if you really want to. That's not banned. I think you can just sort of go for that in the mid lane. Quay is another one.
Dive, maybe?
There's quite a few. There's a lot of options open. I don't think Akali Echo bans really narrow the pool that much here for what Emil can play. I'm looking at maybe an Ori.
Yeah, I think he has been pigeonholed a little bit here as,
it's Ziggs mid.
we're doing Ziggs mid. We are actually doing the Ziggs mid, and we're pivoting onto a Kai'Sa for Bloodlust. So Bloodlust is going, let's not do the game 1 mage dance at all. We're sidestepping that. We're going straight to AD carries here with a Camille as well. You know, Camille Kai'Sa dive threat, and especially like level 2 kill threat as well. Like, absolutely, love to see that. We'll see what they can do with it. Which does leave Wormsoil, presumably assuming he's not going to get Camille, as the final pick right here. Does give him the flexibility to take it, I suppose, if the matchup is just unlosably good. As for Serbi going onto the Corki, we've seen a little bit of Corki resurging over this particular patch, I think, Rob, but it doesn't seem to be lighting the world on fire necessarily, but serviceably still having good sort of follow-up and burst options from a Bard stuff.
I'm a little bit worried here about taking the Kai'Sa because you've opened it up to against sort of more of a bullying kind of lane. Like, Bard can roam, but Bard does a lot of damage in laning phases or with Electrocute, and just getting any of those little meat autos down. I have to see how Bloodlust survives that lane, because the Ziggs as well. I'm trying to think, have we seen a meal Ziggs in history? I don't think so, and it's something which is a matchup. It's the same as in bot as it is in mid, right? In the sense, if you're against Syndra, you just wave clear and you don't get hit by the scatter. You play at range.
Yeah, it's even a short lane, so it's pretty easy to hug the tower and play relatively safe if you have to.
So let's see what they want to give to Wormsaw here, because again, it's his Olaf is still available. They could go Camille top lane. They're going to put the Camille into top lane.
Okay, Beanlord, in fact, is not that guy. I was correct. It's come back around. And we're doing Camille top. We're actually, everyone sees it, everyone jokes, oh, Camille, it's never going to be top, though, because it's so good support, it'll never be top. Worm Soil, stepping onto the NLC stage, ready to lock that one down. Okay, Rob, Camille into Sion. Surely Sion just stonewalls this in lane, and it's about the post for Worm Soil, no?
Yeah, when you're playing into this matchup, again, because we don't have Divine Sunder in the game anymore, you lost a lot of that sort of tank killing threat. Yes, someone says she's got Cho'Gath Q, on Q. It's amazing. It's really not that good at killing those tanks because it's a very good burst tool. And guess what tanks survive?
Yeah.
It's burst. So I think that we'll have to see how they want to play fights a bit later and just see, in this matchup, sounds quite actually good in lane if you are competent with the champion. You can just survive it. It's not just stonewalling, it's also you put the damage down. Let's see how Wormsoul gets out of lane on that one item spike, right? We're looking towards like a Trinity Force first completion. Get active, get on top of the targets. You do have here a chance to be a dive buddy for the buy as well. You're then going to have Ziggs Bomb on top of that, Kai'Sa joining, Nautilus joining. It's very much a case of everyone other than Emil flood forward and try and pick up that first target. And then we'll play the post fight with some numbers advantage. They're going to have to play around the Sion as this game goes on, though, as you probably will notice. If the Sion is alive, he's an incredibly threatening frontline. They are just going to have to dive all the way around Lego Man playing.
Yeah, I mean, I do like this for Absolved, right? I wanted to see them pick a fairly simple, single-minded composition. That is what they have. Unless we have Cast ulting this way and Beanlord ulting that way and everyone picking their own target in a fight, it is possible, right? If they can get on the same page and just have someone calling the target, everyone clicks the buttons on them. I love that. I think that can work very well for them. And they do have the Camille engage options. The potentially if Wormsoul can get out of lane, if he just wants to leave, Lego Man to his devices in topside and start roaming down to mid through the laning phase, that could be a nice way to tip the scales as well. So I like what we've got for Absolved here. And then for Surby, we do have some very strong champions on the patch right now. I'll say this. The top side is just premium picks all the way down. And then Madzef on the Corki, we'll see what the man can do. Has the shine come off this bot lane of Madzef and Fred Spaghetti, or will they be able to reassert themselves over Bloodlust and Beanlord in game one? Let's find out.
And stuff to highlight, firstly, Syndra Wukong versus the Ziggs Vi. There's a lot of setup for the Wukong to just get on top of the meal early on in this game. If they can burn a flash early on the Ziggs, they can revisit that lane off of another stun. Yes, we say, well, the Ziggs shouldn't play in stun range. It's a bit easier said than done. If the Syndra steps up to take a little bit of damage and then sets up the stun for the Wukong to come in. I'm watching that. I'm watching how Dane plays around Krids in mid, because Krids has been a better performer. You once said about him playing more of those Aries and the Akalis. He's on the Syndra this game, so going back towards mages for maybe a bit more stability for the Serbi roster. And then in bot lane is probably the way to mention his barrier's already been blown in bot lane. And that's just from the skirmishing. But Corki Bard has so much early damage, whereas Kai'Sa, it takes a long time for her damage to come down, pre-first item.
Yeah, Madzef and Fred Spaghetti looking to threaten using that one, trying to get control of the wave. They will have the push building up right now. Both junglers pathing from top to bot side. And of course, both of them really want to get their ults on deck. I feel like Vi, though, pre-6 has a little bit more to offer. Obviously, the Vault Breaker has a bit of a CC on it, and the burst combination, just queuing in, slamming some E's down, does give her a little bit to offer in those lanes. And if she can get to bot side, there might be a little bit of danger for Surby, depending on how aware they are.
They are aware. They pinged it out. They said, there is a Vi coming here. You've got to be careful. They want to get a crash in here. So they're just going to try and get the wave crash, get a recall off, I would assume, and then try to use that to maybe get your tier finished on Corki right off of those first few waves. I'm imagining they're just looking for a base here. If they try and get some vision down or they walk into cast, it's a bit of not a waste of time, but they think, well, where's Mads playing? I mean, there's a Vi around.
He's warding with his body.
With his body.
Human ward. Yeah. They certainly has the information, knows the Vi's not there, I suppose.
They don't get any sort of reset. They have also gone for, let's not forget, this D-Helm Corki that gives you 3 stacks of Jack of all trades. You can then get, a couple extra items there to get you towards that 5. Corki, one of the champions that really likes Jack even on the nerf, so it is a build that gives you a little bit more survivability, a little bit more scaling, but also you already have that lane power anyway. And as we can see in mid lane, this is the issue with the Ziggs matchup, which we're not in bot, which is that the early damage from Syndra and the early lane power from Syndra is always going to be there, as Dane is threatening.
Flashing from Dane first, blood completed. That's a nice little pickup for Surby right there, not allowing Emil to simply back in TP.
This is what surprised me about the sort of swap to putting that Kai'Sa in bot and the Ziggs in mid, is that the Ziggs does need help until they can get towards Lost Chapter. You need that mana for Ziggs to be able to just spam push the wave without a care and not have to engage with throwing autos on the wave. Once you throw those autos, you're then in range for Syndra to do the damage, is what we've seen as the come around as there's a fight in bot, but it's going to be hard to take this into any sort of kill here for Absolve because it's just the damage isn't going to be there yet.
Yeah, Bloodlust really needs to get the Kai'Sa passive stacked all the way through to win that trade out. Madzev's pretty low on mana and has not got the tier yet, actually forcing an exhaust coming down into Bloodlust. Being Lord might have bitten off more than he can chew right here, has to flash away. But Madzev and Fred Spaghetti not willing to flash after. Bloodlust still trying to hold the line, 1v2, dropping quite low himself. It's tense in the bot side and Bean Lord waiting maybe to throw a Hail Mary hook if they can get it onto Madzev.
This is cagey stuff. I do think they forgot that Exhaust was available, and they're sticking around here with the Hex Flash channeling. Bean Lord is not giving up on this. It doesn't have any potions. Is very low. If Fred Spaghetti reads this, there's a good chance they can pick up Bean Lord. It's so cagey, Trajan. They're both like faking each other out.
Yeah, it would have been a trade either way. If Bean Lord throws the hook and hits it, he is not coming out alive, but it would have been a kill on AD carry for kill on support. Wouldn't be too bad, but ultimately they're going to break apart. They'll get a crash in for Absolved here as well with a small CS lead. So overall, they do hold the line. The barrier's now back up for Bloodlust. And that exhaust is down for a little while for Madzev. So we could see a repeat with a little bit more favorability to Absolved coming down the line here. We're checking in on Wormsoil up there. Decently managing out that Camille lane. Despite this being, a fairly weak part of the game for this champion in topside. Opening up a small CS lead over Lego Man, and we'll be scaling nicely up. Has the level 6 available. Now we're going to Hex Flash onto Syndra, though. Lovely little rotation from Absolve. They catch Crid's warding, and Cast picks up the kill.
We had questions, or I had questions, I should say, about the support versus support sort of roaming style that we should be seeing in these games. How competent are they at it? And Bean Lord is the one who gets the playoff first. It wasn't the Fred Spaghetti match here. Wouldn't have called that. Where there's a Bard versus a Naught, you think the Bard should be a little bit more active. Fred Spaghetti opened bot lane. Didn't come and support mid, and that does give a kill over to the Vi, so both junglers now on the board, and let's see how they want to play out this first Drake, because I still think in the neutral, you're a little bit more confident right now in the Serbi comp. Just a little bit more confident, but there are more members around for Absolve. They're getting that, they get the crab and get out. This Drake isn't going to be taken, and that just comes off of the fact that Absolve respond in kind a little bit quicker with 4.
Yeah, we had level 6 for Dane picked up off that scuttle. Cast didn't quite have it. I wondered if that was enough for them to try and send it, but they do just take the safe option. They back away, come back around the corner, and now they're starting up the dragon again. With Cast having rotated topside, nice little fake out for Serbi. They're going to head back and pick up this dragon without much issue. Cast instead opting to steal away the blue buff on topside. I imagine that will get him to level 6, if not on this camp, then very soon after. And then we'll be able to see what he can do with the cease and desist on deck.
I'm looking at, can we punish Crids? Didn't burn Flash, but can we just use that with the Mega Inferno Bomb, maybe get the Nautilus in there as well and actually pick up another kill? Because at the moment, entry into bot lane is not necessarily that easy with the amount of vision control they had from taking that dragon. If you look at that river, it's lit up like a Christmas tree right now for Serbi, and I just think that the first Vi ultimate is going to be crucial, because I do want to see this Ziggs get active, and you can see here Cast is visiting Crids, is wanting to punish. The Mega Inferno Bomb not quite available, so they call off the play. Just goes and takes his camps. Will come back around again on the next wave.
Both junglers now heading onto this top side, both with ult available, looking for that first big opportunity. Lego Man starting to get some HP stacked up, some levels in the base abilities, will be able to likely avoid any real kill threat from Wormsoil from now on. And like I said in the pregame, I want to see if Camille can find an angle to leave this lane, maybe look to join the punish onto Crids in mid lane, if they can find a good timer for it. As level 6 is now starting to be hit across the board in bot lane as well, including onto Nautilus. Drops an instant onto Madzev. This guy's manaless right now. A hook onto Bard as well. Bloodlust has Killer Instincted in to try and get that damage down. Backsteps the Bard, stun, and a portal will not be followed. So Serbi do manage to extricate themselves, but that was pretty dicey for them.
It feels like...
hold on. 6 ult. Keeps them there. No recall. If they can get a wave crashed in, maybe they'll push for it. Dane's in the area, though. You don't want to be diving a Wukong with ult.
No, I think they just need to get the crash and get out of there. If they try and go for a dive here, it is so risky. Let's not forget Bard is level 6 as well. Okay, they're going to get out. Dane is just going to take the Krugs, and nothing really comes from the play. I will say that Absolved, not nervy, but the fact that they went for that play and blew both ultimates on a play that is really requiring Serbi to make mistakes for a kill to come down, because let's not forget, neither Flash was burnt. They walked out without having to
did.
use them, and they can just get a reset now with cover from the Wukong. They're going to get the wave in. They've actually cancelled the resets from Absolve's bot lane as well. Got the crash themselves, and they've got Madzef out the lane. So overall, this is actually beneficial for Serbi, because even though they can pull this into a freeze, you're going to have a Corki coming back off of reset, and a Kai'Sa who really wants to reset herself, not being able to. It's going to take too long now. By the time this reset comes down, they'll be able to have broken this wave state here, Serbi. So in the end, actually really neutral, but with no ultimates available, there's a small window here for Serbi to be a bit more aggressive onto the Absol bot lane.
Yeah, nice punches and counter punches from both sides here. Both National League representatives sitting on the edge of elimination, trying to keep their NLC tournaments alive right now. They've had tricky paths. Absolved certainly ran into Verdun in the first round. They actually managed to rack up some decent kills against Verdun in that first game, and they never really got the game under control against the champions, but ultimately they were able to find some success through their laning and early jungling plays, and since then they have had a couple of these roster changes, not been able to quite find their footing. But Serbi in this slightly, I will say, slightly diminished roster from what it was before, with the big hitters like Agony, Pain, and Marcus. See if they hold on, and if Absolved can maybe find their way through it, or if Serbi will continue to pump out successful NLC teams at a rate of knots. As Wormsoil getting stuck into a play without Lego Man here. They're both dropped down to about half. We're still waiting on that Triforce for Camille, so we don't have that big spike in damage to play for. But ultimately, it's just a little bit of a CS lead for Absolved side.
It's good to see that we are Wormsaw coming in on champ we don't know if we'll hold on a hook in bot lane. Okay.
Bloodlust not looking happy. Has the ult on the barrier. Maybe could have tried to send it, but doesn't want to push his luck.
Doesn't go. I was just say it's good to see Wormsaw coming into this on a champion that we don't really know him for Camille, right? We know him in the scene for the Olafs and the Cassantes, etc., etc. He's coming on a champion where they've actually, they pivoted the draft away, put him onto Camille, which we've seen a support not very, as in top it's quite weak. He's doing having a decent show of it so far. We'll see what happens on that Trade Force spike, as you said. This is the first real play we've seen from Cast around this bot side. Covering the play. I don't think Madzef and Fred Spaghetti are going to get beated here. I think they're just going to wait until the wave comes in, because it is slowly pushing into them, and it would require Cast to go for a bit of a Hail Mary playoff onto Madzef, who has Valkyrie and Flash.
Oh, it's actually just... Cast has opened up the engagement here, just queuing straight onto Fred Spaghetti for a bit of damage. I was waiting to see if Beanlord would rip a raw depth charge again, or what the choice was going to be, but ultimately Cast doesn't want to hang around too long. He's just going to back away, heading towards his Krug camp likely. Dane has now arrived on the bot side as well to take over jungle pressurizing of his own side. And both teams have been... They've not been willing to fully commit to a high variance play, right? They've been looking for that perfect situation, and as soon as the situation does not seem to be optimal for them, they are just backing away. They're not trying to flip the game at this early stage. However, Serbi stepping onto their second Drake, and it will be uncontested again. They are walking away with the marginal gold lead and with the objective lead too.
I was going to say, the only gold lead that we're really seeing is a couple little CS leads, right? We're seeing a little bit of a CS lead in mid, about a wave and a half. We're seeing about a wave CS lead in bot lane as well. But it's the two dragons that I'm looking at here and go, okay, now Serbi can really choose when Absolved have to fight them. Because the next Drake, which is currently looking like, if the icon in the top left is correct, it's Infernal, so it is an Infernal Rift. Yeah. Sometimes it bugs out.
Yeah.
And it is an Infernal Rift. Infernal Drake will be incredibly strong for their team. If you think about it, Syndra having extra burst, Corki having extra burst on that Infernal Soul, very, very important. So they, on that next Drake, will be looking to force Absolved to fight them, or they can always take the game a little bit longer. I do think I would prefer Serbi just to make Absolved play their game, so take that next Drake fight, get that soul point, threaten Absolved on every other Drake afterwards, and force the UK representatives to do something that I don't think Absolved have always been that confident in, which is playing much more proactively. As an org, as a team, a meal, for example, in Beanlord, they much prefer sort of going a bit later. We saw this last year when they were playing in the UK scene and got second. Playing a little bit of a slower game. And I think that if you can speed it up as Serbi and take team fights on your terms, you should be good. You should be looking at that as your potential into getting a 1-0 in this series. Let's not forget, this is elimination. And Serbia will have had to go through, so far they've lost to Brod, the UK #1 representatives, and now they've got to take down the UK 2 representatives. And that's the UK is not an easy region to beat, guys. It's not easy at all.
I mean, Ruddy stole their last roster, and then Brod knocked them down at this round, and I have to play Absolve for elimination. It does kind of seem like the UK is taking taking issue with Serbia in some way, and it's really just trying to ruin their year. And we'll see if Absolve is successfully able to do so. But yeah, I think you're right. Absolve definitely did build a reputation for being kind of habitual stallers at some point, and against lesser experienced teams or teams that cannot close or push advantages cleanly, that is very effective. It lets them run out the clock, it lets them kind of create mistakes for you to punish. However, into the stronger teams, as Emil flashes away from the unleashed power, it will be traded with Krids' flash as well, so Emil happy enough not to die here, doesn't quite have teleport left. Let's see if he can safely farm up these minions, or if Krids is going to allow him to do so. Commits the ultimate, in fact, and now he's going to pop the recall.
I mean, again, you're kind of seeing here that the laning power of a Syndra is just so strong, especially with the buff she got through a few patches ago. This is not going to be an easy fight for the Bloodlust to take. This is a very tanky style.
Yeah, we do have Cast and Blood Peeler coming around the corner. The ward will give the game away, and Lego Man not going to oversell his hand right here, but Bloodlust is having a bit of a bot laner versus tank moment right now. Now let's see if Wormsoil can manage out this situation, not having a health bar that's twice as big. And Dane coming over the corner. He does have flash, he does have ultimate. It's going to have to be some fancy footwork to get out of this one. A stun into the tower, and that's going to seal the deal before it even starts. Kill for Dane.
Oh no, on the other side, we didn't get to see this, but they tried to go for a dive. They did try and dive a Scion. Not always the best sort of choice. It is an execution. It isn't going to be a kill going over Scion, but that is obviously taking a Kaiser off the map. That reduces her sort of gold per minute. She's not going to get resources into her. And so far at the moment, Serbi's coming up heads on every single play in the last sort of 5 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much, right? I think that they've been relatively minor. This is the first kind of relatively significant thing, having that first pick in topside into the first turret. We can see the dive, and yeah, we've just kind of jumped the gun a little bit there. We've not juggled our aggro correctly, and Bloodlust has lost a chance for some farming. We saw the Herald picked up by Serbia as well in the interim, so they've gotten first turret, they've gotten a kill, and they've gotten a Herald to keep the pressure on if they want.
But the Herald, they've got the 2 dragons, next Drake spawning in a minute 15. That will be Serbi's Drake, or should be, with the fact that the Wukong has also sat there with a couple kills. Trinity Force completed. Trinity Force completed on the Corki as well. As look at Bloodlust health bar. That's a Syndra with 1 item and some Lucids, taking your ADC to half HP. Again, this is Serbi's Drake. Absolve would have to come up with a very, very good pick here, either onto Mads or onto Krids before this sort of objective spawns, and then they can play it in a numbers advantage. Otherwise, Mads should take a reset, get back out on the Rift for the next 45 seconds, and that Drake's taken.
Like
you don't kill this. You don't kill this. You never kill this. There's
what
no
are we really
chance.
doing here? I'm not sure really what the goal of this is. We are going to crash the wave. We're going to take some plates. That's for sure. And Lego Man can happily farm the wave away on the other side of this. It is triple grubs for Absolve, so just hitting that turret does give them decent value. But what's going on the other side of the map right now? Bloodlust has just ulted in on bot side onto Krids. We see Dane finding a catch in mid lane. Beanlord not able to protect Emil, and likely not going to make it back to the tower either. Serbi, once again, their play works a heck of a lot more effectively than Absolved's does, and now Bloodlust has overplayed his hand too. Krids with an ult to get the 1v1 kill.
So while Cast is honestly wasting his time in that top lane, trying to get the wave and trying to get some plates and play a little bit around the Camille, well, it happens elsewhere. While Dane, with that Trinity Spike on the Wukong, just goes in mid. Emil too far up, doesn't have flash. The Satchel is never going to save his life because the second Cyclone cast would have dragged him straight back down to earth. And then Beanlord's sort of in no man's land. You can't really blame the support in that case when there are 3 members hitting him. And then there's an overextension. We finally get a kill off of the sort of play here, which is Cast going in bot lane, but he's going to give his life for this. This is only
did find an overextended Krids sticking around after being too low for that play, but it's only going to set up the counter kill, as you say, and ultimately it goes even again. ABV trying to keep the pace here, trying to move on to mid lane plates as well, and it's just a little bit messy, right? It's that they're going for options and either failing to achieve value, or in the worst cases, actively causing a detriment to themselves, whereas Serbi are coming away happy, coming away successful from the plays that they're put together.
The big thing here is they got the Drake as well, so that means in 4 minutes 20, Absolved have to fight them on that objective. They don't want to be giving over Infernal Soul in a game where, for example, a Wukong with 4 kills, getting towards Under the Sky is going to be scary. Emil is very far up.
Oh, tries to go for the one shot onto Krids, gets a decent amount of damage down, but not really being ahead of the curve on this Ziggs, so even with the Blackfire Torch instead of a Luden's Echo, we don't really have any one-shot potential there, and this is going to go down. Trades for a turret, not too bad all things considered, but it is a pittance for Absolved, who are now over 3,000 gold behind, and as you say, Rob, playing into a potential Infernal Soul point. We've not seen a full team fight yet. It has been a relatively quiet game. A couple of plays have kind of burst through in the last few minutes. We haven't seen that full potential 5v5. We've not seen Wormsoul get into a team fight. We've not seen Dane be able to use the Cyclone in team fight effect either. Wormsoil is going to have to hookshot himself away. Can sidestep the Scion ultimate, avoids the slow zone, but Fred Spaghetti is there, forces a flash of a Cosmic Binding, and a Blast Cone will get Wormsoul to safety.
We were questioning right at the beginning, like, oh, well, Beanlord got active first. He got that first kill mid. At the moment, it's Fred Spaghetti who's just around on the map, just a little bit better, a little bit more. That play on top lane onto Emil, Fred Spaghetti was there. This play on bot lane, Fred Spaghetti is there as well on the Bard. He gets a fact. Oh my god, he's gone top. He's kind of saved his TPing in mid laner. He's gone bot lane. He's caused the flash for Wormsoul. He's now gone mid lane. He's then, tempered Fate the Vi, who's had to flash away as well. So Fred Spaghetti in the last sort of 3 minutes has caused a lot of pain as Bloodlust is kind of too far up in mid lane. He has some support, but he's dead.
Krids once again. Oh, hang on a moment.
Hold on.
Repositions, and the Emil ultimate takes Krids off the map, in fact. Krids with another aggressive flash leaves himself exposed. The Mad Zeph is now just lingering in mid lane. A shutdown, unfortunately, it goes to Beanlord, but 2 carries off the board of that play. That's finally the first true success for Absolved, really, in this game.
I was thinking, okay, that is a very dead ADC. You've got stuff like the Exhaust available as well. That means that there should be a chance for Bloodlust to get out of there. Doesn't use that summoner spell, Madzef, just assumes we can get this kill without needing to. And Bloodlust turns it around with... He didn't even have to use Barrier there. It was just the Killer Instinct that kept him alive. Right here, I would have thought, drop the Exhaust on the fly in, and you can blow him up. He can't walk away, but here you've got enough damage down and there's just more members to support. I thought Dane was maybe a little bit closer, not to be the case, and then Madzef too far up. The Vi ultimate as well just locks down the ADC, and this is the first net positive play, shall we say?
Yeah.
Other than that first kill in the game,
it's definitely shrunk the gold deficit, right? It's financially beneficial, that's for sure, and it was a bit strange to see both the Serbi main carries aggressively flashing in, really sort of greeding to make the play happen when they didn't necessarily have the information to do it safely, and that does give Absolved a little bit of a lease on life. They've turned a 3,000 gold deficit into less than 1,000 of this situation. When you have a Ziggs up at the end of a fight like that, you can take at least 1 tower, maybe even more as the game goes forward, and it does just even the map up a little bit. We've got a little more than a minute before the next Drake, a very important fight for Absolved to be able to take and win, and that has given them a chance to fight fairly in it.
Making plays as well. The Vi is looking on the other side onto Krids. Krids is dead.
Once again, another misposition for the Serbian mid laner. That is critical. Now, he is going to be alive. He's got TP. He's going to be present for this dragon fight, but we are losing a lot of momentum for Sorby and Absolved. They've got to be feeling emboldened by this.
I really love that we're seeing Absolved take some control despite having been behind and now ahead. They actually take control of the game with a comp that wants to look to play aggressive, wants to go in. They're doing it again here. They've got 4 members on mid, but this is still a very tanky Scion.
Beanlord a little bit isolated, but they can't get the damage down onto it from the Serbi side. They'll Tempered Fate just the Nautilus, in fact. Wormsoul not currently moving. Dane looking for an ultimate, but Caster's flying in. And now we get the second Cyclone from the Wukong. Bloodlust and Emil need to get that damage down if they want. Legoman not feeling too healthy. As Wormsoul's gone back to base, he's completed a Ravenous Hydra. He's back on the map and he's ready to scrap.
And the big thing is, Cyclone's down. With that teamfight ultimate not available, Tempered Fate also down, means that this Drake take here, as long as Absolved can get the reset and get back out roughly in time, which is what they're doing right now, they will be able to contest this. And I think if you're Serbi, you might have to drop it. You don't have your teamfight ultimates available. You're going to rely on a Scion engage. Wukong right now is not the disruptor he needs to be.
He's used the clone to block the hook. Cast has cease and desist though. Wormsoul's in to follow. Hextech ultimatum into the back line. Does he have the tankiness to survive though? Dane is living! Where's the follow-up from Absolved? They had the catch on the jungler. Finally, Cast is in. It's a double, in fact, for the Vi. Lego Man doing a lot of good interference, keeping the carries tied up. But now he doesn't have that much support left. Madzef has fallen. A tight little stun onto Emil. Forces him to flash away, and Krids is still healthy. A hook back onto Scion. Cast with the re-engage. Third kill of the play for him as Bloodlust giving Scion Zombie a wide berth. And Absolved managed to clutch their way out of this play. They need to get the dragon still, though.
They do need to secure this objective. Krids is currently just playing spoiler the best that he can. With the damage over the wall. Absolved, they are very low. There is no Unleashed power. It won't be available for another at least 20 seconds. So this should be Absolved's Dragon unless there's a crazy steal from Krids. Not to be. It will be their first real sort of objective here. Yes, they got the grubs. but it's more important that they do secure this and delay that soul for a little bit longer. You see in the fight here, it looked initially very, very good for Absolved, and then very, very bad for Absolved. Wormsoul jumps in, doesn't get the blow up onto Dane, and Madzef flies into his death, straight into Cast's face. Valkyrie's right in towards his Wukong, and both of them picked up by Cast damage. And then sort of the follow-up fight here, you can see Bloodlust is free hitting, really. There's not much threat onto that ADC, and Fred Spaghettis has to run away. There is no ability to follow there for the Kai'Sa, so it does just end up being the one kill onto the side, but that secures the Drake. That delays the soul for another 4 minutes, and Absolved, who, if you've got a Ziggs is incredibly good once you get past, 2, 3 items. The amount of poke, if you can land one bomb, it's half healthing a Corki, it's half healthing a Syndra. Yeah. That's where you start seeing this Ziggs, which has honestly, let's be honest, not had an easy game for the first sort of 10, 15 minutes. Now tough. Really comes into its own. And the rest of Absolved have really locked ship, and in particular Cast. Cast has looked the shining star this game for the UK roster, we have to say, because honestly, I thought a lot of hope was lost when we looked only about 8 minutes ago. We were discussing about how it was a 3,000 gold lead and how Serbi had complete control. They had all the dragons, and now it's turned completely. It's had an Absolved the ones with pretty significant gold.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw Cast being added to the roster for Absolved, which, is still a National League team, this was a very big pickup for Absolved to find a player like Cast with multiple NLC caps, a lot of veterancy and experience there, and he is showing his quality on this Vi. He will go back to this pick time and time again as a very widely applicable pick. Clear win conditions and fight conditions to play through, and it feels like Absolved are really able to get in line behind this guy, especially when he's rolling. He has the Guardian Angel now, 3 items total completed. He's really in a strong spot, and Absolved finally have a bit of a gold lead of their own to play with, 2.5. They've delayed the Infernal Soul 3 minutes before the next chance to fight over that. Baron as a potential option. Tempered Fate doesn't really go anywhere, and Serbi were trying to fish for something, but for once they were not able to get the play they looked for.
They are going to get mid-turret. And I think the fact that they only use Tempered Fate there is good. I think the biggest thing to take away from that previous fight was that an overcommittal of ultimates. Using that Cyclone way before the Drake fight, it wasn't going to be up. We don't have that teamfight ultimate. Teamfight gets a lot harder. That allows Absolved to play aggressive into us. And talking about being aggressive, you mentioned the GA purchase. This will mean Cast can look for one play where he, inverted commas, gives his life, right? He can fly in there far too deep just because of that GA, which means that now there's a lot more threat onto the back line than there was previously, because before, if the Vi went too deep, you just kill her, you just pick her up. But now, she's putting that GA and the rest of Absolved comes on forward. So let's watch and see how aggressive Cast wants to be on that cease and desist. As the side laning right now is going to be in favour of the Camille, just destroys the turret. And I don't know if I would say this Camille, this sort of debate in draft at the moment, has played out, always positively in Absolved's favour. I do think that there is another world where those mistakes in mid are not made by Serbi and Absolved are in a hole, but you will say that this is where they should feel most comfortable. If you look at champions that are being played here, at least by Beanlord and Bloodlust, or in particular Bloodlust, I should say, we've seen games of these champions for these players. It's Bloodlust Kai'Sa that you need to highlight here, because he is a glider. Boy is a glider, and he will take you down. You saw in that previous fight, takes plenty of space for himself, great use of the killer instinct. He is going to be that main carry threat once that Ziggs damage, that initial burst, has gone.
Yeah, provided they can keep him safe from Lego Man, allow him to maneuver around him. And we saw at least that even though Lego Man was doing a great job at slowing down the Absolved carries and stopping them getting into the play, as another Tempered Fate does not quite clip the Kai'Sa's heals right there, there was no follow-up from Serbi either, right? I was, bemoaning the lack of follow-up from Absolved. Equally, Lego Man was into the backside, and everyone else from Serbi is tied up in the rest of the play, and it does let Bloodlust choose his moment to go in, and he chooses it very well. So let's see if this carry can really step up and be the win condition they need. And Wormsoil, it's kind of a not an often... Oh, hang on a second. We do have some control wards being played around here, trying to get some river control. It's early for the Drake for now, and Serbi happy to try and give the space away. This is a deep TP for Wormsoil. He maybe thought this fight was going to be a bit more committed than it actually was. Thankfully, he can just hookshot to safety. Legoman's TP'd in as well. Instantly ults, clips onto Bloodlust, forces an early ult reposition. And Serbi smell blood in the water. They're pushing forward, but the Mecha Inferno Bomb pushes them back. Wormsoul looking for an isolated crits, but can't find it. Stunned by the Scatter of the Weak, slowed by the Scion. Beanlord can't find the hook onto Syndra either. And neither team really gets their hands on anybody.
I mean, the Drake is spawning in 10 minutes, so you need control of midwave, and you can see Absolved are the first ones to really assert their dominance there. They're now going to walk into the river. They're going to take control. They're the ones who want to pull the trigger, remember, and they're looking onto Crids, who has to Zonya's. Massive threat onto the Syndra now.
They're going to collapse now. They've got the Hextech Ultimatum. They have the Depth Charge. And Wormsoil will slice away the Syndra without a second thought. The rest of Serbi don't feel so good about it now. Tempered Fate's back up and it will stop the chase down. But it does leave the Dragon exposed. Once again, Absolved step up into the team fight and they walk away victorious.
I think the thing to point out there, Trajan, is the positioning of Crids. It's a mistake. You're having this weird surround. 3 on mid. There's a Scion playing in sort of that river entrance. And then Crids on that Syndra playing in that little pocket behind the Drake. Absolve noticed the split. They play onto one side of the fight. They take down that mage, or at least force the Zhonya's first. And then Wormsoil goes not too deep, but flies on top with the Hextech Ultimatum. This is Camille O'Clock at the moment, right? When you've got that Trinity, you've got that Ravenous onto squishy targets. That Q is a Cho'Gath ult on a very low cooldown. It just deletes a squishy. And once that mage is gone, once that CC and that playmaking potential is gone for the Syndra, it's very hard. They're going to go for a play onto Wormsoil, but hopefully, we see outplay, because at the moment this was a mistake if you get killed.
Yeah, Cast was in the area, but ultimately did not have time to stick around forever, and Wormsoil does get dragged into a pretty dicey little fight against Lego Man. Fred Spaghetti forces the flash. It takes a little bit of maneuverability away from Wormsoil. Absolved, maybe they'll hunt for a counterplay here, but Serbi are man advantage in the mid lane, just barreling it down this mid lane. As Emil, in fact, is taking the Ziggs turret destruction into top side, and Absolved likely will just have to trade it for mid. I don't know if they can fully respond here. They're TPing back in.
They are going to try and defend this at least, and Legoman is far up, but this is still a Scion, let's not forget. And Cast is looking. Cast is going to go for a cease and desist.
Oh, now it's the Serbi top lane who's been caught out too far, and again, they don't want to follow up. Cast is very deep in. In comes the Ziggs ultimate. That's really starting to hit now. Madsef not feeling good. Beautiful hook by the Being Lord, and Wormsoil picks up the credit. Cast doesn't even lose the Guardian Angel. Baron is wide open. Still a 3v5, but looks like Absolve want to play it.
You can see here, Absolved are emboldened as soon as they get 5 members around. The Ziggs gets the top turret, TP's in, everyone's available on that mid play, and Legoman is trying to play spoiler, trying to play that sort of the front liner. They're trying to deny the entry into the fight, but Cast is on the right angle, sat on the flank, as you can see here, or sort of on that left-hand side. Legoman steps up to try and stop, create space, stop the rest of the team coming in. Cast initially punches Legoman in the face, and then says, well, I've got the gear, I'm ready to go, Madzef. Flies in there and you see the Mega Inferno bomb come down, and Absolved go, we have to keep fighting. Great hook from Bean Lord Lansdowne. Wormsoul jumps in as well, and this is where you can see if Serbi can't get a sort of front to back fight where they're willing to get that initial stun from the Syndra, then pick up the play, then get the Wukong ultimate on top with the Cyclone. It is a very, very easy fight result to play if they can follow that initial dive. And they did there, and they'll continue to do it. Serbi are now very much behind. Look at the gold lead. It's 8,000 gold. And they are constantly punishing here, Absolve. Look, they're constantly looking for plays. Serbi are
Madzef, where are we going here? That has to have been a misclick. Surely the Tempered Fate allows them to reposition, but it doesn't stop Emil getting the job done. Legoman into the backline. Dane trying to use the second Cyclone to escape, but Absolved cannot be stopped now. Cast still just striding forward. GA at his back. And Absolved now with Ziggs, with Kai'Sa, with Camille, so much turret destruction, Baron as well, and Crids
Zhonya's
forced into the stasis by another hook from Bean Lord. No way out from that situation. This is likely just the game, Rob.
Out of almost nowhere. Absolved, there was a little bit of a standoff, but they just keep building that goal lead, They go for a couple crucial engages, and Serbi are scattered, Trajan, in this game 1. They looked like maybe there was something they could do to come back. I was trying to set up a potential comeback play off of the scatter into the Cyclone. It doesn't come to be. Madzef Valkyries in to the enemy team over the wall.
The last cone's over the wall, I think. I don't know if it's the kind of thing that I think might have been just a misclick back into the cone.
I have to get a replay on that one.
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest, I just suddenly you come back and there's a Corki in the enemy team. Then Crids, who still had flash at the end of that fight, Zhonya's the hook under the turret. You're gonna die. Yeah, and I think at this point, that was Serbi just mentally out of the game. They just looked completely scattered after that final engage in mid came down, and they just didn't know what to do.
They really lost the cohesion as the game went on, right? Multiple picks onto Crids, kind of on the flanks of fights, being exposed on the Syndra, not having any mobility to protect himself, and Fred Spaghetti doing what he could on the Bard, right? Trying to set up plays, trying to create action with Tempered Fate, trying to protect his team, but could not do it all. And we still don't really see the domination and the shine from Madzef that we saw in the spring split so far. Serbi struggling to capitalize on a lead that they fairly built for themselves, as Absolved are 1-0 up now. One more game for them to stay alive. Serbi, one more loss, and it is elimination for them today. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with game number 2 of the series. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back to the NLC, everybody. Absolve put in their first win in the books over at Serbi Esports today in this elimination match. We're going to talk about that a little bit more in just a moment. However, first, another quick reminder to everybody watching at home. Go for Lols are back. Use command !Go for LOL in the chat to find out more information about all of the League Classic Go for LOL tournaments running in your various NLC regions throughout the month of August. Get involved with that one. Okay, right. Rob, there's a lot to unpack with this one. This one was a bit back and forth. It was a bit messy. It wasn't super clean from everybody. Absolved ultimately were able to get their feet under them. It felt like they really got a handle on what their comp does as the game progressed. Couple of stumbles early on. Whereas Serbi, it did feel like they kind of came apart. They came undone as the game went on. It got a little bit messier, more picks, more mistakes as it went longer.
It felt to me like, and I was actually, this is it. Thank you, production.
Oh,
I was going to say this
choice of replay.
What perfect choice of replay. I was going to say this is the moment where I felt like Serbi went from completely in control to losing all control. And I think that after this, we just saw Absolved feel a lot more emboldened to start making plays around the map, delay that Drake stacking. There's another, obviously, this is a follow-up of a fight where Serbi had none of those crucial ultimates available.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be Absolved's day every single day then to take that fight. And then the most important thing, we'll get to it in a minute, is this play in mid lane. Cast on the off angle here, on that left hand side of your screen, plays onto the front line, has the GA, cease and desist straight onto backline. They use the Mega Inferno Bomb combination. Madzef still caught, and I think this is where the game really scatters to Serbi, and I think it's time to name and shame.
Oh, dude, yeah, we just have to. This just has to be seen. This has to be shown to the public here. Madzef with the Valkyrie over the wall and Crids with the auto on the blast cone pops him back over, delivers him on a silver platter into the waiting arms of Absolved, and that is just done and dusted. The game is now over at that point. It was a pretty hairy way to end this one, and it kind of just says it all at that stage, right? That was just the spiral down into a true catastrophe at the end there. So I think for Serbi, you've really got to go for a full shake it off mental reset there, because I think they were clearly, it was getting to them a little bit, and it got very, very scrappy at the end. So they still had a lot of good to show, right? We started where those replays began. As you said, they were in control. They were able to put up a lot of good performances early on. Dane was having a great performance on the Wukong, but ultimately Absolved through a lot of these long team fight plays, right, where you bait out some ultimates, you don't overcommit, you step back, you re-engage, you use the timers to your advantage. It wasn't sort of very fast-paced and just headbutting into your opponent whenever you can. There was a bit of kind of a cooler heads prevailing for Absolved through these plays, playing them out methodically, and that really served them well.
But I was going to say, I think the thing I'm looking at here is, again, the fact that they had a Fed Wukong. They had a Fed Wukong. They had the 4-0 on Dane there, and they can't close the game out when you have a Wukong that is so far ahead. Cast was kind of staying up in items, dropped that boots purchase to go for a very early Black Cleaver second, did have the sort of power on the board, and if you are a Vi and you're behind, I understand that, right? Because you're going, well, if I don't complete the boot, I'm just going to be in there anyway. I don't need the boots. I don't need the movement speed. I'm just going to just full send and try and blow someone up, and that's what they did. I think they just didn't really respond in kind as we've now got the correct graphic here on the bottom of the screen. I was about to mention it, and then the production in my ear says, hold on a second, hold on. Actually, Arctic Pandas has won the first game off stream against DMG. Let's not forget, whoever wins this game faces the winner of Broad EA. That'll be played later. Whoever loses this faces the loser of that game. So there are a lot of games coming down today where we get to see who plays who in that next round.
Yes, from what we heard, it was quite a close run thing between DMG and Arctic Pandas, and to be honest, we haven't seen too much of DMG so far, but Arctic Pandas, that does seem to be how their season is going. They're not necessarily dropping a lot of really conclusive wins over anybody. They are picking up wins, and they're you know, skating towards a 2-1-1 record so far if they can complete the series win over DMG. However, we saw this in spring. We're seeing it a little bit more now, that I think there's definitely a lot of quality and a lot of synergy there, but the Arctic Pandas are still they're kind of messy boys. You know, they cannot necessarily just put a clean win on the board. They'll get the win eventually, but they won't look great doing it necessarily. So we'll see how that progresses and if they can kind of scrap their way through to the end of a Swiss stage.
What'll be interesting is we're obviously going to get into our game 2 for Serbia is on the sec, is to hear who Arctic Pandas would prefer to face on the other match of Broad DA, because in the off-season there was, I think, Challenge the Pandas was a thing that they put out there, and that was they faced a lot of these orgs in the Finnish scene, and they come up trumps every single time. So I wonder if they'd have a preference on facing the Finnish side in that Finnish UK tussle. But to the game we're going to see now, game 2, Serbia versus Absolved, Denmark versus the UK in the lead, and Absolved apparently are Danish kryptonite. Don't forget they took down Fortress to qualify for this, and they'll be taking down the Danish seed in this competition as well in the main event if they pick up this game 2 now.
Yeah, Emil, the Danish defector coming down to the Four Nations, has been taking down Danes in our honorary Brit taking down Danes in our name for splits on splits now. We love the guy. So let's look at this second game. We saw blue side again for Serbia, and now we can't even necessarily say, oh, blue side didn't do enough for Serbia, because they walked away from blue side with Syndra, Bard, and Wukong from first rotation. So I'm not going to sit here and go, it was the draft, they didn't get good champs. We can't say this, right? However, do we think what Absolved did was an effective enough counter? Do you think there was a large draft element to this, or do you think it was really just about the kind of execution in the moment?
I think it'd be disingenuous to say that it was down to draft. I think if you watched prior to that very first replay we had, it was control from Serbia. We saw them actually being able to utilize like Wukong Syndra together, Wukong going incredibly far ahead in this game, getting early completions on that Trinity Force, 4 kills on the board, no deaths. Looked like it was going to be a classic Wukong game where once you have a Wukong that's fed, you can just go in with reckless abandon and just kill everyone. It didn't come to be. I think you have to look at this and go, okay, our execution was wrong here. We overextended with our 2 carries on that mid play. The map fell apart a little bit, and then we kept falling apart a little bit more and a little bit more until it was a cacophony of errors until that final play that we did see. And I think that going into this game now, however, a lot of picks are off the board, right? So no Camille, no Bard. Those are 2 premier picks, I think, for either in the meta or for the supports. No Wukong, no Syndra. We've other champions. Ziggs is obviously a little bit there, but I would say that we've seen a lot more of this power picks from mid lane being taken in terms of the Syndra is off the board is so important. I'm looking at Jarvan right now. I'm looking at Wukong. No, we've got Orianna. That's the one. Orianna. Jarvan Orianna combo I'm looking at. I'm also looking at, I don't think Shen has as much proficiency here usually as a counter as that Camille, and that Camille is now gone. I'm still looking at Wormsword's champions. He played Camille in the last game, didn't play any of his Cassantes or his Olafs or anything like this. And then I'm also looking at maybe a chance here for, Bloodlust has a decent Ezreal. Maybe they don't ban it. I think they're still banning it on 3, and we'll have to see if he goes for a different glider. I don't like him on the mages.
No, I think we probably do see an Ezreal 3rd ban from Serbia. Maybe Bloodlust goes for a Sivir or something in the first rotation as a relatively safe option into a lot of mages as well, but still allows him to auto space somewhat in the plays. It is going to be Neferi instead, though, so we'll see if there's maybe a Mads F Ezreal as well. I forgot that actually Absolved are the ones who really should be banning that champion because of Mads F is on the enemy team, and they are going to follow that advice. They're going to keep the same bans as before. So if we're looking for first picks for Serbia here, there is a Jarvan or a Xin, something like this, one of our standard jungle fare, unless there's anything else that really would...
Neferi ban is interesting. Neferi ban is interesting. Does that signify J4? I know Neferi is a champion that can take a lot of control of the map. It is very powerful into that J4. It gets locked in. So they are, you can kind of read here, Serbia very much telegraphing with the bans, as you can tell here. You go, okay, we've taken away that stronger matchup that could cause a lot of problem for the early sort of rotations around the map for the J4. Let's get that off the board. The Ezreal as well now means that there's not many ADCs that can get out of that Cataclysm, so they would be under somewhat of a threat from that jungler. The only interesting thing is the Orianna taken off the board means you don't have a threat of that combo at all. So they are going to go for a potentially Victor here. Makes sense. I do believe Bloodlust has played this in bot lane. I say I prefer him on the gliders, but I do know he can play the mages. It's just about sort of personal preference. Graze is a traditional counter into the Jarvan. The Jarvan goes in. Lee Sin is another one. Both of these are options. Interesting to see what Absolved want to go for here.
I think Cast has pulled the Graves out at some point. I don't know if it was in Four Nations or in the NLC.
It's Four Nations, I believe.
Somebody, I think Cast has rocked the Graves, and it did win the game, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to slam it, and Cast is ready. So it's not like this is coming out of nowhere. And as you say, traditional counter, a lot of damage threat, not as much obviously CC and engage. That onus is going to go more onto potentially Wormsoul and Beanlord. But we have to say, I've got to hold my hands up again and say Beanlord actually had a banger Nautilus game. This is normally a champion that he suffers a little bit on, but his engages, his hooks were very strong. His choice of decision making was very good. And I think he's shown that he can necessarily be an engager if he needs to be.
I think when you are playing with the Graves, you need some engage, you need some playmaking, especially Victor Graves, right? A lot of backtracking there. You put the gravity field down, you want to keep kiting out as a Graves, put the smoke around, kiting backwards, dashing backwards, and so have to see what Absolve want to pair with this that can be engaged tools into what is now an Ashe Seraphine lock-in. We're going back to the basics for the bot lane of Serbi. And the Fred Spaghetti gets that champion, gets the Seraphine that I do believe he is one of the best ones in the league, or at least what we saw last split on what does Beanlord want here into this pick, because people struggled to come up with counters previously, and now with the pivot away into engages, we're not going to get the engages coming through. We're going to see what I'm telling you now. That's the Wormsaw Olaf.
Yeah, that is the Wormsaw Olaf. He's throwing the gauntlet down for Lego Man, and I think we might just be going for Beanlord Karma at this point. I think we might just be going for even more kite back, even more reposition, re-engage stuff. You just have the speed up for Olaf, you have a little bit more shielding and repositioning power for Cast and for Emil through these plays. And we might be hitting a Sivir Karma, I think, and just try and weather the storm and just out DPS it. Obviously, it doesn't really give them a lot of agency in the game. They can walk into the 5v5 and hope that Sobi does something that allows them to hit, but it might be tricky if they don't have the same playmaking potential.
I mean, I was about to say, if you've done any scouting, and the fact there's lots of tape for Absolved over the past few splits on Beanlord, you would be banning this Karma. This Karma is taken as well. So that plan, that Sivir Karma you theorised, half of it's gone. What is his alternative? Is it going to be a Nami? That champion kind of got taken out the back and removed from the game, shall we say? It's just
Lulu's been played a little bit. Not great.
Yanara
Lulu. Yeah.
I don't. Nautilus is gone, but you don't want to play Leona. Like Blitzcrank people tried into this duo, it doesn't really work. You got Lucian Milio, was obviously that sort of clan. We saw that being picked into it as well. I don't really like that in this situation here. I feel like you're significantly lacking any sort of playmaking here if you go Lucian Milio. If you think about it, you've got what? The stun on the gravity field, I guess. So I think you do need to. The Milio is going to be hovered here as a ban, but I don't think I would be looking at that. I'd be trying to find something here that at least gives us a chance to allow Victor and allow Graves to hit.
From the Absolved side, I do like their Akali and Ornn bans. The Akali particularly, I like taking Crids off that mobility champion, especially when they have plenty of engage, and that allows Crids to just be the spanner in the works, the menace in the backline, while the triple stack from the first rotation is doing their job. So I think that's a good ban for them. We'll see what choice Crids is going to make here. And Absolved is going to have to give us a bot lane and support. Now the Mel has come through. I don't know if anyone's actually rocking Mel support really these days. People normally... We haven't even seen it bot lane for a hot minute for a patch or two. I think it was one of the first mages that really came to prevalence in bot lane, but then it became more about Victor and Syndra and Talia and things like this. So still not 100% where this is going. And I wouldn't be surprised if they then pivot and give Bloodlust like Caitlyn or something, and then give Beanlord the Mel. So we'll see what the choice is going to be for them.
I was going to say, this Mel, really is screaming Beanlord to me more than anywhere else.
As well, right? They could still do Victor.
They could put Victor into the bot lane and put Victor Mel bot.
Sounds very toxic.
Mel into mid lane. Obviously, there's lots of permutations here just with what's still up on the board. The Aurora comes through. We'll have to see if that's going. I assume it's going to Crids into that mid matchup rather than going into the top lane into the Olaf matchup. But we'll have to see what they want to lock. Usually into Olaf, we've seen Kled. That has been the pick into Olaf traditionally. Is something that can really punish there. You obviously jump off your little horsey and you're able to be able to deny the Ragnarok reset. And well, they're going to go for Rumble.
I mean, I was going to suggest Rumble purely because he played it before, and that's as deep as my analysis goes sometimes. But that seems to be enough to get me there. So. What are we thinking about the Rumble into Olaf? Is this risky? Is this playable? Surely there's a lot.
You can bully the lane early. I just think that once you get the Olaf into having some lifesteal, having the Ravenous, the Olaf can really just play through your damage as long as he keeps hitting. And I think in this game, other than a little hop away from the Aurora, the Olaf is going to continue to keep hitting. It ends up being a Leona lock in here. We'll see where these mages end up coming down. We'll see where they end up putting him. I'm assuming it's Mel bot and then it's Victor mid, but we've still got another 20-30 seconds to make that decision. And it's okay. I understand the Mel, right? You're playing the Mel into the Ashe Seraphine. You still get a lot of control in this lane as the Ashe Seraphine because of the fact you're playing double ranged here. We'll see if Beanlord can maybe look for a little bit more of a punish on the Zenith Blade, get a little bit of aggression there. The Cast, however, is most likely just going to be farming great and covering plays, not looking for aggressive plays himself. You did need to have to take an engage here. You did have to take something that locked people down on 5, so I understand the Leona pick, but you are seeding a lot of early push there in that bot lane against the Ashe Seraphine, and that can spell disaster if it lets Lego Man either be active on bot and go for a dive, or lets people play into your jungle and deny Graves that goal, which is a champion that we don't see too traditionally. We've actually seen it twice in Four Nations, once played by Cast and most recently played by Tweak, who plays on Rod. They usually go for the same build. You're seeing something like an Umbral Glaive into a Sundered Sky. You let you a bit more tanky, upfront burst, and lets you play out those fights a little bit more in the front line without having to be that full crit where you need to be quite fed to actually survive those fights and bring down the damage before they kill you. So we'll see what Cast go for in the build this game, because if you are Graves here, you're good into the Jarvan, you're not feeling so good into the other three on the bot side there, right? They're going to be very much outside of your range.
Yes. Absolved have at least managed to pull out some playmaking potential on that bot side. Leona especially does have a bit of non-committal engage for Beanlord, and even Mel, if you're using vision properly around objective plays, can set up a lot of plays with the Solar Snare. So they've gotten that a little bit sorted for themselves, and you say they have the AD top side, AP mid bot side. This is a way that a lot of teams are approaching the meta right now. For Sorby, though, they have gone back to basics. We've got a patch or two ago. We've got an Ashe Seraphine. We've got Rumble Jarvan top lane. A lot of great synergistic combination champions with the Aurora to lay the burst down across the top. They have kept it simple here. I think this is the right way for them to approach this game. And we'll see if that can help them stay on the same page. Remember, last game they did start to come apart at the seams. This will hopefully give them tools to knit that team back together and play on the same page.
I'm liking this from Cast. I'm liking the idea about almost split mapping here. Yeah, he didn't get spotted out in that vision, at least we didn't see, because we were doing the little stinger to come in. As long as Cast hasn't been seen, this is great. You take a few camps away, you strong side the Olaf. If this Olaf gets a lead into Rumble, Rumble is never fighting him on side. Rumble is never killing that guy. Again, once Ravenous Hydra comes down, you can just Ragnarok in that guy's face. And you're kind of seeing here already Wormsoul just brawling with the Rumble, getting the advantage at that level 1, and already Lego Man very much in a deficit. Cast is going to take everything here. I'm liking this plan coming out of Resolve. Something I do need to highlight a little bit here is the way that teamfights should play out for Serbi. J4 usually likes to be primary engaged, flag drag into Cataclysm. This is something that will be very difficult for him to pull off as the game goes on versus the Graves, versus the Victor, and versus the Olaf. We need to see how Aurora uses that between worlds to be able to actually split the fight up, slow them down so you can Cataclysm and flag and drag out as Dane rather than having to fully commit. Because fully committing here into the Absolve comp is disaster post sort 2-3 items.
Okay, so the top side has been fully clear. Dane has now discovered this, heading down towards bot side, maybe back on to see if he can just change up the timing and head back, but Cast is waiting for him. He's just going to get this damage down. He's going to dash forward, gets the Q off the wall, and Dane quickly flags and drags to safety. So a bit of health chunked off as well, and now Cast has 2 more quadrants on his side to work on.
I would really like here Cast just taking his chickens and then running over to bot side.
Just
because Dane has got to get something just to make sure you've already got Beanlord out on the map here.
That might
he
be
should be walking
like
up to cover. He should be walking up to cover right now, these camps, and not allowing Dane any entry into this jungle. Because don't forget, Seraphine is very, very slow to this play. At least another 15-20 seconds out.
Yeah,
Dane can't get anything. This is great. This is triple quadrant for Absolve's jungle. This is dream for Graves.
Wonderful start for the Absolve jungler for Cast here, coming through, taking early control. As we can see, CS basically even across the board. Wormsoul is going to be playing with kill threat into Lego Man. And this now puts Serbi in a bit of a bind. They need to try and find a way to keep themselves in control of this game as Lego Man takes a fat chunk for Wormsoil. One more undertow and an auto could do it. But a flash away is forced by the Rumble, and it's just the ghost for Olaf. However, Dane's round the corner. Does he have the combination? Wormsoul likely will lose the flash as well, but followed by Jarvan.
Wait, hold on.
Does he win this 1v1? He surfed himself up and the turret helps him out. Wormsoul with the first blood. TP back in for Lego Man. But Olaf's already free and clear.
Welcome to the NLC, Wormsoil Olaf. This is the kind of this is what he does. This is what he does. Anyone who's watched the scene, this guy on Olaf seems to make people play into him. Emil under threat in mid, but has to burn flash. Krids is doing
one. Oh dear. There's no one on the top side to punish Krids. He's going to be able to walk out of this one, but Emil uses his own flash. Krids holds on to it. So some pressure being applied in mid lane, but Absolve don't crack.
It's a preemptive flash for Emil that could have spelt disaster, but Krids under tower for way, way, way too long. Doesn't have to burn flash himself. As we see there, the root coming down as well. Fred Spaghetti. This lane is very much going to be the case of Mel, just clear the waves, get a bit of mana onto you and keep clearing. You're not looking to fight because we just don't have the sustained damage or the push here. So it really is a case of, can we get the Leona out on the map? We've already strong-sided our Olaf really right by that split map and put the Jarvan very much in a bad spot. We've even Jarvan's played into that by giving the kill over, as Wormsoul is going to be feeling very happy with himself in this game too. And let's just see if Cast wants to make anything happen onto this top side again, because there is some vision, but you should feel pretty controlled as Emil's jumped.
Emil, a flashless Emil, but Beanlord's come around the corner. Wormsoul once again trying to fight to death with Lego Man, looks for a last undertow, doesn't go for the full kill threat. And Beanlord is able to get Emil out of that bind in mid lane, but Cast round the corner, just in time to clean it up if he can dash through and get the autos in line. And there it is, picked up. He has to flash away to keep himself from dying to the turret. But now bot side, Fred Spaghetti's been caught in a 1 versus 2 right now. Madzev stepping up to assist. A stun out from Beanlord, gets the cleanse out from Ash. And now Cast finds himself on the wrong side of town, but he's got the level advantage. Dane doesn't want to commit. The bot lane fight's still going. Aggressive flash from Madzev over the solo snare. Forces the retreat from Bloodlust. But the minions, the Leona, Beanlord with the auto attacks. Because he have a Zenith Blade. He doesn't have the cooldown. Shoots it, misses it. And both bot lanes escape without going down. That is very dicey stuff, Rob.
And on the other side, Cast falls. So overall, while we're seeing this scrapping bot that was incredibly close, and honestly with you, Beanlord is looking for that re-engage right now. He's going to look for a follow-up play with the Hex Flash. Not to be. Cast falls on that top side. Took some camps away, has a bit of a CS lead, but does end up giving over his life, and a lot of that pressure now removed. Oh god, Beanlord. Not Beanlord, Bloodlust. They've got the Bloodlord bot lane is struggling a little bit here.
I prefer Beanlust myself, but
the Beanlust. Oh, interesting.
But I think the rebuttal cooldown will be back at this point. But they were fishing for it. They've actually cancelled the recall, but they're on vision. Cast is coming down the river. He's also going to be spotted by a ward, I believe, just on the entrance. Maybe not. Madzev clipped by the Zenith Blade. The mana is used. Rebuttal is there as well. Bloodlust finds one, and Cast is going to pick up two. Absolved expertly reeling in the Serbia Esports bot lane, and they find them eventually as Wormsoul now once again getting scrappy with Lego Man. It's a retreat back to the turret for Rumble. The trade is decent, but Wormsoul has that Hex Drinker shield in the pocket.
I'm really liking Absol's proactivity here. You see Cast skipping his camps, despite being that Graves, running straight to bot. Is the one first one to play as opposed to the Jarvan. And if that had been a little bit more delayed, you're seeing Dane coming in and maybe saving something there. Not to be, as Cast is so active. Crids.
Oh dear, walked right slap bang into the middle of them, sidesteps the collateral damage. Can Emil get into range with the last death ray to get it done? No, he can't. Crid slips away, and Serbia avoid losing more. Ashar collides with the Graves, and there's the Seraphine set up over the wall. Madzev around the corner. Does he have the DPS to get it down? Cast trying to put some space between them. Fred Spaghetti threatening over the wall. Can he dash over the wall? Crids barely doesn't clip him. There's the second ability. And finally, Crids will get a bit of revenge. Now Beanlord being run down by Madzev with Ranger's focus. Emil doesn't really have the mana to stick this play. He does have a gravity well, but Madzev steps aside. Crids still watching on low HP, and Beanlord is going to get slowly chipped away. Bloodlust now arriving. Does he have a full combo? Misses the Q, connects the solar snare, has an ultimate ready. One more Q should get him in range for it. Rebuttal onto Fred Spaghetti. Emil under threat. Down goes the Camille. Victor is well traded. And these fights are getting scrappier and scrappier. Rob Sorby stepping up to match the aggression.
They recognise, okay, we will not go quietly into that good night. We are the Danish representative, and we will stand our ground. Great Ash Arrow lands onto Cast. The follow-up from Dane. Dane knew he was giving his life for that play, quite clearly. But he respected, he goes, okay, this will result in something that is very beneficial for us. Madzev coming in as well, slowly taking down Beanlord very, very slowly. And then even though Bloodlust is there to make something happen and kill Fred Spaghetti, it ends up being the kill onto Emil onto the top side that matters a little bit more. Crids hovered around on very, very low HP. And honestly, very impressive. This fight in top, this is a dead
sending it with the Berserker's Rage. Doesn't quite get the kill, Wormsoul. He gets his shield popped as well, and Crids is rotating up. He has Ghost running, has Flash available, sees the Aurora spells and will flash away, so Wormsoil commits a lot, doesn't find the kill that he wants. Now Cast and Emil stepping in for round number 2. Dane working on the blue buff. Crids round the corner still. Cast does secure the buff as well. It's another steal for the Graves, and Dane has to retreat. Lego Man's not been able to get away either. Cast throws the ultimate over, barely doesn't get the kill that he wants, dashes the wall to get that final chip of damage, and a Q will do it.
And right there, you're just seeing, well, if you're going to be aggressive into us, Serbi, we're going to keep going and going and going. Yes, we see the Wormsoul Olaf. Yes, it's winning lane. Yes, it's causing a lot of problems, but it really is this combination in mid lane. The Danish-Swedish duo of Cast Emil running the map right now. And Cast is just everywhere. Look at the CS lead in jungle and the kill lead. This is an incredibly strong Graves. I had concerns about how strong he would be if the game remained in a neutral state against the champions of that bot side. It looks like Cast is doing pretty damn well in this game too.
Yeah. And that's with all the camp skipping as well to get these kills locked in. He's skipping camps is still 34 CS up, not too shabby. As Bloodlust has 3 members coming for him. Spots it, tries to TP out, but the Mad Zeph ultimate is there. And he throws out the Solar Snare, doesn't have enough damage on the board to quite get in range of the ultimate execution. Almost, to be honest, and a shutdown is secured by Mad Zeph. He makes it difficult, but Bloodlust still falls.
It was a heal coming out from Fred Spaghetti that really was needed to keep Mad Zeph alive. That would have been a crazy turnaround kill, not to be. But meanwhile, on the other side, this Rumble could not enter top lane right now. Has to just be concerned about being dove. And yes, you're giving over a little bit on the bot side. Yes, Bloodlust used TP and still fell. But the advantages gained elsewhere currently are outweighing the negatives that we've seen coming out that Absolved on the bot side. Yes, this dragon, but Dane is being fought. I mean, this is just Absolved wanting to fight and scuffle. They just want to keep going because they feel so empowered.
Bean Lord tries to get stuck in, cannot prevent the dragon being taken. Fred Spaghetti will get out as well. Emil feeling a lot more confident in mid lane now, despite the 2 kills on Crids. Emil with the tankiness the Catalyst offers and the wave clear that Victor has on deck is pretty comfortable in this lane. Should be a team fight threat later. Wormsaw once again continuing to take any opportunity to pop the ultimate and start a fight with Lego Man. The equalizer's going to come down. Surely it's at least a trade. Neither of them have died. There's the shutdown, in fact. Mad Zeph, though, has to flash away from the stun in mid lane. And Wormsaw finally oversteps his bounds. Emil has to flash away from the Between Worlds as well. Crit keeping the threat as Cast finds a play of his own. Beanlord sets it up, but he needs to get in range for the Graves autos. Beanlord tanks the turret as long as he can. And Cast with the turret shots. Fred Spaghetti rings around Absolved, makes him look mighty foolish in bot lane.
Every time we want to talk about one fight, another one starts. In that top lane, Wormsaw goes a little bit too deep, and the return around kill is from the turret damage plus a little bit extra added by Lego Man. And then everywhere else, fights in mid lane. Emil gets away but has to flash because Crids come in to support. And you saw there, Beanlord was trying to leave the kill to give to Cast.
Yep.
And it doesn't come to be, and they give a kill over. So this was a game that was very much in Absolved's control. It's now within 500, 600 goals. The kill score is even, and Serbi have a Drake. So, despite all these early game shenanigans, despite a huge CS lead in jungle, with that lead in jungle, it must mean that that gold is being sort of funneled elsewhere, and we'll have to see if Absolved can sort of not stop the rot, but stop the sort of funky plays that are resulting in them going even here when they should really be coming out ahead.
Yeah, it was the calm and methodical approach to teamfights last game that secured them that win and allowed them to find the comeback. So far, they are a little bit hypier, a little bit more kind of passion-driven, shall we say, in these plays. And with picks like the Wormsaw Olaf, you kind of have to expect it to some degree. But they do need to keep in control, otherwise they will open the door for Sorby to mount the same comeback on them. They have plenty of playmaking tools. Ash Arrow, for example, which clatters into Emil. Here's the follow-up by Dane and Crids. And do they have enough damage to get this over the line? Is there another combo? A skill shot misses from Aurora, and Emil is allowed to skulk away.
No flash, but not punished. Cataclysm not used. I'd have to check. We'd have to go back and see if it was even available. It should have been available. I'm surprised it wasn't put down by Dane to secure the kill. Emil limps away, and Crids hopping into that gravity field locks down the Aurora as well. So no kill coming through on a play that was using a little resources here, one of their playmaking tools. And yeah, I just think that Absolved, they just need... They're not this kind of team. We've never really seen this sort of wanton aggression from them. No. And talk about wanton aggression. In goes Olaf again as just trying to clear the way.
Just pressing the button on cooldown. Why not? He had the more shield, but didn't want to commit to that. Maybe has a little bit of restraint instilled from that last shutdown given over. Not so for Cast, though, is going to steal another buff from Dane. This is likely going to be a fight over it. The root comes down, though, and the Jarvan already suffering. Cast picks it up with no problem. Crit's now on the flank, but he's going to get chased back to the turret. And meanwhile, topside Wormsoil finds the kill anyway.
So we'd have to go back and maybe see what happens top there, because I thought Lego Man was respecting this Olaf enough in a matchup where Wormsail really is having a good go of it, walks up too far, and even without the Ragnarok available, it looks like the Ghost was used and Wormsail just ran at him. And with that Moraman Mortius, it's very, very hard for any magic damage top laner, in particular melee magic damage top laners like the Rumble, to survive the onslaught of the Olaf. And you're winning on both sides of the map here at the moment, Absolved. You've got to come up with something, and they're trying on Emil.
Won't get the stunts they need. Good sidesteps from the Absolved mid laner. So far, the quietest in terms of the kill feed, but generally just needs to keep his nose clean, not give that gold over. And that's the name of the game here. 3,000 gold now. The lead returning for Absolved after a fairly shaky last 5 minutes. They do manage to get things back under control. They're getting some good item spikes landing now. Mel approaching that second item before too long with the heavy burst build using the Luden's Echo first. We've got a Roa stacking for Emil. And you can see in the gold differences here, just look at that jungle difference. Over 2.5 in the favor of Cast.
It really is almost the entire gold lead is just in that jungle. And if you look at the item choices, there's a couple interesting things here. The Mel, you said, going for that burst build, not going towards what we've seen sometimes a proto belt second for the stats of the proto belt and a little bit of mobility. You can squeeze yourself out of a Jarvan Cataclysm using a proto belt. If you go and practice tool with a friend and try that one, it is possible. And then on the other side, you're seeing obviously the more Mortius finished for the Olaf, wanting for that 1v1 play. If you look at elsewhere, the Kraken save for the Ashes is not so common anymore. Usually we see a Hex Optics. This is giving you a little bit more combat power on 1, but a lot weaker on 2 and 3 as you don't have that crit damage. And oh my god, it's the moment.
So,
is it happening?
In the 1 versus 3, can Serbi keep a lid on this one? Dane's had to flash away, and Madzef and Fred Spaghetti, they put the bully circle up, they hold him at arm's length, and they do manage to secure the Worm Soul kill. They'll likely get the Herald as well. Answer from Absolved, they've got pushes in mid and bot.
They should get Drake off this as well. Notice that they're just taking Herald. Just go and get that objective Bloodlust. A little bit up in mid lane, but there isn't anything. There's no arrow. There's nothing else available to catch out the APC of Absolved. And yeah, they will just secure the Drake. This should be theirs. And go back to the item bit quickly as well. Graves is not going Sunder Sky. Graves is not going tankier. Cast feels so strong right now and is almost up 70 plus CS.
Collector time.
It's Collector into maybe what, LDR or what would be a shield bow or something for a little survivability. This is an incredibly strong Graves. If Cast is on top of Madzef or Fred Spaghetti, he will one-shot him.
Lust, struggling, Crits repositions, the rebuttal is baited, a flash away used, Mel ult, the Golden Eclipse can't do it, but the tower shot will. Wormsoul was there if needed, but Beanlord has found his way onto Fred Spaghetti as well, and Cast and Emil chasing down the Seraphine, a flash is burnt. And they won't find the second target, the rest of Serbi melt into the jungle. It's 1-for-1 overall.
1-for-1, but map control to Absolved as the rest of Serbi really want to get a reset off. And that just gives over any more control of the map towards Absolved, in more particular Cast, who is so far ahead. I keep having to say this, but there really isn't anywhere for Dane to find entry here to get gold into himself. It would have to be a play onto a side lane, and that's a Jarvan playing into what is most likely an Olaf. You could see in that 1 versus, 3-4 on the Herald, yes, you can kill him. But a 1 versus 2 is very, very doable right now for Wormsoul. So Dane is just having to pick up scraps where he can. And Serbi, they kind of just need to come together. Use the Ash Arrow to look for a pick. It can't be onto Mel because of the Reflect. It can't be really onto the owner unless Beanlord steps too far up. So you're looking at, well, it's Emil, isn't it? Maybe Cast, but definitely Emil is the target. If they can punish this Victor on a side or somewhere in the jungle, there's a good chance they can start taking fights with the numbers advantage and actually win something here. Because at the moment, Absolved are just being a little bit faster, put faster trigger, a little bit more aggressive, and have a lot more control.
Wormsoil still always waiting for a chance to batter Lego Man. That is his sole purpose, his raison d'etre on this earth right now, is just to keep this Rumble tied down into a side lane. And so far, Serbi have been unable to really put a stopper on this guy. Dragon up in 3 minutes, not long to, or not close to the soul potential. Absolved have a lot more time on the map to really just try and exploit these lane matchups, trying to keep building that advantage for Cast. It looks like we're going to be Flame Horizoning before long, Rob. We're already approaching it. We're not even at the 20-minute mark.
This is I believe the kids say jungle diff at the moment when it comes to the goal.
Kids say.
That's what I believe what they say, you know, as you shouted out GoFollow earlier about, you know, the unks and etc. I'm one of those unks who might go and have to play in it. And Cast right now, they are, I mean, just back to the game, Cast he's just so far ahead. He's going towards what looks like maybe a Mortal Reminder third. And if you ever face Graves, 1 item, he does a bit. 2 items, he does a bit more. 3 items, once he gets percentage armor pen, he's running around one-shotting your entire team.
He's blowing your head off.
He's actually playing PvE right now. He's just running around the map, taking every resource he can. He's 188 CS. He's over 10 CS a minute right now on a jungler.
Yeah. Dane just sadly opening the lid on his jungle camp going, oh, this one's empty as well. Okay, I'll check my wolves. Oh, they're gone.
Oh.
That's I suppose. As now, we have a play from Beanlord looking here, trying to find a stun. Nails it onto Fred Spaghetti, and there's the follow-up from Bloodlust. No escape for the Seraphine that time. And the support is quickly taken as a TP into the backline. Lego Man could look for an equalizer if they want to extend this. Wormsoul with a TP at the ready, but currently still focusing on bot lane.
I think this is the best Absolve can do right now after that play, is just get that bot turret, make sure mid stays pushed up, and let Cast go and do what Cast does, which is currently killing chickens. Lego Man steps up, right?
Trying to start it. Dane locks down the Victor, but where's the follow-up? None of the rest of Sorby can get in range. Wormsoul has arrived. The equalizer goes nowhere, and Bloodlust's already taken down Jarvan. Berserker Rage pop for Wormsoil. We've seen how this story ends, Rob. This is going to be a chase down. The Ghost as well, used for good measure. And this is going to leave Absolve with their choice of movement on the map. Now, there is a Baron up in 13 seconds. Are we going for the 20-minute spawn?
I mean, we've got the damage. Look how strong all of our members are. The Graze is going to do a lot. The Olaf, if he wants to come down, will also do a lot. They are going for it. Let's see how fast they do this one, because the response would have to be a 3 versus 5 for Serbia, and that's going to be a fight that you never want to have to take. I think they have to drop this. Going for this play is so risky.
Lego Man still not off the fountain just yet. Dane only just spawned. Bloodlust looking for an angle. Beanlord once again. It's another setup onto Fred Spaghetti. The support or combat is massive for Absolve. The focus from Beanlord is there. He will give his life holding the line. But Sorby Esports cannot stop the Baron. They will head up to this top side. Do they have the wherewithal to escape? The LP bars aren't looking great. Krids has a bit of burst to offer, but no ult, no flash. In comes a flank by Cast, trying to threaten the chasing members. Dane's doing what he can, but Graves will see them off at the pass. Absolve walk away with 4 buffs.
Let's see, off of this reset, what items are completed. If Graves gets... Oh my god, Graves has more reminder. It's a 3-item Graves before 21 minutes. 212 CS.
And you Flame Horizon minutes ago, I didn't even notice when it actually happened, to be honest. It's just felt so inevitable. And this is an unreal performance from Cast on this Graves. Just starting to see the window to bring it back into the rotation of picks. Making huge value out of it every time. And we have a Dragon now being started up. Unlikely to be contested by Sorby here if they know what's good for them. They are really not in a strong spot to fight.
The way to look at it is, what does Serby need to do? Force a fight. What is Graves really good at denying? A forced fight because he one-shots you. And right now, Dane has to give his life on every single play. The gold difference is absolutely massive just in that one role. Absolved is just going to go again and again. They feel so strong, and they should. They've got Thanos in jungle right now. He will snap anyone who is below about 2,000 HP as they can make a play.
But Victor, all triple lockdown for Cataclysm. The flashes are there, though. Cast is back in and takes that counter kill. Krids into the backline. Where's the burst? Looking for Bloodlust. Beanlord's doing what he can, but he cannot lock down this Aurora. It's a shutdown. 1-for-1, but Wormsoil has found an angle into the backline. The turret, though, doing a lot of work. Lego Man with the stasis. Wormsoil overshoots. Cast flashes over to step in, to take the bull by the horns and secures the triple kill. Slides over the wall to safety. And Mad Zeph left alone standing, watching the destruction of his own base.
And you just see there, okay, Serby, they recognise. We can go in. We have to make a play. We're so far behind. They lay a Cataclysm on top of the Encore. They get multiple members locked down in that CC chain, but it is not to be. Dane gives his life. So, do you know how fast that Java melted? That's what happens when you're this far behind against a Graves, when you're being locked up by Emil, when you're being locked down by the Leona. And then the follow-up play is let's just play forward. And honestly, Absolve didn't play that mechanically great, right? Wormsoil walked in a bit too far, isn't that tanky, doesn't get the autos down and dies, but still, it's a winning fight for Absolved. And this is just the case. They have such a gold lead right now onto the crucial members. The way Serbia have to play this isn't strictly forcing a fight in 5-5. It's that they have to get a pick first. They have to blow someone up first, preferably Cast if you could do it, and then go for the next play and the next play. They aren't at the moment able to find those inroads. As long as Absolve doesn't give it to them, this will be the UK representative, the second seed from the UK, knocking out the sole Danish representative that joined NLC Summer.
Yeah, Absolved, as you mentioned before, Rob, already took Fortress out in the last chance qualifier as a chance to finish the job versus Denmark here and send the entire Dansk Ligaen pack in with this match against Sorby. The push is coming in across multiple lanes right now. Bloodlust and Emil. A mage duo in topside. So much burst threat there. Beanlord, though, will tank up the Ash Arrow. Mikhails himself to safety. A little bit of a Captain Jack moment for Beanlord. You don't often see the supports pulling it on themselves, but there you go. Cast crashing in mid lane. Wormsoil in bot lane too.
I mean, right here, Serby has to force, right? They can't keep losing structures and losing map control. But where do you force? The Ash Arrow is your main tool to gauge at range. That's already been used. You're not going to be able to run into Olaf right now because you'll lose top turret and Olaf walks away. Graves is pushing sides. So this is an odd sort of 1-3-1, more like a 3-1-1, that Serbi can't break out of this claw-like grip. They've got to find something. But that is not being offered to them by Absolved. Every time Serbi walk down, the other side walk away. And when they walk back up to defend the lane, Wormsaw walks back in to take the inhib. This is just incredible map control from Absolved. And Serbi, you got to go at some point because they're knocking at the door.
This is the map management that we saw from Absolved in the last game, knowing how to push their advantage, not leaving the window open for punishment. Not so much as well. Wormsaw has gotten a little excited at times, so a stun comes down to Madzef. He has to cleanse away. He'll avoid the initial engage. Ultimate for a summoner spell, but the inhibitor's still under threat. Bot's already fallen. Dane's gone in deep. He's got to catch on to Bloodlust. He's given his life for it, but an encore will secure 2 kills. The Arcane Storm pushes Serbi back, but they've already gotten the 2-for-1 here.
I'm going to get the inhib, and the arrow's coming in. Okay, just goes wide. Wormsaw should be able to get out of this with the Ghost if he wants to.
Krids wants to fight over it. Wormsaw's got an ult and a Ghost if he wants to drop it. Caster's waiting in the wings to see if he's needed. But Sorby, at least, I think, can just be happy with a moment's breathing room right now. 2 inhibs down as they are. They at least managed to get a couple of kills on the board.
They find that sort of classic counter to the sort of 1-3-1 sort of style. You just have to go onto the 3 and hope that you have enough of a timer to blow up the members before the support comes in. They do. They pick up that bot lane, and now they get a bit of breather room. They need to fix their waves, Trajan. Look at bot lane, look at mid. They should be conceding this Drake. Fighting for this one is very, very risky in the open sort of ground without their backs against their base with that sort of safety of the turrets.
Yeah, when it's not even a soul.
Yeah, I would not be looking at this. I understand that it would make them a lot tankier and make the next play a lot harder because of that increased magic resist and that increased armor and that increased effective HP on Absolve. But I do think you have to just sort the map state out right now if you are Serbi. And you're not going to get control over mid because that's permanently pushing because the inhibitor's out. You're not going to get control over bot. Just get the gold into you, lads. Otherwise, you're not going to be coming away with a win here. You are significantly behind on those crucial targets. And once again, I mean, it's a 4-item Graves now. And if you can't pick up cast, you're not winning the game.
I think at least what we can say is Absolved are looking for a Baron. Maybe a rebuttal on the Ashar onto Krids. A little bit delayed on the follow-up though. Absolved maybe weren't quite ready for it and they don't find a counter kill. But Wormsaw and cast, they're already halfway done with the Baron. Dane is nowhere near. And that's going to be the objective with no contest once again. I think from the aspects of Serbi we were talking about before, it does feel like in this second game, at least, Madzef has been able to show a little bit more of that quality. The mechanics have been strong. He's been able to keep himself safe. He's looking to make plays. Obviously, game 1 was not the most comfortable for him or anyone else on Serbi. But there is still flashes of that quality. It just feels like the rest of the roster necessarily cannot quite step up around him as Cast is really using a lore-accurate shotgun right now. Emil, though, flashes in for the laser to seal the deal on Krids.
You lose the Aurora play, you lose the Between Worlds, which was burnt there to try and pick up Bloodlust, was not to be, and now it's a 4 versus 5 defense in your own base. Dane feels he's got to go.
Catch onto Emil, but Cast still safe, dives into the Cataclysm, feels comfortable with it. The equalizer is there. Emil's been traded down. Madzef on the flank with the DPS. He's going to find Beanlord. Double for Cast. Can they deal with the Graves? Wormsoil, target locked, and Madzef evaporates in front of this top side for Absolved. The ace is completed. The Baron wave streaming in. And Absolved will eliminate the entire region of Denmark in one fell swoop. Serbia eliminated and Absolved advance.
We say goodbye, farewell, Auf Wiedersehen, and many other languages of choice to Serbi, the Danish champions. I'm sure someone in chat can bring up what's the Danish goodbye. Yeah. We say 07 to the Dane representatives here. The first team eliminated from NLC Summer. And I think they're going to be a bit disappointed. Madzef, Fred Spaghetti, they had the high highs of EMEA Masters last bit already, and they're crashing out here first in a 2-0 fashion as well. This was honestly, other than the beginning of game 1, not really a close series. And in this game 2, what a destruction in that jungle role coming out of Cast. Yes. Incredible performance from a guy that didn't even start this split on Absolve, came into a struggling team. We know what it was like for them in the UK scene. They rebuilt themselves a little bit, made a few roster changes, and they look phenomenal here against the Danes. And we'll have to see who they go face next in the next round, because I don't think you can underestimate them with this performance what you've seen coming out of them today.
No, not with the development we are seeing week on week from Absolved. The extra time, the practice they are having in the NLC ecosystem has got to be doing wonders for them here, trying to build themselves up. They have turned it around in the Four Nations into playoffs starting later on in August. And for the NLC, they have saved themselves some elimination. They still need 2 more series wins to make it to playoffs, but that's certainly a good way to start that comeback campaign. Let's go to a quick break. I'll be back hopefully with an interview with one of the victorious Absolved players in just a few minutes, guys. So we'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to the NLC. Absolved have completed their 2-0 victory over Surby Esports, knocking out the Danes and advancing to the next round of Swiss. And we have an interview with the victorious jungler. Who else to talk to than Cast coming off of that game? And look at the big smile on his face. And we'd expect nothing less. Welcome to the interview, my friend.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Hope you guys doing well. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Please, hope you guys enjoyed the show. Yes, sir. W, man. W.
Yeah, you were putting on the fireworks for us in that game for sure. You've been bringing this Graves back a little bit recently. We've seen it come out once or twice. Yes, what are the circumstances that you look for to find the Graves angle to bring this champion back into the rotation?
Bro, honestly, Graves can be played anytime, anywhere. That champion is broken, bro. Like, I'm glad they're banning Kindred. Bro, that champion is ass right now. It's butt cheeks, man. I'm happy they're banning Kindred. They should be banning Vi, Graves. These champions are the broken one. Point and click ultimate, the Graves, like, you have infinity armor, magic resist. No, this champion is busted. Like, people are not respecting it. Like, they should be picking it more. Like, it's good. It's good. Like, you guys should agree. Like, does this look balanced?
It looked pretty good, bro. I'm not going to fight you on that one. It looked pretty good.
I've always been a Graves sim, don't worry. I was going to ask you here. Yes, come into Absolved midway through the split, and I can tell you've got a lot of energy. You've got a lot of energy.
Yes,
and clearly, we saw them in the beginning of the split, at least in the UK league, be lacking that kind of energy in-game. Is this what you're bringing to the team? Are you bringing the calls? Are you bringing the vibes? Or are you're also bringing, clearly, the jungle diff? Because we saw that today. Is it just something where you feel like you fit really well into this team? Because I know you were on Leo in the past. You played in the Swedish scene.
Yes,
how are you finding the UK? How are you finding Absolved?
You know, that's a good question. Yeah, but like I like to go in. Like, I like to fight. Like, even I ask people. Nah, I'm just joking. But yeah, like, Vi, ulti, go in. I like to go in, bro. I think the game, there's a lot of opportunities, you know, that turn up, and and you are correct. Bro, I'm sick of this like stalemate type of gameplay. Bro, if I see an angle, I will always take it. And yeah, I used to play like for Leo, right? And we did really well. We went 6-3. And me and Rusty have that mindset. You guys know who Rusty is, yeah? W Rusty.
Oh yeah,
bro.
Rusty.
We always looking. We're always checking. Hey guys, we can go in here, you know. But it wouldn't be possible without my teammates, of course. A shout out, I'm not gonna shout out Wormsol, Camille, bro. That was the worst shit ever, man. But yeah, Emil, my teammates, Bo3, yeah, they're doing good, man. They're doing good. Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing great. Love to hear that. We know at least Wormsol likes to go in at the very least. We're picking Olaf blind for this guy. Like, at least he's gonna follow you in, surely.
Yeah, but he can be 10-0, but we're always gonna see that 10-1. He's gonna die to his laner at all times, man. Bro, like.
He's never finished a game deathless, that's for sure. That's never happened.
He always surprises me, bro. He always surprises me. Yeah.
Not to like sell you out a little bit. Why is your Discord tag still from the Leo Discord? Do Absolved have something to worry about here? Yeah. You guys could be playing against them in a future round. Do we need to checking this one out?
Bro, hey, you're doing some research. Hey, no, but guys, I'm playing in Absolved. But my heart is always gonna be Leo. Like that's just it, man. That's just it.
Okay.
But no, I have too much heart. I played for them for almost 2 years. You know, I did it for 2.5 plus years. I'm still in great contacts with them. Absolved, don't feel offended, Absolved. Like, I'm still here to win.
When you face a Swedish team, but in particular, if you had to face Leo on the Rift, are you going to be like crying as you're having to pull the trigger? You know, oh, I'm so sorry for having to put you down. Like, is that what we're going to see here? Are you going to be bringing out stuff like the Graves again and pulling that trigger on the Swedish reps? Or are you going to sit there and give into your Swedish heritage and play for the... I'm just asking because you're coming out saying you love Sweden, right?
We're doing journalism right here.
We're doing journalism. I'm just checking to make sure that when you come and have to face those Swedes, you're going to be knocking them down with the best of them from the UK.
Okay, why do you think we were losing towards back to you, you know? Predicted to you, I mean. I want to say back to you. Why do you think I was griefing on that Vi, you know? Why do you think that Shaco pick was open? Close. You know, no, I'm just joking. But I represent... I would happy, like, if Leo wins, Leo wins. If I win, Sweden still wins. So it's like a WW, you know? It's like a WW. Yeah. So, but... facing Leo, it would hurt me a bit. Yes, but
Sure.
Would you cry? I'm asking. Would you cry in game? Would you
Yeah.
in comms? Would you be like, as you're
tear
murdering them in the base?
shed for
Would you be
Leo.
like, oh, I'm so sorry, typing sorry in all chat the entire time on every single kill?
you know the best feeling ever, that to see that victory screen after the game. It's the most satisfying thing ever, bro. I will do anything to achieve that. And if I lose, I lose.
There
I
you
need to
go.
work harder for next time. But I will do always anything, everything in my power to see that victory screen on my face. If I lose 10 losses on a row, 20 losses in a row, I will still fight for that victory, 21st game, you know?
That's a true, authentically, honestly addicted League player.
Yes,
I love
sir.
that. I love that from
Yes,
you.
sir.
Okay, any final words for the fans? You had some real shooters come out in force in the chat today.
Yes, sir.
Any final words for the fans out there?
Hey, W chat. Hey, I'm gonna give you guys a vacation tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. But yeah,
Love that.
shout
Thank you
out
very much,
to
guys.
Absolved as well. Yeah, shout out, big shout.
Yes.
All right, thank you guys.
Big shout out. Thank you, Absolved. Thank you, Cast. Congratulations once again. We'll
Thank
see
you
you
very
guys
much.
in the future rounds.
See
Best
you
of luck
guys.
in the rest of Swiss.
See you. Bye.
Okay, right. What a bundle of energy that guy is. Oh my word, he was juiced.
I love
he was
it.
pumped up
I
for
love
that
it.
game. We love to see that. Okay, right. Let's reset. Mental deep breaths, everybody. Okay, Absolved are taking the win. Next series on the block, we've already got another elimination series to play, and that is 2 Massive versus Rich Gang. Another Swedish roster that I'm sure, Cast would happily blow out the water again if given the chance. But we do have to move on to the next series. Quick update from the other first round. Arctic Pandas completed their 2-0 over DMG. So Arctic Panda's going to move up to that 2-1 bracket with a chance to qualify in the next round. DMG to 1-2, now facing elimination in their next set of matches. So we'll see what the draw looks like for them going forward. DMG, always a dark horse, but maybe still working to put that new roster together a little bit. Okay, Rob, 2 Massive, Rich Gang. What are we doing? What are we talking about? Where are we looking here? 2 Massive, the second representatives from Sweden. Rich Gang, the, I believe, second representative from Norway,
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think what we've seen from both of them, it has been not so convincing, I think, at the moment. This will be very much a matchup where we can finally get some lay of the land. One of them obviously is going to come away victorious. I think Rich Gang feel a little bit disappointed. I believe they were 2-1 against Leo in the final round. And we're seeing that Rich Gang had something that I have to check what the rosters are exactly as well, because we had Lifetime playing and then they I believe IWT Gank has come in for them to double check that one production if that's possible with the rosters in the old ears. Can we see what the rosters are? Is that a possibility?
Yeah.
Because we have to
Let's look at
know
the
who's
roster.
playing today, because I
Yeah.
do believe Lifetime is not playing or was not at least put down for this game. And I think that's a
Sure.
crucial point here where Rich Gang disappointed with the fact they're 0-2 and they're wanting to make changes. Okay, we get
Yeah, I
Divine.
mean-
Divine is playing top lane for Mat 2 Massive today. That's the first update that we can get.
Sure. Okay, so we have Divine moving from originally bot lane from the original preseason rosters up to top side, and now we have Mesclick coming down into the bot lane role. So teams are looking for shakeups, right? And we'll see the same thing from the Rich Gang roster as well. But both these teams at these kind of final moments are looking to try and make the changes they need to make. Lifetime, of course, was a relatively inexperienced player, strong ladder performance, but ultimately seems like they're trying to go a different direction with IWT Ganku coming in the jungler. Absolutely right. So, we've seen the success that teams can find with roster changes. Look no further than Absolved for the success of mid-season roster changes. If they're the right fit, if they can get the team rowing in the right direction, if they can plug the gaps, it can be very effective. And I think for me, for Rich Gang at least, I think I've liked some of what I've seen from Zeronix. I think for Bennett as well. Their carries, I do have a little bit more faith in, having seen them. Obviously, they've not been able to put the wins on the board just yet. Rich Gang have gotten at least one game win. They went 0-2 and then 1-2, I believe, against Leo.
Yes.
It was
It's
Leo. So Rich Gang have gotten a win under the belt, and like I say, I think their main carries through mid and bot have shown us a little bit of something. But ultimately, we are still waiting for them to really reach any sort of potential. They're definitely still struggling to put it together.
Yeah, I think, again, disappointment for Rich Gang. They came in as 15th seed. They faced the 10th seed in Leo. It was a very close series, and it was a performance, I believe, on Xylax on Leo on the Echo in Game 2. And I do think that when you are a team that comes in, and every National League team here really is the underdog, right, against the incumbents, and you get that first game, and then you go into that second game, and it comes a stomp. That's where there's a few stutters, a few problems where you can't keep the mental in, because you should really be looking to be taking away that series. And coming into today, 2 Massive haven't shown us much at the moment, right? They've had to have some very difficult opposition. They've had to face Deer, they've had to face DMG, right? So they had to face 2 NLC incumbents. This is their first time against a National League team. It is going to be a bit of a regional rivalry. Norway versus Sweden is always something that always entertains when we've had RPSs in the past. We'll have to see going forward which of these teams comes out on top, because B2U, the first Swedish representative, won the other day against Volda. Let's see if 2 Massive can repeat that and have one of our regional guests, Sleeper, jumping for joy, because I know how much that guy loves Sweden. I have to see if the Norwegians can upset Sleeper today.
Yeah, you know, we've said before, we know that the Swedish League tends to have a very deep run of quality that comes through it. They have been generating a lot of talent through the NLC ecosystem, through all the various iterations. Swedish League has always been there pumping out great players. We just spoke to Cast, he mentioned Rusty Sniper as well. There's a lot of players that we've seen, even in recent times, we're still seeing that happen. And B2U, you know, I was honestly quite surprised by them going down to 1-1, or I suppose I kind of expected that if anyone was going to be one of the National League reps to upset the apple cart in the first round, obviously I'd hoped one of them would be Broad, and that was almost the case. The other one I was looking at was most likely going to be B2U, as just a very successful, very strong roster with some very storied players coming out there. Now they are still 1-1, or I believe they're now 2-1. Sorry, they actually took that win over Volta. So yeah, they're 2-1 now on the cusp of qualification, and that just shows you kind of the quality that we're dealing with here. As teams like Leo and Lundqvist Lightside as well, still making their way through the Swiss. They're 2-1, I believe, at this stage too. So Sweden's still showing a deep run of quality here, and it's up for 2 Massive to see if they can just keep that run going and show that, I guess, at least the quality of competition they've been playing against is certainly very high. And at this level, having a solid, strong league with a lot of strong teams that can push you, that can demand that you learn to fix your mistakes, that you don't get kind of a free ride to make bad decisions and just get away with it. That is how you really help these teams develop, and that's true kind of from this level all the way up to tier 1 in some cases.
One thing I point out here though is when we look at the levels of the rosters, we do talk about B2U in that first week. They weren't at full strength. They had a sub jungle and sub top. They've now, for example, when against Volda, they had their full roster. They had Guvez in top lane, Nord in jungle, along with the regulars of Squidly, MKL, and Nodu. And so the Swedish scene does have some very, very good players, but I think when you then look at this 2 Massive roster getting onto this series, you're having to sub Divine in into top lane, who initially came into the roster as meaning to be the ADC. You aren't necessarily looking at that same level in terms of competitive experience and sort of name recognition, shall we say. Divine played I think a while ago. He hasn't necessarily been at the highest level of the scene for the longest time. Ake, Dashkai, Mesklik, and Luke is probably the one that we can highlight him. We highlighted him in that pre-show that we did way back at the beginning of the split. He played on Las Bombas in the very first split of this year for NLC. These are not... they have some names, a little bit of recognition, but most of the time it has been the case that these teams, they come in and sometimes they can overperform. We didn't know who they were, but when we've seen them on the Rift, they haven't really impressed yet. I think that the level for 2 Massive versus the other Swedish orgs is is lower, and I think Rich Gang are looking at today and going, we can upset that first. It's that first moment from Sweden where they kind of have to sort of drop out. If you look at the rest of the time, I think we've mostly had Sweden versus Sweden. And so Sweden always wins. Sweden always wins, but this will be the first time we're seeing Sweden maybe not come forward with a W in those matchups.
Yes, a last chance to try and fix it. I've been just taking a quick look at some of the stats from these first few games, especially for 2 Massive, and their average goal differential at 15 minutes is minus 5,000, which doesn't sound good to me. We haven't seen them too much on the stream, and we kind of, when we were talking, we were talking big talking up Ruddy's plus 5.6k average gold def at 15 on the Monday show. Didn't help them beat Deer, so you know, necessarily stats can only take us so far here, but it does give you a sense that these games are going wrong quickly and early. It's not necessarily that they're being drawn out into long messy games that they are struggling to close. This is a common problem that a lot of teams have. Even kind of teams that are contending for titles often cannot cleanly complete a win and then end up losing teams to the more experienced ones that can. However, it does seem like 2 Massive have a bit more of a fundamental problem to try and address here with that early game, just trying to get a good plan, a solid draft that they can execute lanes safely, get out into those kind of second, third, fourth Drake fights with a decent platform to build a team fight on. And that maybe needs to be the focus. Just try and start from square one, get yourself out of lane fine, and then you can try and actually sort of give yourself a game that's even playable, less even trying to work out how to play it cleanly.
I mean, the first thing I say is when I look at like the very first week of games, or the very first 2 game days, I can't take too much away because, again, for example, Rich Gang faced Ruddy, and you end up seeing that, well, 2 Massive had to face. Let me check here, Deer, as we said in the first round. Those are very strong teams. We've just seen Deer qualify, Ruddy obviously all the way up there as well. So then when you go to that second week, it's about how did they face off against maybe lower tier competition. Well, Rich Gang took a game off of Leo, and 2 Massive got blown out by DMG. And I really think that Rich Gang should come in today as the favourites. I think that overall, they've just been a little bit more solid. I did catch that game 1. And I think that it's something where, depending on how this roster change comes down, how it affects them, obviously with a change in jungle can very much change structure within a team. Everyone else on Rich Gang, like Zeronix has had a long history in the scene. He's been around for a very long time. Baner, or I believe it's Baker Benner, he used to be called back in the day. I've had coach teams that played against him. He's been around a long time as well, you know. And so
old Rob is that he must have been around for a long time.
He must have been around for a long time.
If Uncas coached versus him,
And I think that that sometimes when you have that experience on board, and you have, it's not just name recognition, but you also have like an understanding about how you want to play the game through years of playing comp. That should give you a much more solid basis on how actually to come through here. I don't think if you're Rich Gang, you're actually that worried coming into today. I do think 2 Massive probably on paper, along with weirdly enough, we had Absolved at the beginning ranked quite low, and they've kind of upset in some ways Serbi today. I think 2 Massive is the other team that we had as maybe going out first, and so Rich Gang should feel empowered today. It has currently been a day of an upset, at least on stream, not so much off stream. We'll see if that can continue though, because 2 Massive are going to have to lock in here, because Rich Gang I thought would come in as being a bit above some of those bottom 2, 3, and they need to show up a bit in this game 1.
Yeah, I'm trying to find here's my original tier list, or the average tier list, the average of everything tier list that the NLC took from all of the casters' inputs here actually had 2 Massive just above Rich Gang.
Really?
Right,
I think
right
you got to check. I got to check mine now. You got me questioning that I put them below. I think that's crazy.
Yeah. So they had Absolved top of D tier, and I remember putting them bottom of C. I gave a little bit more credence to Absolved there. Probably slightly biased, right? I can hold my hands up and say this. I'm a Four Nations caster. I want to believe in the boys, and they've given us good reason to today, so love that. But I think, for me, my D tier was 2 Massive and then RG, so I had 2 Massive above them then, and then I had Leo below both of them, which seems kind of harsh now, but we'll see if that holds true. It can't, technically, because at least one of those 2 has to go out today, and Leo was still in, so a bit of a goof for me there.
And I think, looking forward as well, if we...
I had Deer and C tier below Broad as well. That's a bit grim. That's not panned out, has it? Oh,
I was going to say, what have you done? How have you done that? I'm looking at... you got me questioning now. Well, I did put 2 Massive slightly above. I had most of the teams in C. I think I said this, any of these teams that I had on my C tier list could go 0-3 because it comes down to the matchup on the day. It comes down to, the meta, and we have had some quite turbulent metas in the past sort of months. Like, we've very quickly gone from enchanters through to this Camille stuff, through to, more engaged, through to some funkier picks coming through. And I think that when you have got maybe players that are more adaptable to that, we saw that obviously with maybe not so much Absolved, but we saw that with like Broad, for example. They get a lot of value off of metas change like that with having those changes in the bot lane. I did not have Dia below Brods because that would have been quite a harsh call, I do think.
Insane,
but
yeah, I took a swing.
I think looking at it here, the important thing for these teams going forward, whichever happens today, the way that our bracket works here is every team was seeded at the beginning of the split. 1 through to 16. And then as you beat a person with a higher seed than you basically claim that seed. So for today, Absolved came at 16th, Serbi came at 13th. Going forward, Absolved will be seed 30. And Serbi drop out at seed 16, basically, is the way to consider it. So your matchups in the next round are not drawn from a pool, at least if I'm understanding this correctly. They are very much you will face. So seed 13 will face, 12, 10, I think it's 9th? Seed 9, I believe, going through here. I had to double check that one. I believe it is seed 9 that they will end up facing, whoever is the highest seed coming out of that one-on-one bracket. So it would be VES. for example, would be
Yeah.
Zol's matchup, and then for whichever seed comes out today will come out as seed 13. They come out and face Leo.
Sure. Okay, so
So
they get to
it's
prove my tier list right or wrong.
So
they
it
have
really-
to beat Leo so that I can be redeemed in.
So
Just in part.
it really is a case here where the way that the seeding comes down is whoever comes out here is still going to have a very tough schedule going forward because they are at that sort of lower tier of the seeding. And I think whatever comes forward from this one, I think if it's Rich Gang, they should feel confident. If it's Too Massive today, I think Too Massive haven't shown enough against some of those better teams. It would be an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for listening to our NLC podcast, by the way. We
Yeah,
are
we're
currently just
waiting for
resolving some minor potential roster issues. We will have more information for you as soon as we have it, but we'll be getting into a game of some sort before too long, so don't worry. There will be more interesting things than us to look at imminently.
My face, don't get that off the screen. No one wants to see this. No one wants to see this. Run.
But even after he shaved, especially for today, he put the effort in. He's all cleaned up and ready to be presentable for the NLC audience. You know, I think we can give you some credit here. For anyone who doesn't know, Rob has the most absolutely pristine skin of any 31-year-old I've ever met. So, you know, props to him for that
He
one.
had to check my driver's license when he first met me. He just simply didn't.
Yeah.
If you looked at the screen right now, who would you say
sell
has
to him,
lived?
bro? I wouldn't sell to him, bro. I wouldn't let him in the club if I saw him. But
Who would you say here was older, and who would you say here has lived a harder life? Let the chat decide
Listen.
on that one. Either I know. I did get ready for today. I've got to do the NLC proud. I do think we'll have to see what series we do obviously get into. I believe, as you said, there may be some roster issues that we're currently looking to resolve. Again, thank you for having to put up with that one.
Let's talk a little bit about Broad versus Epic Avalanche, just in case we end up swapping over there. At the very least, it is going to be going on at the same time regardless, so it will be on co-streams. I believe Karagandi's co-streaming. I believe Broad as well over on Broad Sports are co-streaming it too, with a little bit of a casual cast for them. So Broad versus Epic Avalanche is interesting. I think that something that we heard from Vatuso in the post-game interview on Monday was that he doesn't really put a lot of stock by any of the national leagues, except one of the names he mentioned was Epic Avalanche. They played against them, I believe, at some point, and he thinks they actually do have a bit of sauce. Now, we obviously saw that Broad has enough sauce to functionally 2-0 Bulldog, and then admittedly
We're holding on to that one.
Admittedly, then lose control of it and then be quite relatively decisively beaten in a game 3. So Bulldog certainly did earn that best of 3 win, right? Once it came down to it, and Broad had to pick themselves back up. They did get the win over Sorby, and we've seen Sorby be eliminated now. So both of these are nationally themes that I think do have a bit of momentum behind them. They do have a little bit of proven success here. They are both 1-1, and it's pretty hard to split for me, I think, who should be advantaged today.
I think it already comes down to, are Broad prepared for some of the shenanigans the Finnish teams bring out? I mean, they don't have Mercer playing on EA, that he's playing on now, I think, on Blue Whites in the Finnish team, but players like that will bring out funky things. That guy used to bring out Alistair mid and Brand mid and Fizz mid, and when you play, you're sort of forged in the fire of having to face those players, the guys on Epic Avalanche will be able to sort of be prepared for anything funky that Broad bring out and bring out their own funk themselves. Roy Kia played ADC in the past, now in mid lane. VL and players like this, they are good players, and I think the Finnish team should not be or Finnish team, I should say, should not be underestimated. But I think we're both UK nationals. We both, you know, have watched a lot of Broad, and I think the one thing that you can say about Broad is their consistency in team fights. So for me, doing a bit of actual analysis, as opposed to talking about my skincare routine, I don't do anything. Is looking at it like Broads, they are very good past 25. Particularly, you know, in these team fights, coming together and playing around, say, around that soul fights, etc., etc. Whereas on the other side, Epic Avalanche maybe could upset the apple cart in that first 10. They are very, very explosive, and the Finnish scene is generally quite an explosive scene when it comes to playing out the game.
Yeah, for sure. We do have an update. We are actually going to be swapping over to Broad and Friends versus Epic Avalanche, so we'll be getting into that series as soon as we can. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us, and thankfully we have already started teeing it up. So let's think about this in a little bit more detail. You mentioned, I like that you mentioned Roy Kia. I think he is somebody that has been particularly a standout for me when I was looking back at Epic Avalanche games. I think his mechanics are very strong. His team fighting and decision making have been very good. So that's definitely a real threat. And the matchup into Akranos has been very interesting because we where you especially have always been a big proponent of Akranos and his ability to level himself up and to step up to the challenge of the NLC. We absolutely saw that versus Ronaldo against Bulldog. I think that was a big eye-opener for a lot of us that doubted that maybe it would be too much for Akranos to handle, but he handled that lane very, very well and continued to be successful in their following series as well. So I think that mid lane matchup for me is really where my eyes are going to be focused.
I think watching mid here is very important, in particular me, as you've mentioned. I've been a bit of an Akranos simp over the longest time. Just a little bit. Incredibly solid player, isn't actually proficient at the melees, isn't so good at the assassins, but if he has to play lock, he'll play lock, right? He played it against Crids in the series versus Serbi, and that was not an easy matchup into the Akali, for example. No. So he's a player that's incredibly consistent, happy to blind his champions, happy to sit there and can sort of concede in draft if it means they get an advantage elsewhere. And that provides a lot of value for a team like Brods, where you have Barone in top lane, who we're not Barone haters. Well, this guy over here,
look,
he hates you, Barone.
I am harsh but fair. I love Barone, hater. And I just want him to succeed. And whenever I see him fail, I need to know that he knows. I need him to.
Every time someone brings out the politician hands, you know they're lying to your face. This guy hates Barone. So
look.
Basically, he doesn't like Barone. And but Barone is a player that has some eclectic picks. We see his Fiora banned a lot. He plays a lot of Fiora on ladder, but he can play Renekton's and Jax's. He's shown a bit of proficiency on stuff like the Sarn as well.
There's Yorick came out to great effect against Sorby.
Against the Rumble as well. So giving him a little bit more draft resource by removing that from mid is a potential option here. Tweak deep champ pool in jungle, does play all the daily bruises, but has historically played stuff like Mundo and Zyra, and Nidalee plays a Graves of his own as well. And then in the bot lane, this is the one to really highlight as the sort of the UK flag-bearing bot lane, right? It is Sin, who has been around for to role swap from top to support to great effect. He looks phenomenal in that role. If there's anyone you'd want pretty much in the regional league ecosystem to play a Camille support, it's a guy that was playing it while in top lane. So you have an ability here to play some of these more funkier picks. And then on the other side, when it comes to Epic Avalanche, you've got players like Carlos on top, who I believe used to go by a different name that I can't pronounce because sadly I'm not multilingual. But he used to play on DMG. He's Carlos. Thank God he's Carlos. Tatui or Vuri Norovos. I'd have to the finish in. They're going to have to correct my pronunciation there. These guys have been around for quite a while. They have a lot of experience. I remember Viegos being played by this jungler way back when. And I think that when you look again at Epic Avalanche, there's lots of experience. There's a little bit more explosivity. They are able to flex the picks between mid and bot. They have, in support, there's Oivalos. He also looks pretty decent as well. I think Epic Avalanche, we didn't get to see them in that first week versus DMG. That was a walkover. This is probably not their first test because they did have to play in that 1-0 bracket, but it's the first sort of display of what they can do, the Finns can do when they're not up against the NLC incumbents.
Yes, absolutely. I think with some of these names, as you mentioned, people like Tatui, that we really have, a lot of respect for, and we have to respect the amount of time they have put in. These are elements that are still very present in the National Leagues that I think are big parts of their ability to really step up and challenge. Again, we just saw Cast do it today, right? NLC veteran comes on from the National League team and puts on a monster performance for everybody. That's the kind of game that we could see from the Epic Avalanche jungler as well. And a lot of the Broad players, they are very experienced. I believe as far as Broad's internal tracking goes, Akers has played over 150 games under the Broad and Friends banner. He's a very experienced player, has been kind of heart and soul and face of this brand, as it were, not to get too corporate for Broad, for a long time. There's a lot of synergy with these players. They're very comfortable together as we are into the picks and bans. Now, J-Span first, taken away from a potential flex between, mid, jungle, and top, all still playable in these roles. And Nivea removed from Akranos, understandable after his performance against Bulldog on this pick. And we're still looking at things like Camille, like Syndra, like Orianna, these kind of usual suspects through the first rotation.
If this Syndra isn't banned, expect it to be picked up by Broad and Friends in that first phase, particularly on B1. They're banning the Akali. It's screaming Syndra B1.
Yes.
It's going to be a bard ban potentially, removing some of those roam threats from Akers, but just expect, as we saw in that last game, if Syndra's available and we've made sure to remove some of the more difficult lanes, it should always be picked up first. It is a flex between mid, between bot, and it does just allow you to have such a stable early piece on blue side.
Yes, and the Bard Akers would certainly be a deserved ban if it comes through. This guy is phenomenal at that pick. It is taken away, so we shall see what the broad choice is going to be. Assuming it's Syndra, we'll address it if it isn't, but what are we then looking forward for Epic Avalanche if you see the Syndra go down?
I mean, you could argue you go for Jarvans. You could argue you take Wukong, right? I think you do take one of those more power picks in terms of jungle off the board, and then you could take it, for example, Orianna into the matchup, or you could go for something a little bit more explosive. The Akali's gone. We saw Echo ban last game. LeBlanc is an example of something that is a bit more explosive, but is a little bit less of that... has less of that ability to necessarily dodge the scatter the weak, because if you one little mistake, you're stunned, you're blown up here. I have to see, yep, they lock it in. So Royki are feeling very empowered already. They're going to take Sivir. That does surprise me. Pick away from Sin, but this does allow Brod to take a little bit more of an aggressive bot lane into this if they want to, and punish what is a weaker early game laning ADC.
Yeah, it is. It's an earlier Sivir than we almost ever see here, and plenty of mage threat still down there for the bot side. Of course, Sivir is quite comfortable into them, can farm from range, can use the spell shield to take a bit of the sting out of those kill threats from various mage duos. I like the shout for Roykia to lock down the LeBlanc right here. We've seen so much roaming and pressure from junglers and supports really piling into mid lane matchups to try and take the wind out of these immobile mages' sails. And with the LeBlanc to follow up on that, that is going to be a tricky task for Akranos to navigate, assuming it goes into his hands. I'm assuming that is it with the Tristana. Now, this is technically still swappable. There is a Tristana in Akranos' hands, and this guy can really
more than a little bit
fry on this pick. So they could still flex this lane around depending on what feels good for them in this match.
This guy, back in the day, he's still quite a young player, playing on orgs such as Nuclear Vikings back in 2024, and he had basically pentakill after pentakill on this champion. He is someone that could play the Tristana, so this is technically a flex. The bigger question isn't, could the mid play the champion? It's, is the champion good in mid, and it can Sin play Syndra? We'll have to see if that's how it comes out here, because interesting to take that Tristana off the board here. It does surprise me a little bit. The Pantheon does not. Tweak classic, so good at the champion. Map pressure, you know, he's able to play very aggressive on it. If he gets these, he'll keep forcing onto you, and he isn't just going to ult straight down lanes.
Yeah, I mean, I like to think in the 2v2, I think Tristana does have a pretty clear path to just send it forward onto the Sivir. You can pop the spell shield quite early on using Rocket Jump. You have a lot of abilities for Sivir to try and navigate to minimize damage there. And Bessa lockdown for Carlos, presumably. This is one of the other guys we've seen go to the Gangplank well at least once so far. That pick started to creep back in, but Ambessa's still a very solid blind into basically any standard melee, and a lot of the range as well, giving them ability and shielding this champion has, the kill threat it has with gank assist too. And they are really trying to protect this matchup. A Renekton and a Fiora ban. They're not B1 banning Fiora anymore, but they are still not letting Barone get his hands on this pick.
Yeah, it is a champion he's got the most games on, and so like if you looked at his match history, you think he's probably a bit of a one-trick. Not to be the case, but he is quite good at that champion, ignoring Fiora incidents we've seen in the past. The Alistair ban is somewhat intriguing to me. I'm kind of surprised we aren't looking and thinking there might be a Civic Karma coming down. I understand what the meta is, but there's still always a threat of playing that Enchanter and try and play an aggressive lane here. So we'll see if Epic Avalanche want to continue with the theme of playing those engaged champs. I expect that they will, but there's also still the Karma in that back pocket to give you pressure in that bot lane. And then I would be leaving open top pick here for 5. I would really not consider that. Oh, not top pick, jungle. I'm sorry, because I've seen the MS. I've just completely gone mad. It's too hot today. I'm going to blame the weather again, as we always do in the UK. The Vi pick, I can understand why you would take it, but right now I'm looking at Poppy. Weirdly enough, and thinking, is this champion causing a lot of issues for Epic Avalanche's draft? It's a possibility, although I don't see Akers valuing it that highly. And Barone, it's not a champion I've seen him play.
No, we have seen a couple of picks come out for Barone in the NLC, things like the Zahen that we had not previously seen in the Four Nations, so we know he is cooking additional picks behind the scenes. And this is one that we have seen before. We have slammed the Tryndamere. Now, folks who will have seen the Four Nations last split, for anyone who's not familiar, this is another classic Barone pick. He did pull it out a couple of times on his Gucci split in the spring. It to mixed results, I think it's fair to say. Though to be fair, the Fiora also had very mixed results, and that's being banned every game against Brod. So this is now the time for us to see the development and whether Brod and friends can more effectively utilize the Barone Tryndamere than they were able to get on the Gucci roster in spring. So I'd like to believe, however, like I say, I think the fact that we have seen a very good Yorick side lane performance from Barone already means that there's a clear understanding of how to play that kind of perma split pushing, always trying to ask difficult questions of your opponent sort of champion. However, Tryndamere is a very singular beast. This 1v1 is going to be very important, and I am a little nervous as a Four Nations caster, and we'll see if the redemption arc is going to continue.
Yeah, I've got a few nerves as well, maybe. I'm interested to see where these champions end up going in terms of the Tristana and the Syndra. I'm assuming Syndra mid. I'm assuming then, obviously, the Pantheon is going to be going to support. Akers had played this recently, I believe, in NLC as well. So
they're trying to get some kills.
They're going to
down
kill.
There. Yeah.
And if there's one thing you want to have when they're trying to jump into you, it is that Braum. So I understand that last pick coming out from Epic Avalanche sort of stabilizes the bot lane, but there's still a lot of pressure early on. If you are Tristana, you can sort of manufacture your way around that shield because you'd have to play second fiddle here as Braum. So being aggressive as Epic Avalanche and jumping forward will result in you being jumped on, so it is very responsive. Big pressure points here. Mid lane. Syndra is going to have to face a LeBlanc chain into a Vi punching her in the face. That is not particularly fun for anyone. We'll have to see how Akranos deals with that one. But then, obviously, looking at this top lane matchup, Tryndamere versus Ambessa is something where Tryndamere can start stack checking, but it really comes down to what's Barone's early lane like. Tryndamere is not a champion that likes to be 0-3, 0-4, 0-5.
No, we are going to need to see if Akranos has the fancy feet work, the eyes in the back of his head, or if Broad are going to need to dedicate resources to try and keep him safe. I love the Wukong pick for Tweak. This is one of his most successful, most effective champions. Obviously, we've been singing its praises today. It's a very strong pick in the choice in the draft right now. So Broad, we've got playmaking and kills in bot lane potentially, room to try and get Sin snowballing. That Tristana was doing a lot of work for Sin in those closer games versus Sorby previously as well. Akranos on a very comfortable pick, Tweak on a comfortable pick, and Barone, ever the wild card, pulling out the Tryndamere, and we need to see how well Broad can use that. I will say, even before Barone joined this roster, in the previous split for Broad, they were far and away the best team at playing the map in the Four Nations. They were able to actually keep the sort of motion on the side lanes and the pressure on side lanes, timing it very well, not giving teams free opportunities to punish and get picks in that scenario, but always taking turrets, keeping the pressure on, and forcing teams to kind of confuse themselves and tie themselves in knots, trying to answer all the questions at once. So Broad have always been good at this. They do have a champion that is excellent at pressuring that particular win condition. Can they execute it now while keeping their important carries safe at the other side of the map against the Vi, LeBlanc, Ambessa? Sivir to run them into range as well. They're going to have great vision. They're going to have to do a lot of good homework approaching these objective fights, and that could be dicey for them.
You mentioned Broad of old. Don't forget that was with the certain bear tree in the mid lane who was so insanely proficient at playing the map. Akranos has come in and they've had to adapt their style a little bit. Akranos is not a lane player. He isn't lane dominant. He is just less of a Scion mid. Roaming the map, causing problems, kind of player, more sort of consistent in the lane phase coming into late game team fights. And Broad have, again, adapted to that style pretty proficiently, at least in the UK scene, and we've seen it in the NLC as well. If you took nameplates off, I'm not going to lie to you, I like the Epic Avalanche draft. I know we're meant to be, UK faithful here, but I think
quality recognized quality, it's a good draft. It's a pretty nice draft.
Yeah. It's like, you've got, Ambessa Vi dive partners, you've got the LeBlanc over the top, you've got the ability here for Braum to play a little bit back on terms of the aggression that Broad brings in, and then you can then counterpunch again with that Vi Ambessa kind of combination. It really does come down to the fact that, firstly, what values do you get out the LeBlanc early on versus the Syndra when you have set up for a jungler that can also CC chain? And then on the other side, Broad for me, Tryndamere. Halo Blades Tryndamere is very cheesy, but I'm seeing Ignite, Gut Flash, Halo Blades running at Ambessa level 1, almost flipping the game. And on the other side, I'm looking at Pantheon Tristana saying, you need to be getting leads here, because as this game gets on a bit later, I much prefer how EA want to actually play out their draft.
Yeah, there are some pretty specific milestones and win conditions that Broad are going to have to try and hit without letting this one run away from them, as we are going to get into game now. Broad and friends versus Epic Avalanche. Both teams one-on-one right now, charting a difficult course through the middle of the Swiss bracket. Both National League representatives, both trying to forge a path to that playoffs qualification as we head onto the Rift for Game 1.
And again, let's keep track of Roykir mid. Let's keep track of mid-jungle from EA and how they can make plays around there. And then also look at the aggression maybe coming out from bot. Followed by maybe the roaming from Akers. Once 6 is hit, this Pantheon should be everywhere. I do think Broad need leads in this game.
Yes, certainly to make this one easier to play out. Obviously, there's always mistake punishing. We've seen how easily leads and games can be thrown in the current meta in the NLC, but that's going to require some input from Epic Avalanche for that win condition. As Tweak going for an early invade onto the Vi here, somewhat winning out the trade, steals away the Krug or the Gromp, I should say. Level 2 secured, and is going to get away scot-free.
I'm liking this. You've got a much more aggressive bot lane level 1, so just start punishing enemy jungler as soon as possible. You're not so worried about that top lane matchup. Notice how it is Ignite Flash with the Halo Blades on the Tryndamere, so it is able to, cheese is the wrong word, but once you get a bit of that passive stacked up, you get that crit chance, you're able to burn down Ambessa very quickly. And notice how Carlos, respecting that, has gone Ignite for himself, as well as Electrocute for the burst and then sort of dash away combination. Doesn't want to be stuck in a tussle here against a Tryndamere who, look at the damage already.
Yeah. This is the kind of expected outcome. Tryndamere has been in the game for a long time. We know how this champion works. It stacks up the passive and then he hits you and heals himself, and it feels like a little bit just sort of unfair for a while. You have to kind of just take the L and work with it. The HP relatively even. Baron will heal himself back up, and we do have an Ignite on either side here as well. So there's extra kill threat to be found there. Both junglers now pathing up towards top side. Of course, Vi did lose the Gromp camp, but has been able to move up to that top side a little faster than Tweak. Both still would love to get that level 6 on deck, as we saw in the similar matchup earlier today. And as we check it on bot side, it looks like Sin and Akers do have more or less slight control over the wave. They are going to be able to get this push. Obviously, Tristana very solid at getting that early push. And we'll see if they want to try and find an angle for that early kill threat, as a Tristana and Pantheon can put a lot of threat down.
They can, and we see already in mid lane. I mean, when you're at LeBlanc versus these mages, it's just so easy early on. You land the chains, they can't really move. You have a bit more burst damage onto them, and as long as you're not having to burn all your mana to force the wave in, and you're able to trade back, you're feeling pretty good if you are the LeBlanc. Yes, there's a slight CS lead, but again, it isn't anything to write home about. Something to mention here is there's also Ignite on Roy Kia, so I have to see if they can use that to get advantages, because as this game goes on, Teleport obviously as a summoner spell, just in general, more value. Akers stole it!
Oh my god.
And the flash used by Vi.
Oh, it's an absolute mental shattering event for Voronobos here. It tries to Q over the wall on a flash and a stun. Oh no, it's gone disastrously for the Epic Avalanche jungler.
It looks like he panicked on the smite with the flash, and there's a kill in top as well.
Oh, Ignite is there. Baron with the 1v1 solo kill. This is the start that Brod needed. We said they needed to get the lead to play with.
They've done it. They've more than just done it. Gifted a little bit by the Vi, who sat there and thought, well, I didn't get the crab, I've got to get something else. Walks in there when mid laner is on reset, no support, dies, and then in top lane, this is the value of the Tryndamere in that 1v1. Don't forget, both summoners used again by the Epic Avalanche top laner. So in the neutral, you'd imagine the Tryndamere is still winning. And this is just a great lead for Brod to be getting so early on. It's almost 1.5k already at 4.5 minutes.
That is a dream start for Brod here. They obviously still have to be very careful around the mid lane, especially once the ults are available. Akranos, if he can just keep it calm and collected in there. The top side is certainly looking pretty right here. Baron spinning in to keep those trades rolling forward. Has twice the number of long swords in inventory. Certainly going to be feeling good about this one. And as long as I think they just have to keep an eye on where Voronobos is going, where the Vi is going to dedicate some time. Akka's coming in to help out on this mid lane trade as well. And Murakia now dropping a little low as level 6s are approaching in mid lane too.
The big thing to mention is how can Oivalos actually match Akka's? Akka's is so proficient on the roaming. Usually matches up very well with Tweak. They're going to go for a play on top lane here. There isn't a Braum, but there is two members, and Barone, it doesn't have flash.
Yeah, he's got the ultimate ready. Trying to bait Carlos in, maybe to threaten for the kill. There's an auto. There's two. Oh, it's a disaster again for Epic Avalanche. Barone simply pops the ultimate, strolls away, and this Vi could not do any more. They don't have a wave quite prepped here. They've got a flash in from Tweak, goes in for the Q, a shield from the Vi. Tweak, Q's the turret! Speaking of catastrophes in the jungle role, Brod have just found their own.
Yeah, Tweak trying to go for the kill, ends up autoing the objective rather than the champion, and that is just a mistake coming out from the Dane, the Norwegian and the UK. He's got 3 nationalities all working for himself there.
None of them are happy about that play. Oh, the ult there, the heal from Oivalos, keeping Roikia alive. And Akranos not falling prey to the LeBlanc so far. Akka's threatening onto VL and bot side as well, but yeah, a bit of a flub from Brod there, going to take us somewhat of the momentum out of that jungle matchup they were building.
A little bit of momentum, but the most important thing here is that we are actually seeing a player that I know, as I mentioned, you despise Barone having such a great performance so far in this game one.
After this game, I'm
champion
going to love him because he's going to win this game. That's what I believe.
How do you stop? This is a great question actually here. How do you stop the Tryndamere on side?
Yeah,
That's
who
the
wants
one I'm
to step
posing
up?
right now.
Who wants to step into the arena with Barone 2-0 right now?
And a bit of a sort of a lesson I will say here is, hold on, there's a fight in mid. They are just going to punish Roykir a bit, but not let Roykir get much more damage down onto the mid of Brod. Don't run into UK top laners on Olaf or Tryndamere, it would appear, is the story of today. This is something where apparently the UK are born in the chaos and molded by it. And at the moment, in the lead. I looking at Epic Avalanche's draft, they still have a lot of threats as team fights come down, right? They still have the dive partnership of the Ambessa and the Vi with the LeBlanc over the top. They still have a peel backwards. They still have a scaling Sivir. I need Brod to keep their foot on the pedal here. They need to keep accelerating. And the next thing for me is looking at Drakes, making sure you can force fights around 23 to 25 minutes against this comp. Because I really don't want this game to be going to 40 in a 4-5 item Sivir. That's what I'm looking at. And at the moment, I'm not seeing it quite now. The cancel doesn't come through. That's very nice for the mid of Brod. And they've picked aggressive summoners, EA. And they're currently behind. They're going to have to show team fighting prowess now while in a hole.
Yeah, and I think we saw some of the damage that Roykir, despite not being able to snowball through pre-6 kills, is still, with the Lost Chapter ready and Ignite in the bag, is able to really threaten Akranos, especially with Vorinovos' Vi Ultimate now available. The Cease and Desist plus LeBlanc, this is the main threat that we had flagged for Akranos to be aware of, and they are going to have to take steps to avoid that. Akras has been dedicating a lot of time to keeping that mid lane matchup in check. Tweak now as well, heading up through that top side, but making sure Akranos has room to play. We have a Void Grub spawn. EA will have full information on this. Akranos does not connect the Scatter of the Week. Dodges the chain, though, critically. He's going to get locked up as Vi's trying to get in. Flash is traded, gets under the turret, but Syndra is going to be taken. Now, can Epic Avalanche escape with their lives right now? Braum is able to cover the escape, and they do find that kill on Akranos.
Brod are a little bit slow there. Just a little bit slow in recognizing what play was going down. Yeah. I do think if they were able to move down a little bit quicker, that would turn very differently for the UK reps. And this is still a bit of a risky Drake to take. They are actually just going to trade objectives here, Brod. One's going to get grubs. Obviously, Tweak is taking that one down. Barone's very strong. There's going to be no response to the other side. And they're going to give this dragon over. So I think Brod have felt that they've been in control and they didn't really recognize that EA, they've still got a bit of fight left in them. It's not like they're out of the game despite the gold lead, where it is shrunk a little bit, but it's still 1,000. And a lot of this, though, is coming in top lane. A Warder's Mail first, coming out from an Ambessa. Carlos recognizes his lane is pretty much over.
Yes, the Tryndamere threat, while not fully actualized, is going to be building, and that's going to be something that Brod can fall back on. If they can try and keep it stable across the rest of the map and not start losing out to the kill threat that EA now have over them, that is going to be something to keep an eye on here. And then for the side of for EA's bot lane as well, VL and Oivalis have been handling bot lane pretty calmly. They're a little bit down to the Brod side, but Akras has been spending a lot of time in mid lane. The Sivir is obviously a very reliable win condition to quietly scale up in its own right. So EA, if they can keep that momentum and the playmaking around that mid setup that works so well for them while the rest of the map can at least stabilize, there's definitely a platform they can build to a win.
So the next thing to look at here, as you said about playing around mid, is there's no flash on Syndra. You're going to have Cease and Desist coming up very, very soon. You're always going to have the setup from the LeBlanc. Let's get Braum in there as well, and let's try and punish this Syndra again. That's the angle we're looking at here for the Finns. On the other side, if you're Brod, let's deny that. We've got a Pantheon who's now active. I do want to see level 6 on Pantheon as soon as possible, because I do think having access to that would be very, very important in covering more plays than you already are able to. Let's get Wukong involved. And let's maybe punish this Braum.
Oh, we have a catch. We've got 3 versus 1 situation. Oivalis is not getting away from this one, I fear. Akranos going to get a counter kill back. Nice pick from Brod and friends to keep the gold income high. Akranos is going to get caught by the chains here. A little bit dangerous. Dropping pretty low. Doesn't have TP or flash either. Brod's got to be careful. Vi is in the area. Smells blood. Another potential kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think here if you're Brod, you're just going to try and punish as best you can as you see Akazed is putting damage down.
Just
He's only level 5.
He's got a minion to block the chain, but Vi around the corner is going to force a flash. Don't know if he necessarily needed to flash away there, but better safe than sorry, and unfortunate for Brod to lose that summoner.
Yeah, it was very close, actually. The Pantheon is doing a surprising amount of damage. This is kind of what this champion does, even in the support role. Lots of burst, lots of ability to try and shut down carries yourself. This is maybe a threat EA have to keep an eye on isn't just the Panth, but also, let's say, the Tryndamere as well. In these fights, if they become scattered, if they become a bit chaotic and not, played in the way the Finns want, Tryndamere on top of a Sivir, who's winning? It's the Tryndamere. Pantheon even on top of the Sivir, who's winning? It's probably the Pantheon. And Brods, they need to defend their bot lane here. Sin is under a bit of threat. They sense it. The Brods sense it. They sniff out that there is a play coming down. Pantheon running out bot lane, but the Finns call it off. And at the moment, an explosive early game for Brod has kind of resulted in
not ideal
nothing.
Here for Barone. Gets ignited, holds the ultimate critically, knows his champion's limits, and Akranos is roaming up with Tweak actually. So Barone might be able to go and tank this. Actually, an early Ambessa ultimate forces the counter R. Carlos tried to jump the gun right there, maybe catch Barone slipping, but a trade of ultimates will give Akranos another kill.
And when you're able to get your Syndra out on the map, over the LeBlanc, who should be the one with control over the lane. Yes, you're going to drop a few minions here, but you're getting a kill onto the Syndra. You're getting insane amounts of lead onto this Tryndamere as well. Look at the role quest difference. We can't really show that, but there's a TP already available for the Tryndamere. It's not available. It's not available for the Ambessa. Nope. And this is going to be first turret already.
Dear,
this Tryndamere counter, which we were saying there's a bit of a, how is this going to be played? Barone is showing up massive so far in this game one on a very untraditional, non-standard pick. And, oh Lord, Akranos is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, there is a Vi. Again. Oh, an early flash from Roikia as well, even with the Vi ultimate there. Now, can Roikia get a re-engage off another distortion? Tweak is ready to cover it off. Oivalis coming around, flashing from Tweak, looking for a Cyclone. They're going to tip onto Vi. And a TP in from Barone, locking down the killing spree. Broad matched the aggression beautifully.
I think the rest of the Nordics underestimates the UK a little bit, Trajan, don't they? The UK representative looking pretty big here. They're countering the plays, they're getting the kills, they're getting a significant lead. And now Carlos can't enter top, and the Braum under threat now again. Has to walk away, and this is control for Brod.
Brod picking up the pace a little bit here. Sin, the Tristana, left alone with the bot lane turret, is going to strip these plates off without too much issue here. And so Brod, it seems like they have definitively been able to navigate this early game very, very well. They've kept Akranos safe as the most vulnerable lane. They haven't been able to necessarily massively snowball Sin, but they have snowballed Barone. This Tryndamere is going to be a huge side lane and team fight threat. And now the question for me is, can Brod use this Tryndamere appropriately? Can we send him to the side wave at the right time? Can we bring him into a fight at the right time? That is what really separates the good teams from the great ones here. It's where other teams with Barone have struggled to necessarily succeed there down in the Four Nations, but this is the NLC. Brod are playing up to the level, and they're going to step up to this Drake.
I'm really liking the call here from Brod. They bring Tryndamere down to secure this dragon. Now Barone will go to that bot side and try and secure that bot turret. This is going to have to be answered here by EA, and they're going to have to bring significant numbers of people. They can't just sit there and bring one. Akers is caught in the river.
Not in a great spot. Flashless as he is, Brom passive going to keep him there. And a little bit of an aggressive position to be hanging about in there, my friend. Akers is going to fall down. So VL not going to be sad to pick up a free kill off that situation.
You lose a little bit of pressure there. The Tryndamere wanted to be hitting that turret. Doesn't get to do so now with the numbers on the bot side. Just a quick highlight an item here. Notice there's a Stormrazor on Sivir. Interesting pickup with the movement speed. Oh,
it's Oivalis' turn to get a little bit out of position. VL trying to give him a hop spot, but it's going to have to be a flash and a heal over the wall. So he keeps his life, but loses two summoners.
And now, you're going to have to cover this Sivir if she wants to be the one wave clearing against the Tryndamere. You can't just bail on this, because the Tryndamere is going to force Sivir all the way back. Look at the level lead, it's 2, but more importantly, look at the items already. Ravenous Hydra completed. This Sivir has a Stormrazor, as I mentioned, has the ability to kite out, but the gold lead in top is almost 3,000 gold.
Oh my word, they're looking for a catch onto Roikia here. No flash available. The clone passive has been popped and a distortion to safety. We'll keep the LeBlanc safe, but one of the things I am going to be looking very closely for here, Rob, is the potential threat of Barone tower dives, right? Because Tryndamere is an excellent solo tower diver. However, if you can still misjudge it, you can end up giving shutdowns and kills over to enemy champions that really don't deserve it. And Exhaust has gone down, and Barone is trying to cook VL right now. Flashes in, but the turret's coming over the wall. He has to pop the ultimate. Carlos is round the corner and places the ultimate in his path to unlock the shutdown. And I feel like I sort of manifested that, Rob, I'll be honest.
You looked at the stars right there and you'd foreseen the future. Does get both summoners and the off of the Sivir, who has gone for the plate steel cap, so will be a bit tankier. And EA can try and play this, but there are 4 members for Brod available and there's only 3 for EA. They're going to back off. And yes, I know Barone there overextending, but you can kind of see the threat here of anyone that tries to stand up against
you kind
the
of have
Trinity
to
on
use
side.
the champ this way, but
Yes.
it's a risky
Look,
line.
Look, if you look here, uses the exhaust, that crit, not unlucky to kill, but very, very close. And now, it was great for Carlos to move down and support his ADC. However, it is losing a bit of map pressure, right, as you move that Ambessa down, and so you give over the objective on the other side. This Tryndamere will constantly be playing away from where Brod main team want to play, and that enables you to always have pressure on the other side. It will be a very, very traditional 1-4 in this game coming out from Brod. And with such a fed Tryndamere, who, honestly, the only person I think you can put up against it at the moment is the LeBlanc, because the Sivir now, summonerless, going to struggle.
Yes.
The LeBlanc at least has a bit more mobility and an ability to get away from all of that damage, that crit damage coming out from the Tryndamere.
Yes, absolutely. Does have a potential burst threat to use, especially when the ult is down, and hopefully can use the mobility to dodge over walls and maybe stay safe. The trades are tough, but plates being acquired by Roykia, grabbing some gold for Epic Avalanche. They're still over 3,000 behind at the 17-minute mark. And the objectives are in the favor of Brod as well, so they still need to do some catching up here. Roykia still trying to threaten, and at least we can see Barone is not able to just push with abandon. He is at least having to be respectful of what the LeBlanc can offer.
You can see here the Tryndamere wants out of this lane.
Yeah.
Is a recall cover. He'll probably push this wave in and then look for another reset. It really is the case if you're Tryndamere, you don't want to have to deal with a LeBlanc constantly dashing around, because you have to use your spin defensively to get out of the chain and stop yourself being kited. I'm imagining here we're going to cover the mage to get some value.
Ooh, ult combo onto
And then go
Akronos here.
again.
Vise ready, flashing in. Didn't quite get the ult down though, and a lovely scat of the week diffuses the play. Akronos has gone for the dive. The turret is still live, Brod. And Vi will pick up the credit with the ultimate there. A bit too hasty on the clapback from Brod, and they dive too deep.
I just think they didn't need to do that. Once you got that Pantheon ult, they're going to back off. And I think you've kept your mage alive. You're not going to be able to go for much more, because Tweak would have to use both his dashes to get in, and then wouldn't be able to get back out again on the follow-up fight, as you saw two members of EA were running down. And all you need to do is create time and space for this Tryndamere to play on sides, because the Tryndamere will force the LeBlanc to go to that lane every single time. And that's a lot of kill threat removed from the side of the Finns, as you can try and CC chain this. He's not going to die.
Yeah,
He's
there's
just
no
going to
vials,
away.
but
So
that's not
it's almost like you can't visit this lane as EA unless you bring multiple members and he's far too far up and you're not answering the sort of cross map from Brod. But on the other side, if you're Brod, you've just got to be leaving it in that 1v1 and use the value elsewhere. As we're kind of seeing that now, Dragon up in 20 seconds. Brod are the ones with the control of the enemy jungle as well as the river. They should be securing this next objective, which would be great for them to get a little bit more tankiness. It will be a Mountain Soul this game, and that tankiness so important.
And we have seen the last 3 plays have been Brod overextending or being too over-aggressive in their positioning or their playmaking and giving a kill over. We've gone from 6-2 to 6-5. The gold lead's still in their favor, as we've said, but they do need to try and clean this gameplay up if they want to hold on to that lead with the pick potential that EA have. Now, as you said, Rob, this is not going to be contested. Brod going to open up with their second Drake of the game and start to get some of those resistances stacking up. Both outers in the side lanes are done, and they have a Tristana and a Tryndamere who are looking very hungrily at this mid lane outer. A Herald is even coming down just to make sure.
I'm loving the rotations from Brod, and I'm loving the play afterwards if they want to go.
Down onto Brom, though. That's not an ideal target. Tower goes down. In comes the Vial to Akronos, and in comes the Ambessa. Epic Avalanche do drop the Snowfall down onto Brod's head. Can they hold the line? Sivir looking for a chance to get the ricochets down. Carlos looking for a second engage. Akkas has been separated. Roykia dives in, trades his life as Sivir still looking for autos. Akkas still going wailing away with Carlos. With no team members left, that is an Epic Avalanche win. They found the engage they needed. They've evened the kills up.
They've evened the kills. The gold lead hasn't really dropped. They lost mid-turret in the entire play, but they are fighting back here on the side of Epic Avalanche. VL... Ooh, hold on. Never mind. We're not going to end up seeing any funkiness from the Tryndamere. Immediately they pull the trigger on to the Syndra, and they've only got a few openings here to get onto this. Once the defensive items come down, they find it here. There's no more cooldowns available. There's no more scatter of the week. It's a 4 versus 4 in this instance now, as you've already seen. That Vi died on the engage, and the fight used to be a little bit odd, but it ends up being that they do end up coming up in the advantage.
Barely with
they
the
come up with
Vibe.
barely with the advantage, but that Braum could have easily fallen. The Sivir was left untouched. Maybe Barone could have continued being a bit aggressive, but it was an aggressive play by EA with lots of CC over the top in a choke point with the Glacial Fissure. Rod They didn't play it perfectly, but at the moment, I mean, this is just... it's the Syndra moment.
Syndra moment. 2 items completed, and Roikia has just been 1 tap. So that's a good sign for Brod to keep playing through this, and Barone has gone back to bullying Carlos in the side lane. I imagine, if we could take a quick look at gold, I imagine that fight may have evened out bot lane. It's actually pulled VL from behind into the lead over Sin. 3-0 and 2, biding his time through the first 20 minutes and getting a lot of gold influx there, accelerate towards that 3rd item spike. That's a big point for EA to play towards, and it's something Brod are going to have to be afraid of.
It's something to mention, though, is if you look elsewhere in that gold, it really is leads for Brod. Everywhere else.
Yeah, the top lane, don't look at top lane still. It's still a bit of a nightmare for EA.
Even jungle, though. Even in mid, you're seeing a 1.2k gold lead. This is something that if you'd been watching the game, we were just talking about how important LeBlanc is in this game, you wouldn't expect it, but this Syndra, very, very strong as well. And as she gets towards what hopefully is very likely, like a Crypt Bloom or maybe a Void Staff 3rd, and then we need a bit of a defensive item to stop that Vi engage, targeting you out and causing you to be the first one to fall without using cooldowns. We're talking about Brod being able to take those fights so aggressively, and when you're on side against this Tryndamere, you're eventually going to lose your HP in that turret. It's just a very slow death here at the moment for the EA top laner. And if you're EA, you have to respond in bot, or else you're going to be losing those turrets. And then Brod are going to take the Baron. It really is a no-win situation unless Brod play into you here.
It does kind of feel like in a straight 5v5, even though EA will be able to get onto one target, it feels unlikely that they're able to force through a 5v5 win without some severe misplaying by Brod, some bad mispositioning. And then maybe we need to try and catch them, you know, pre-fight instead. We need to find Syndra in a side wave, not just with the Blanc. We've seen how that 1v1 goes now. Maybe with enough damage, if there's a way you can hold Barone long enough to kill him through the ultimate, as Vi is actually not gonna defensively queue away. Gonna go back for a trade onto Akers. VL looks for a Boomerang Blade, can't find it. Tweak's already stolen away the blue buff, and Brod will just step away with their objective secured, but they're not going to force the fight.
I like the Brod again playing aggressive here. I don't want to see them running in 5v5. Don't run straight in as Sin is just going to be able to jump away. It's actually very hard for LeBlanc to shut down a Trist who has already hasn't used Rocket Jump. Again, I'm looking at it like, well, Brod, if you don't run in straight into the enemy in a sort of straight line, if you have Barone hitting at the sides here and getting on top of the Sivir, or getting on top of, you know, even the Vi after she tries to get out again, something like this, where you have hitting at different angles at the time, it should be a win for you, as long as you aren't able to peel, as you said, Barone off. The peel is coming from that Braum, right? So that Braum, you really want to have to make a difficult decision. Does he turn to put his shield and glacial fissure towards the enemy team, or is he sat there and actually peeling for the Sivir, the Tryndamere off of her, while also being hit from behind? It's a difficult decision here for Ivalis as this game goes on. Already gone for that Knight's Vow, so a little bit more survivability given over. As you see, he's bound towards VL, so the Sivir a little bit tankier in these fights, but still, the threat will be on the Sivir. And on the counterpunch, the threat will be onto Akronos, coming from that Violent Ambassador dive.
Brod with an early setup of Dragon, Pit, and River Vision. Tweak's going deep, actually, for a pick onto Roikia. They've got an Akka stun to pull up the Cyclone. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. LeBlanc has fallen. Vi, the next target. Scatter the weak from the other side of the play. VL under threat, but the exhaust comes down onto Barone. He's going to have to use the ultimate to survive this one. The Sivir, not untouched anymore, but still able to play if there's a chance to go back into this one. Barone is not looking healthy, but Akronos catches Braum, looking for the re-engage. And it's another kill for the Syndra. With that, Epic Avalanche surely just have to give it away. It's going to be Mountain Soul Point for Brod and friends.
And there won't be a cross map. There's nothing that you can take elsewhere. Look at the wave state in top. Well, by the time you've walked up there, it's going to have been responded to by a Pantheon ult, by the rotations coming through from Brod. If you try and take the Baron, well, that's not possible. There's only 2 of you alive on that side of the map. So it really is all Brods all the way in this fight in the jungle. Mountain Soul Point, and it's just a great pick onto Roikia. This LeBlanc has not worked. I think we can categorically say this pick meant to be aggressive, meant to set up these plays and get yourself leads where you play in that darkness and blow someone up as the assassin. It has not worked. And EA now have to dig deep and play around Sivir, which they're doing. They are doing it, Trajan. But I don't know if they're, at the moment, able to actually keep her alive. If we see Tryndamere get that access when exhaust is down, that's the big question mark for me.
File coming in. Barone going to be comboed with the Public Executioner. Ignite is down. Flash over the wall from Barone. Doesn't have the ultimate. bit of a hasty flash, I might say. Probably unlucky to get away from there. A shutdown secured. So again, these are some picks that Epic Avalanche need to try and find to claw back a bit of that gold, try and reach some of these item spikes to contest in the fights better. I think it's absolutely right, Rob. The little bulk has not worked. I certainly don't fault them for taking it. I like the vision and the idea going into it.
Hold on.
It's not been able to work so far, and Akers and Sin have held the line 2v3, and in come the cavalry Broad riding in from the west to set up the continuous kills. Baron is live, ready and waiting, and Epic Avalanche have no smite to speak of.
If there's one chant, and the Broads, they love their chants, that the NLC has to remember, it's 1 Broad, 2 Broad, 3 Broad, 4. They always come in again and again to support their teammates. Initially there, you see EA, they're trying to take mid-turret. Vi goes 2G, tanks the turret, first reset for Sid, and then the members of Broad rotate from that top lane down, and it really is a case of, well, how do we access the Sid? Well, if they overextend, it's easy to kill. This game is all Broad all the way now. This is Baron. This will be the complete control of the map. This is a Tryndamere with Baron.
With Trist. Oh, my lord. Epic Avalanche have an unenviable task to try and scrap the way out of this one. Broad, if they can keep the noses clean, if they can push safely and securely, they have all the tools they need to start cracking some inhibs here. And Epic Avalanche, with their pick tools and their burst tools behind the curve, don't have a lot of options to play with.
It's, again, as you said, they really have to try and full send onto a Syndra, who now has a Zhonya's, or at least a stopwatch, and Broad, they're just going to keep going.
They get the stun. Voronova's trying to escape. Can Q over the wall is going to be okay for now. As the turret, now the target. Barone starting to wail away. Rakia's going to come in to defend it, but the Baron wave's still there. Sin looking to go and pick up mid and get more lanes pressuring at once.
They just have to make sure, play on 1-4 here, get that mid push. Top wave does not matter. Get this mid tier 2, get the bot tier 2. Force Epic Avalanche to play into how you want them to play. If you look at it, 2 minutes on the Dragon, you get complete map control. Get your vision down, reset, come out with all of that gold in your back pocket, take that final fight around that soul, and you're victors in game 1. And Broad are really dotting the I's and crossing the T's here. As you see, they've got the vision. They've got the mid and the bot tier 2. They're going for the reset. And now, with this gold in their back pocket, they should have the game Trajan. It would have to be a miracle fight from EA. It would have to be VL untouched. It would have to be Barone not pressing his ultimate. It would have to be a full send onto a Syndra who does not Zhonya's. These are the caveats that EA need to fulfill. If they don't, we are going to a 1-0 up for the Broads.
Okay, well, I managed to manifest Barone inting under tower instantaneously earlier on in this game, so let's see if Rob can manifest 3 simultaneous mistakes from Broad at the same time to create the window back into this game for Epic Avalanche, or if it will have to be a simple go next angle. Baron still pushing through from top lane. Barone escorting that through. Sin has been tagged by the Boy ultimate, but the rocket jump and a flash pulls Voronovos way out of position, and Sin gets the counter kill first. Akers with the shield up survives the burst, and now into the backline comes Akranos. Takes down the block, goes golden, VL isolated. Sin smells blood and jumps forward as Tweak finds the kill. And Epic Avalanche, piece by piece, are taken apart by Broad and friends in the jungle. They went for the last-ditch Vi ultimate. It did not work out. A flash stun from Akranos secures it, and this should be a Baron wave pushing in for the Nexus.
It looks like all of those caveats, all that ultimatum I fed the Finns does not come to pass. The Broads will take game 1. Only the Braum left alive. And this was a draft where we saw it on the field. We thought, wow, EA's draft, very solid, as unfortunately Braum will fall for the Finnish rep. But we sat there and thought, what about this Tryndamere? How's this going to work? It works swimmingly. How's it going to work? How are they going to survive the oncoming storm in the mid lane? It worked well. That Epic Avalanche was merely a trickle of a couple of snowflakes this game. And Broads are the ones with the victors in game 1. This is looking like it's UK's day here on the mainstream at the moment, CJ. I don't want to chance it. I don't want to chance it, but it looks like it could be going towards a bit of a Rule Britannia moment.
Could be a little bit of a Four Nations sweep on the day. We'll see if Broad can hand that to us, or if Epic Avalanche, with the might and the pride of Finland behind them, can bring this series back to even and chase that comeback reverse sweep. For now, we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with game number 2 of the series in just a moment. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to the NLC. Broad and Friends now 1-0 up versus Epic Avalanche in their one-on-one matchup through the Swiss. Now, we do have a small update to provide as to the swapping of the series. We did, in fact, have a situation where Two Massive, unfortunately, were unable to field a full roster today. And after exhausting all the options, they unfortunately had to forfeit their match. So Rich Gang took the win by default there and will be advancing. Two Massive, sadly, will be leaving us eliminated 0-3 from the Swiss stage. So, with that, let's return to Broad and Friends and Epic Avalanche. Now, some of the main points to hit here. The Tryndamere worked a charm, worked a treat. It looked like Broad knew how to play with it. Barone had the 1v1 mechanics for it, and they knew what they needed to do with this champion. There was a little bit of an oopsie daisy in the bot lane that I think I did, which I can't blame Barone for that. I made that happen. Besides that, it was excellent. The other main one for me is the thing you flagged up, Rob, is that LeBlanc really whiffed, and Akranos, and, you know, through a lot of assistance from Akers, a bit of help from Tweak as well, were really able to fend off that aggression in mid lane. And at that point, it just felt like Epic Avalanche had no avenue to play through at that point.
I think what surprises me, just in general, when it came to this game and this draft, is that what we've seen with the meta at the moment is lots of interference from the supports on top and mid, right? Usually bailing on that bottom lane and sort of influencing those matchups in those other two lanes. And the fact that they were willing to take a LeBlanc when they knew that there was going to be this kind of playstyle. If you've watched Rod, and I'm sorry, you have a lot of tape on this team. There is so much tape available for you to do your analysis on them. You will know that Akers loves a roam. He loves playing the map. So the fact that we're seeing them play this LeBlanc and then it be kind of countered by simply bringing members is very, very unfortunate to see for the Finns. But you can see here in this team fight, obviously, with a little bit of B-roll in the background. This is probably the only fight we'd point to and say EA showed proper life in this game, and it came through Broad pretty much giving them everything EA could want. Funneling front to back through the Braum ultimate, through all the severe damage. And after Broad realised we can't really be fighting in these chokes, they just made sure to keep playing a bit of a faster tempo, and they closed out the game. And I think EA now back to drawing board. You've lost a few power picks in this game, right? Obviously, Syndra's off the board. Broad took that one away, but you've also seen Vi. We've seen quite a lot recently. Sivir, more sort of storied marksman at the moment, something that often is played into those mages because it can simply wave clear. That's gone. And then the Ambessa as well. It really comes down to what's our next draft plan. Because in that last draft, we banned out two of Akker's champions and he was still able to play the map. And we did not match that, quite frankly, as EA. They need to be able to sit there and play to the tempo of Broad and actually bring something to the UK reps. Because in this game, it just didn't happen.
Yes, they didn't really have much life to play through after a couple of early scraps. And Broad, again, it's very powerful. One, having a top laner, when they can leverage champions like this, one, it draws a Fiora ban in a meta where there's a lot of bannable champs and it leaves room for things like Syndra to get through a ban phase. Two, you can then pick a Tryndamere, so you haven't even blown a priority pick in the draft in that first game. You have plenty of room for things like Renekton, things like Orns and Scions and Ambessa if it wasn't taken away in Fearless, but you don't necessarily have to rely on priority picks early on in the Fearless, so you have extra Fearless power to build through here. If Broad can continue to utilize Barone's strengths effectively, it does give them advantages that can trickle down and knock onto the rest of the map when you're building a composition and draft around it, as long as they can play through it. So Broad feeling very comfortable going into this draft, I have to imagine. And Carlos, when you end up in that situation against the Tryndamere lane, it does just become, as soon as you're behind, you just have to check out, right? Like, you cannot 1v1 them anymore, and it has to come from elsewhere on the map, and they couldn't make that happen. So maybe we need to try and see a different scenario for Carlos where he can find a final pick of his own. I think Broad was on the blue side, correct, in that game?
Yes, Broad were on blue, and it looks like Epic Avalanche, if this is correct, has select red again. Remember,
I think they selected red in the first game as well.
Yeah,
they
did.
have wanted to be red both times. Yeah.
So what's interesting here is that they ended up in a situation where they didn't get a really like a proper counter, I would say. Like, the Braum was there to punish what is an aggressive bot lane, and it didn't really punish the bot lane. Again, let's not forget, you just leave the lane.
Yeah, Akers just dip.
You just dip and just cover other lanes. Yeah. And I think that the fact that they kind of sacrificed top lane to a state where really Barone was, getting that first turret early, getting those kills, both solo and in that 1v2, not great drafting strategy against what Broad can bring out. We'll see what they want to bring out here in this sort of game 2 here, Epic Avalanche, because They had a lot of things. They had the combinations. They didn't really play them together against what Brod bring out. They just didn't. Brod just seemed to pull them apart and play faster. Every fight that happened was really happening in EA's jungle. It was always Brod initiating those fights. It wasn't Epic Avalanche the ones pulling the trigger. And I don't think you can cede that control to a team that Brod are generally very good in their team fighting. And if they get to choose the team fights on their terms, you're going to have a hard time playing through that.
Yes, it certainly is. It's a tough prospect. It's a tough ask for Epic Avalanche here, and it's worth knowing that this is a team as well that they've not played as many games so far in the NLC because they had the FF win from DMG in the first round, and then they had the O2 loss in the next round. They're now looking down the barrel of a loss here. They don't actually have any won games in the NLC, though they have a 1-1 record. So this might be a little bit, we might be seeing a team that may have struggled more in the first round in that first game if they'd played that one out. And we need to kind of find out what the win condition is, what the X factor is for Epic Avalanche that can carry them forward, because there are a lot of players and teams that do think highly of Epic Avalanche. The Finnish scene does have a lot of strong talent at the top end at least, and they've not been able to leverage it thus far. Individually, we can see the talent coming through, but we're not really able to put it together into a full start to finish successful game at this point.
So it does start in draft, right? It does start, and we're going to be in there very, very shortly. I think that I'm looking at picks like J4 still. I'm looking at, weirdly enough, like the Viego from Very Novos. He's played that quite a lot. Historically, I remember him being very good at that champion. I'm looking at like Carlos generally as a weak side of top laner, Orns, Cassantes, things like this. So maybe look towards that angle. Weak side top, hopefully taking it a bit later so you're not sat there in that situation where you've got that horrendous counter pick matchup going on up there. Maybe a carry coming out of jungle, supportive structure in the mid lane, and then like a solid bot sort of pick here. I don't want to see them seeding bot, which is kind of what they did in this game. From minute one, Tweak was allowed to play in Fury Novos' jungle. You saw that because they had the aggressive bot lane. He could play as the Wukong into fight. I don't want to be seeing that again. I want to see Epic Avalanche matching in bot, assistance in mid, maybe a carry sort of threat in jungle coming out from, I think, probably the longest standing player in the entire NLC. He's played and started Epic Avalanche in like 2013, 2014. That is a history for a player.
Yes, this is one of the most storied players in the history of this region. One of the most experienced that has picked up the sticks, as it were. Now, we've gone through the exact same first one ban phase. Now, the Syndra was no longer available, so Brod went down the tier list and went, what's next? Orianna? Sounds good. Orianna, everybody? Anyone down for an Orianna? They've slammed it. Now, we have the Nocturne pickup and instantly paired with Inari, so they once again have a pretty strong mid-jungle threat duo that is going to try and potentially push Akranos out. They were not able to do so before Akranos was able to, or Akers I should say, was able to really stop them, and Akranos played it well enough. So we'll see if Brod can have the same scenario here, because there is a very similar story that I'm seeing play out here from EA in the mid-jungle.
With Braum gone, it puts a lot of value onto stuff like Nautilus and kind of Leona, although Leona kind of bypasses the Braum shield a little bit, but Nor in particular's value goes up massively when there isn't that Braum counter available. So that goes to Akers, and he's very proficient at playing those engaged champions. I'm now looking at saying, like, are we taking a jungler off the board here? I think we should. I don't really want to be pinched here in the pool. There goes the Graves. Interesting. Because
it's the other guy you mentioned that plays Graves.
It's the other Graves guy from the UK scene. Yeah, it does make sense. It plays very well into Nocturne. If they come dashing in, they're very much playing into you, and you can kind of two-shot them. You do get to run kind of rings around the jungle. We kind of saw that in that previous game. If Graves starts getting a lead, he gets more of a lead and more of a lead as long as his team doesn't run it down. I was wondering if they were going to go for a Jarvan or a Neferi. It wasn't to be. It is going to be Tweak, who has played Graves historically in the scene as well, back in the day when it was on teams like Good Chi. The Alistair coming through is a dissuasive sort of champion against the Nort engage. It can make plays of its own, but it is a bit more of a caveat. It's often playing second fiddle to the engage from the Nautilus. Yeah,
for sure. I think Cast certainly laid the gauntlet down for Tweak to put up a game even half as good as that one, and we saw, if we can remember from that game, so much of it was around, it started from minute one. It was a stolen blue buff into blocked on the camp rotation, into waiting for him to come through, and Dane kind of walking into the trap. That game went massively wrong from the first second, and Tweak, we'll see if he can have anywhere near the same level of effect right there, and Brod and friends would love him to have it, I assume. We go into the second round of bans. And we have some Barone focus once again. Fiora and Yorick this time taken away. So I think they're still trying to really eliminate the Barone side lane threat with these picks. Broad instead going for Aurelia and Olaf, so once again, I'm not sure if Roy Kia has an Aurelia in the tank, but generally top lane focus bans from both sides. And now what does that leave? Barone, of course, did not need to use a meta champion in game 1, as we said. There are still obvious things like Nars, like Renekton's, and tanks like Ornn and Sion. There's Rumble, so we might just end up having a fairly normal top lane matchup.
When I think of Barone in this situation, I think of Sion. I think I have seen him play Ornn in the past.
When you already have a Graves, like, you probably can just roll a Sion.
You probably just roll a Sion. You could go Ornn. Renekton also is maybe a possibility, although I don't think we're going to go down towards any stuff like Gnar. I don't like the idea of a Barone Gnar. I'm trying to think if he's ever played that one. But I think going towards one of those 3 champions stands out the most to me. I would like Ornn if he is confident playing that blind. I do get a bit concerned there because I know Carlos plays a Gwen, and that may be a bit of a threat here coming down.
Can't forget the Zehen as well.
Zehen as well.
And the Jax.
Oh, the Zehen and the Jax. Actually, Zehen, I don't mind Zehen here a little bit. I do think they are kind of jumping into you. And I want to see how this Senna, by the way, going back to the actual champions pick, Senna stands out here as being like, well, it's going to farm up, it's going to scale, it's going to give me late game power, but I am a bit worried about it against stuff like a Nautilus. Against, you know, if Graves is on 3, is Senna strong enough to be shooting off screen, actually killing him? And then you've got Sin over the top, who Sin is such a proficient Jinx player. He is so good in the team fights, gets the 1 reset and runs away with it. He's a very reset heavy player, loves his Trist, as we saw in that last game. The Zehen gets locked. Not really a surprise when you go down the list of Barone's champs. What does Epic Avalanche want to pick here into that champion? Because it's not going to be stuff like the Gwen. It's going to have to go somewhere a little bit different here for Carlos.
Yeah, it's maybe a little worrying for EA. They are going for the same strategy for VL again, to kind of scale up and win. And even when they got the gold injection into Sivir, it was not enough to get them back into that one. So I don't know if they can rely necessarily on VL. However, the Senna not designed to be the primary carry. Things like Jax, a little bit more so, right? So Carlos with a little bit more agency perhaps, and we'll see how this top lane matchup, a lot still potentially volatile. Both of them now can be threats in the side lane, though of course Carlos, I think as the quintessential Jax is, I don't know if he actually necessarily wins late. I kind of assume Jax wins against most everybody except some particular other side lane threats later on, so Carlos should be able to get there. But again, I'm talking about Epic Avalanche getting there. They never got there in game 1. They're going to need to get there faster in game 2, otherwise we're going to be going next pretty fast.
I actually really like the Jax pick. It's a good matchup into Zehen. Obviously, when you look at Graves as well, a lot of his damage, obviously, it can come from his abilities, but he has a lot on the actual autos itself. You can block that damage down. Jinx as well, it's really good into a channel like that. She's so focused on those auto attacks, and I do think it makes a lot of sense on that last pick. The biggest question here for me is you've got Nocturne, you've got Ahri. How is this Nocturne fitting in if you fall behind? Probably not. It's going to fly in and sort of go to its death. You're going to have to play through side laning here and then covering those sides with a Nocturne with the Jax. You can't sit there and maybe play aggressive plays onto the 4-man core unless you're very far ahead. How are you getting far ahead? Well, I think you're ceding a little bit in bot lane here. And in mid lane, we have to see how this matchup goes down when it's no longer a LeBlanc, really lane dominant, lots of damage set up onto a Syndra versus obviously the Syndra that was played. It's now Ahri versus Orianna, where Orianna has lost a little bit of laning power over the years, but she can still, with decent spacing, she can win out on that matchup.
Yeah, she can absolutely take more agency here, especially pre-6, and we'll see if Epic Avalanche, because it does seem like a similar mission from the mid lane. Top lane, I think, is obviously it's actually fairly similar in my head, where it's quite a self-sufficient character that can scale up and be a big threat. Though of course the side lane is now a bit more playable for them. And then bot side, once again, they're sort of ceding the ground, I feel, too broad here. So we might see this play out fairly similarly. We'll see if Akers can have the same impact on the Nautilus instead of the Pantheon. We'll see if the mid lane matchup changes materially, and if Barone, without the sort of potential matchup knowledge that he has on the Tryndamere, that is a little bit more of a chaotic element, or more of a standard matchup, Zehen versus Jax with the Ignite for Carlos as well, if that maybe can avoid the snowball threat for Broad getting out of control there.
I'm looking at that Ignite and thinking Carlos was not happy about that last game. Wants to take it to Barone here. I think Barone has to respect that now with the TP himself, has a lot more of that lane power when you take that Ignite gone. Big questions, as you said, on that top lane matchup now. We're seeing how Carlos can perform in what is a winning matchup for the Finn. And then when I look in bot lane, the biggest question isn't actually about the laning phase. It's about, does Oivalis match Akers this game? Because last game he failed to do so. And it really is that going to be the powers. They're already getting in on bot lane. Barrier burn.
What comes through, barrier instantly for VL. Sin trying to get those rockets down. Oivalis, of course, a level 1 Alistair. Nary a more useless champion was ever conceived of, and is not going to be able to do much of it, so not the ideal start for VL, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's something where this bot lane matchup should be in favour of Broad early on. Alistair can take headbutt first and try and make some space, but really is a case of, you got level 2, they're going in, it's going to be hard to deal with this.
We're just pressing Q on cooldown here, and that is going to be a decided HP lead. Good backstep on the zap for Oivalis to avoid that getting too out of hand, and Voronozov is on bot side. Of course, a pre-6 Nocturne, not the spiciest on the engage, but has a lot of 1v1 power to offer. We'll see if he wants to dedicate time to try and unclamp that bot lane just a little bit, or if he needs to just get back to farming.
I am looking here at the way that Nocturne is farming down. He has, in fact, gone to Gromp third, so it means that he is going to be part of thing a little bit slower just because of the nature. He has to walk over the rift and graze as faster as... They can keep fighting here, but if Broad get out of this lane in a decent state, they've got the Ghost on the Jinx, right? So she's going to be able to play fights a lot more aggressively and actually be able to space a lot easier. So they've actually almost downed a combat summoner in some way in this lane and currently winning out, and that's always positive for the Brods. Elsewhere, pretty quiet. Not really any other leads other than the Graves, who is farming faster than the Nocturne.
Carlos going in for the aggressive counter-strike, dragged back in by Barone, but the trade's still favouring the Jacks for now. Another hook on bot side of VL, now with no barrier. Sin dropping a little bit low on the HP, no mana really to speak of, has to swap back to the minigun form. And Epic Avalanche, of course, with Alistair in center, there's so much healing built in, but Tweak round the corner, instant heal pop by Oivalis to get them to safety, but a flash hook from Akers gets them into range. Oivalis now can flash away himself. And it's overall summoner positive for Broad, but EA do manage to deal with that decently well.
So they're pinging here, as you see, going, well, what more can we get off of this? Well, we're going to get bot crab, and they also pinged onto top. They might want to try a double grab here. But the fact that they got both of those sums out, both those flashes gone from EA's bot lane, thinks to me, Tweak, you've got to revisit this lane. You've got the setup. And honestly, leave Barone on Island, who is trading pretty well here. He can't forget. Barone cannot forget that there's an Ignite available. And if you aren't seeing Nocturne on the bot side, Crab, he's almost definitely on the top side, Crab. Broad read this, and they're going to cover Barone on what they think might be a possible play on top.
Yeah, Barone is not often the best at identifying when the jungler is coming in to ruin his lane push. He has spotted him now, and they're both dropping lower and lower. Akers, ever present, heading out onto the map. Only has the Hex Flash available. I'm not sure if he's quite out of vision of that minion. I trust him to know the boundary. He's going to step into vision now. And Carlos is going to complete that recall. Broad just going to use this opportunity to crash this wave in. And with no teleport for the Jacks, if they can get this one into the tower, that will be preferable.
I mean, if they can get Barone a reset here without him having to burn that TP, it just puts you in such a great spot. Barone is staying for a play. I think this is quite risky. I think he's just going to, he's just recognized he's going to have to burn the TP. He's going to go and get a little bit more value, base, obviously reset, get TP back out on the map. And in the meantime, there isn't any punish that comes on the other side. So great play from Broad to cover. Their top laner is Carlos.
Cancel as well.
It is
That's
a cancel,
bit of a nightmare.
But there's a TP still.
If he wasn't going to have to TP before, he definitely is now. So
again, that's not great, but it's still, I think he'd already conceded that he was going to have to use that summoner once he went to hit the plate. So the fact that that's gone down again, I think that's within expected value. Looking elsewhere here, let's see if Broad can make some value happen elsewhere. Akers has been a bit more active again. He's going for the hook. They're going for the play.
Once again, Flash is not available for the Epic Avalanche bot lane. Sin still with both to offer if needed. Once again, opening up a respectable CS lead using the Jinx's lane power to its fullest effect. We haven't spoken too much about the Sin Jinx yet, Rob, but this is one of the quintessential Sin teamfight win condition champions. He will go absolutely crazy on this champ with the reset. This has many a time been a fallback for Broad to get themselves out of a tough late game. Sin on the Jinx can absolutely be that guy to carry the game for you. We'll see if he gets a chance to do that again today.
And I think for anyone who hasn't been able to watch the UK scene, you'll know that Broad at the beginning of the split were playing some slightly more funkier comps. There was Seraphine carries and things like this, and they've really gone back to basics with Sin on the hyper ADCs, and that is one where Broad can get a lot of value. Look at this fighting in top. Barone.
Carlos, the knock-up of the Grim Deliverance, and a flash away from Carlos squeaks out of the ultimate range. Barone having the right of it, and Voronozov not quite level 6 to pull a paranoia comeback right now. Carlos trying to build up his HP again. Broad pick up the Chemtech Drake while all this is going on. And you're absolutely right, Rob. It seems like Broad still can just leave Barone on an island, and he's got to do a job himself.
He's doing a great job here, honestly, in this top matchup. He's up in CS, although it will be evened out a little bit when the lanes come through. But they're in leads elsewhere on the map. And Alistair can go in, but there's no flash.
And Tweak's
to
right
get
around
out.
the corner. Another route onto him. They've got the hook. They've got so much damage with Tweak. Surely this is the end, and it's first blood for Tweak. Had level 6. Doesn't even need to commit the ult, though.
This is obviously a bit of a quieter Graves game 2 than we saw in the previous series, but still, getting Graves off to the races there, incredible value. Notice his build. Maybe going towards, well, it's likely there's an Umbral Glaive potential. There's also a chance of a Sunder Sky. I know Tweak prefers that tankier build and very likely prefers it in this game. We'll see where he goes from. He isn't. He is going Umbral Glaive. Let's see what his second item is. Akranos has roamed up here. It's dead. You're just dead?
Yep. It's just simple as that. This is a lovely timed roam for Akranos, who again is not really under pressure in mid lane. We now have the paranoia for Voronobos. Maybe that is going to be the time for Epic Avalanche to try and really, you know, get their skates on and get off the starting block here, because once again, they're already running out of time. They're already over 1,000 behind, 7 minutes in. They're down in objectives, and Broad are going to be able to happily play this one out from ahead, just like game 1 if they're allowed to.
What has the Broad coaching staff done to Maigo Akranos in mid, and I see a bone plating pop there. This guy is a nemesis pilled man and never really enjoys. He hates going the laning runes, but I guess he's been adjusted to that. They're going to fight early. I better be taking them. And honestly, Broad are doing so well early this game. Yes, the Graves isn't in some stupendous lead here like we saw last time, but it is very much in a great spot. And we're seeing elsewhere on the map the leads are slowly accruing, and they're not making the pressure happen when they need to right now, EA. I'm looking right now about next Drake. I'm looking at, okay, can we make the play happen around that? Because that's when we should have first line completed on Nocturne, first line completed on the Ari. We'll get Alistair will obviously will have level 6. We're going to see maybe Carlos can come down there off of a TP if that role quest has been completed. That's what I'm looking at. Are we able to take a fight around second Drake? Because at the moment, the Broads rule the Rift.
They absolutely do. Another crash wave in bot lane. 1.5k the lead. Dragon still waiting to come forward for the second here, but Broad, it seems like there's just once again just no pressure on them to really make anything happen. When you've got Jinx, Orianna, Graves rounding out the core of your composition, you can kind of just let Akers free to roam and look for opportunities, but if he doesn't find them, it's not too much of an issue. Barone seems to be handling the 1v1 fine. You're scaling up, you're building individual leads, especially in that mid lane as well now. So Epic Avalanche, the pressure is on. Find a solution. Find a way out of this bind, because Broad are unlikely to present you with one. Now, maybe this could be an opportunity to fight. We've got the Grubs. We have a Nocturne. We've not seen the first Paranoia yet from this champion. Everyone talks about how important the first Paranoia is. If they can find a good one here, maybe this is the key to get Epic Avalanche off the starting block.
Broad are playing this slow. Barone is sort of freezing into maybe a slow push in top, so Carlos wants to break that in the top lane, and it's given over the control of the river to the Broads. EA are going to look here. They need to go.
Come flashing in. They're on to Tweak. Surely this is a kill. Oh, it's a lovely shockwave from Akranos. Tweak trying to escape, but it's a charm pinpoint by Roykia, and Tweak is going to get caught up, shut down by Carlos. There it is, the successful play for Epic Avalanche. They had the numbers advantage, and they get the counter kill on jungle.
I don't like what we're looking for here, Broad. I think that you should concede that with the HP that Barone is on, as they're still going here, the Broads. They're looking to pick up a kill, but I think it's a little bit too little too late. Yeah.
Aka's probably going to have to flash out of a charm here. Oh, he's out of range. Calculates it well, and a TP coming back in from Barone right now. Nocturne being caught up. The Jinx rocket crashes in, and Akers is there with another dredge line. It's going to set up the kill for Akranos. So they really make sure that fight just never ends on the Broad side, and they do walk away with a kill for it.
I think there's one thing we have to point out here, is that Broad will always play together. There's an awful lot of faith in this team for them to always make a great play. And that isn't just coming from winning. That comes from time played together. Sin and Akers have had such a storied history. Tweak now has played with Sin for such a long time, as well as everyone else on this roster, to be honest with you. And so you see here, there, Akers goes, we're still fighting this, Akranos. We're still going in. And the EA go, well, you're scuffling with us. You're going. But we better keep continuing our fight, not respecting the TP. And Roykia now in an awkward spot. There's an Alistair to respond, but he's only just going to play spoiler. He isn't there to deny the kill.
No ultimate, no flash. It's going to be an easy shockwave to pick it up. And Voronobos watching isn't sure if he wants to get involved here. It's absolute masterclass from Broad, stepping back out onto the map, finding 2 more kills. The Dragon is now live. And they still have a jungler to contend with, but Roykia is going to be dead for 15 more seconds.
And that was a nice little sidestep coming out from Akranos as well on the charm that may have given a bit more time for Roykia to get out. Not to be the case. This is Broad's Drake, quite simply. And Bo3 Novos, you're in a bad spot, my friend.
Yeah, we want kills. Who's heard of objectives? We want more blood, more kills for Akranos, and a final command move. Picks up and sets up the rampage. This guy is cooking in this game, everybody. We were gassing him up before the series, and thankfully he has given us good reason to.
I think the thing you have to mention here is he's first picked his champ both games and is showing this performance. EA had an entire time to build an anti-Ori comp. It's not come down, and at the moment it isn't just that mid laner. Let's highlight the fact that Akers is there every time. I believe, I just checking here, this is his 150th appearance for Brod. And what a way to do it. He's showing up massive in this game too.
Yeah, an anniversary for Akers. 0-0 and 5. Classic support gameplay, putting up play after play on the board. For Brod and friends, a chance to move to 2-1, to move into a qualification position out of the Swiss stage, representing the National Leagues. We've seen how hard these National League teams can hit from Ruddy's run last split in the spring. And once again, now we have B2U ready and waiting on 2-1 already. Brod fighting to join them in that position. And Epic Avalanche, they still have a chance to make it themselves, but they have a long, long climb back from this spot.
I mean, it really is a case of we've got to play together and play quickly. They're looking here on top lane. They're looking to punish the Jinx, and they will go, but Brod are here in response.
They're going for the dive, coming through. The shockwave is there, and the center ultimate too. It's picture perfect, and Sin is going to burn down to the ignite. Epic Avalanche finding the first kill to open it up. Akranos' shockwave doesn't find any targets other than the Alistair. It's not ideal for Brod, but they have a turret to play with. Carlos doing what he can with the counter-strike. Tweak kites it out. A second picked up as Roy Kia's now caught out. And Epic Avalanche milling about between the turrets, lost in the woods. Triple for Tweak. Akranos now chasing down Oivalus, as all the while Barone knocking down first turret in bot side. Another attempted play from Epic Avalanche goes disastrously wrong.
And it's the read from Brod. They know Epic Avalanche, they're in the weeds, they need to make something happen, and they know it's going to be the target on the squishes. Remember, they're going to go for ADC. The Brods come in response. It looks a little slow. The shockwave looks like it whiffs, but it's the post-ultimate fight that comes down in favour of the UK representative. See, that shockwave doesn't really land onto anyone, but Tweak kites out to the turret. Nice hook from Akers. Carlos is sat there with a counter-strike, but that ain't counter-striking the turret shot, mate. And then in the end, Brods end up clearing out. We're live in the picture-in-picture. Well, not picture-in-picture. We're going live again.
Oh,
it is a kill. That is a mistake coming out from, well, we glazed him, but not to be the case. And elsewhere on the map, though, Brods are still winning.
Counterplay from Brod. Oivalus flashes to safety, keeps himself alive, and Brod a little bit deep in the jungle right now. Epic Avalanche members milling, seeing if they can find an angle, but looks like they don't have a way to crack into that combination. But props to Carlos there, who is the only member of Epic Avalanche with any kills to speak of, finding another one, taking a shutdown off the board for Akranos. That is a big chunk of gold for him, and this Jax really feels like it needs to be the win condition today.
It's the thing to highlight in this game too, is what can Carlos do? And I do think if you're Brod, I don't like the Orianna matching up that long into this Jackson side, especially now that top wave has gone, or top turret has gone. You're going to have to push this wave very deep on a longer lane, and you will be run down. Whereas I would prefer to see, I think what Brod are hopefully doing now is this wave being caught by the mage on the respawn, and then, hopefully, we see Zehen be assigned into the matchup against the Jax. They're reading it here. They go, okay, we're going to put, yes, it's a bad matchup, but we're going to put our top laner into the enemy top laner. This allows the fed Orianna, and we can't forget that this Orianna is very strong at 5-1 and 4, actually allow her to have access to the fights. Her shockwaves, her damage is so important for the Brods coming into the next few engagements.
Yeah, we cannot allow her to just be languishing, getting bullied out by Jax in the side lane. If you're Brod and friends, you need to make best use of your strong champions. The mid-jungle duo between them, carrying all the kills themselves of Brod and friends, 5 apiece. Sin still waiting for that first kill, biding his time to step up as a win condition. Similarly, VL on the other side, assists yes, but no kills. And the Senna can get there. It's got a good cheap build to start through. We can see it's already finished the static shift, going for the Mana Moon second as well, opting for it. There will be a decent spike when that transforms, but we need the souls, and VL still needs a lot of time in the oven before this is really going to be able to contest. If Epic Avalanche can give them that, if Carlos can give them that, maybe there's an angle, as the Herald is taken by Brod.
I like this from Broad. It looks like, wow, they're dropping bot turret. Why are they doing this? They are pinging this and saying we maybe shouldn't allow this to happen. But I like the fact that we saw Zahen rotating over to make sure mid stayed pushed. Broad right now with the Herald, they go for the reset. Let's get some items into the back pocket. You are always in League of Legends going to have to concede something on the map to an enemy team. You can't simply always be winning without mistakes from your opponents. So Broad make that decision. I'm not saying this is necessarily always positive because Barone has had to walk back down. That turret now being lost makes these side lanes very long, makes it harder for Orion to play them. But Broad securing the Herald means they can now crack open this mid-tier one, crack open the Rift. They're already on 2 Drakes. They can get the 3rd, they can get the 4th, and that is where, if they can force that fight, which will be around, what is that, 24 minutes, maybe 25? That is absolutely massive for the Broads.
Broad coalescing around the mid lane, looking for potential targets to engage on. Ari's TPing into mid, in fact, wants to be involved nice and early for this potential dragon fight. A 3rd take here would be Mountain Soul for Broad, give them even more defense. Once again, from the Nocturne, Ari engaged composition would give them that extra bit of beefiness to play with. As Broad taking their time moving into the jungle. Epic Avalanche on their side, peeling back. Carlos on the front line right now, threatening a counter-strike. Doesn't find it on to tweak the ult, lets him reposition. Dragon control taken and started by Broad. The paranoia, though, can sow a bit of confusion. It's called. Akkus on the front line trying to slow them down. Grim Deliverance breaking up the fight as Oivolus is deep into the backside. They have managed to find the carries, but where's Carlos? They need to get him fighting. 1 for 1 so far. Sin has already fallen. Traded by the jungler. Carlos looking for a stun, but he can't find it. Akronos playing on the sides. Barone looking for a target. Oivolus dropping low. Double kill now as Roy Kia goes down. And Carlos, the support is falling away. The Jax has to do it all. But can he really be the 1v9? Akronos has said no. Barone revived by the Zahen passive, and Broad take the extended fight win.
And it looks like a great engage from EA to pick up that resetting Jinx. But no matter what, the Broads come together again. They pick up Vorinovos on the engage. The Nocturne falls immediately, and it really was Carlos against the world with a bit of support from VL. But honestly, this is EA trying again and again to throw things at the wall and see what sticks. It almost stuck there. Trajan. It almost could have come up big if Carlos had a bit more time, but he didn't have flash. If you notice here, look at the flash timer on the Jax. He can't immediately join this fight on top of the multiple members on the engage. So Sin, despite falling, there's an ability here for the Broads to play this out. There is still a Graze with the damage. There is still an Orianna with the damage. And Akers is more than willing to give his life to continue this fight. Roy Kia falls as well. And Barone, with the revive, still around. The fight becomes very scrappy, very messy, and that's Graves' territory, baby. Really impressive as no one dies. Oh no, Roy Kia. He got hit by the trap, so no one falls for Broad.
Play onto top side, the 3v1. Sadly, no counter kill found for Epic Avalanche. Top turret picked up as well. Jinx passive skating Sin towards the next turret, and this is now the Broad that we see so often. Playing out these side lanes, keeping the pressure on, avoiding giving away too much for free to the enemy squads as Carlos, strong as he is, 2 items deep, wearing 3 grubs, can threaten a sidewave, but Broad have assigned 2 members to push him back.
The big thing I'm looking at here is let's get some gold into Sin's back pocket. Currently my Jinx is sat at 1.5 items. Hopefully this is the Infinity Edge completed on the reset because you've got gold elsewhere. I mean, VL is just too far up.
Oh dear. That's not an ideal flash, my dude. Not going to get away with that one, and it's a domination for Tweak as well. Barone now matching up into Carlos, still not being the happiest in the trades as we can see, but all he has to do is keep that turret alive. Broad are winning elsewhere.
Again, it's not even about delaying the game, it's just about making sure that the cross-map, the counter-punch from EA is very much minimalized, and that's what Barone's doing. He's doing not what he does best. I think he does best is playing those carries in a carry position, but he is good at neutralizing here into this Jax, who it still is going to have to be the Carlos show at the moment, because you saw there the Senna. If Graves gets on top of her head, she's dead. The Ari has to go and land a charm onto, say, Sin or onto Akronos to actually make something happen here as an engage. And Nocturne is supplementary. His Darkness is very good at sowing chaos, but he wants other CC elsewhere on his team to assist him when he flies in on the Paranoia. And at the moment, they don't have that.
You need the Ari backup. Even ideally, you're having Carlos falling in with a counter-strike, right? And they've not been able to put those pieces together properly so far. Broad now, fortune path up the mid lane. Sin on mid wave, XD, but he is going to be safe now, surely, with this many Broad members around. And looks like Barone going to pass his way down to bot side. Instead, Akronos once again in the unfortunate Jax match. But he is now 7-1-7 with his Zhonya's. Hopefully for them, hopefully for Broad, that should be enough to keep them alive, though Carlos might still have something to say about it.
I mean, as long as the respect comes down from Akranos against that Jax damage, just play a bit further back out of the range of the Jax Leap Strike and just clear the wave. While this is happening, they're pinging onto the Jax and saying there is a recall coming in, so you guys have to be a bit careful on that bot side. But realistically here, the map is going to reset somewhat to neutral once the RNA pushes out this wave, and we're now all going to be talking about this Drake in 2 minutes. Broad have the control. They should have control of the mid wave. It just comes down to, is there an overextension? And again, those in the UK scene, those who know, Sin can have that. Sin can walk up. He still does have flash. Make sure there's support there. Make sure you can get your mage into the fight from that side lane. And then just take the fight, not necessarily in a front-to-back fashion, but off of one reset from Jinx, and you should be off to the races. They need to kill Sin in these fights, but they also need to kill Akranos. It is a case of EA have to burn the candle at both ends. That means it's going to have to be a fight fed to them by the Brods.
Akka's surely going to threaten Hook, at least forcing the spell shield, but then the depth charge can come through. Close to the tower is Epic Avalanche. Looks like they've gotten away safe. The Senna, of course, camouflaging the teammates, getting them out of there. And Broad will not overforce the issue. Just the loss of a Nocturne, of a Nautilus ultimate, I should say, and a flash burnt from Nocturne to keep him alive.
Let's see who goes here to answer the push in bot lane, because I do think Broad are not in a spot where they can just simply get more on the other side of the map. They do need to make sure these turrets don't fall. They do have objective bounties. This would give EA a little bit of a lifeline into this game. The other thing here as well is they need to sort bot push a bit because of this Drake coming up and get my Orianna out.
Carlos going for it. Veronovas is getting into range. There's 4 members there. A Shockwave to pull Carlos back in. The Senna ultimate. Stasis for Akranos is in a world of trouble right now. Flashes to safety, and Akkers is trying to hold it down, or Tweak, I should say. Goes down instead. Sin's going to be rooted up. Is there more follow-up here? Roy Keir looking for the damage. A second kill for Epic Avalanche. That's the window they've been looking for all game, and Baron is live. Surely we have to try and send it for this. Can they even try it?
They're not going for it. They're just going to go for the reset.
They're going to get a better opportunity than this?
They're looking at Dragon.
Sure, and maybe you don't deny the soul.
I look at this and I say, okay, you need to escort your mage out and into this fight on the bot side, and they try to do so, but they don't do it with enough members. Tweak is then obviously picked up. This jungler will not be available for the Drake. It will be a 10-second spawn, and then he's got to get out from base, and Sin walks in to try and assist in the kill, but the root coming through from the Senna and then the charm means that this will always be a death for the Broad ADC. And I mean, Broad can concede this if they want to, but they prefer not. They are waiting. Their members are resetting. This Drake should die. Let's see if the post-fight comes down for Broads, because Shockwave is almost up. That's what we're looking at for Broad.
Couple of key flashes down for mid and jungle as well. Dragon secured by Epic Avalanche. Oivalus looking for more. Akka's dropping a depth charge. Gets a few knockups. Where's the Shockwave for Akranos looking for it? Zahen's into the backline. Barone diving deep. First kill for Broad. And here's the post-fight going the way of Broad and friends as expected. Paranoia coming in. Tried to run of interference. Letting Carlos or Roikia escape. Tweak hunting for more. Sped up by the dissonance, but they won't be able to put the hands on them. And Broad and friends fight back. It's no soul for them just now, but they get a couple of kills.
I like the way that Broad kind of delayed the exit there. The depth charge just simply to buy time to get Tweak, get Sin into positions where they can put down damage. And then once EA realise what's happening, they just scatters the wins. And honestly, Roy Keir is very lucky to be alive. Taken to what could be single digits of HP. Broad are going to turn onto this Baron as they should. They've got the members, they've got the numbers. How are they going to play this one out, though? Because they will be resistance shredded, and Carlos is alive with Flash.
No hook onto Voranovas. Akros now tries to get back to safety, but a charm lands. He's not the tankiest, but the shielding will get him out of there. Broad see the danger and peel back. Barone used this TP as well. Carlos, I believe, TP to topside to get into that play. So a lot of someone has invested, but Broad not able to walk away with it, not able to force the fight either. And Epic Avalanche will stow that tide for just a moment. Just thinking back over these plays, I feel like that top lane dive in Epic Avalanche found to get the couple of kills that gave him a window was maybe the first aggressive Paranoia I've seen all game. It feels like it's always been about these 5v5 Drake fights, and it's always been defensive or just to try and slow the advance abroad. You mentioned how unfortunate life for Nocturne is. If they get behind, then they really just can't find purchase. Kind of the nightmare has come true for Voranovas here.
Yeah, and it's not going to get worse and worse as Tweak gets more items. Sin starts getting items and maybe some defensive opportunities as well for him. Like I'm looking at maybe a Knight's Vow coming down onto the Jinx. I'm looking at Orianna already having the Zhonya's. I'm looking at Zen, who's already too tanky to be the dive target. And it means that you're requiring to full send with everyone. And it's not an easy playstyle to bring down when you are against a team that is willing, even against the Paranoia, to lockstep, form that phalanx, and just play into you off of that initial engage. Broads here. They are the ones with less of a push in mid lane. Let's see if Tweet gets caught out. I'm still looking at EA. They are not out. They're not out of this game. Let's make that abundantly clear. They very much have shown a bit of life on that play in top lane. They've shown a willingness to keep making fights happen. But they're going to have to keep going and going against a comp that is more than willing to sit back and play one reset fight with Jinx to take away the win. EA have to be on point in their execution, in shutting down the Jinx, shutting down the Orianna, and most importantly, not allowing Brod to be the ones to dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Brod taking the mid lane wave. It's going to be cleared out by Epic Avalanche. No major moves being made here. And, you know, we've had a lot of very just and well-deserved praise for Barone this game. The guy does have a habit of over-pushing a lead, of getting too overexcited in a fight, of maybe forcing the issue harder than he needs to. He has had a very strong game here once again. 2-0-1-4, managing the backline very well on Zehen. As a play now coming through, committing, lovely engaged by Akkers. VL just too close to the danger zone. And the AD carry from Epic Avalanche falls now. Brod looking for this mid lane turret. The Baron not currently the focus. Akkers tanks up a bit of damage and Brod need to decide how do they want to use this advantage.
I think that's EA just disrespecting Brod always bringing the numbers. They're looking here at Roy Keir. The pull does not land, but they will get this mid turret. It's very hard for them to actually really start the objectives right now. They kind of need to get a couple members off the board and have them down rather than respawning and running back in. They don't want to give over a classic kind of Baron throw here where their resistance shredded. There's a Ari that dashes in, picks up one kill, gets the resets. There's a Jax running sort of interference and havoc on your backline. But overall, Brod are the ones coming a little bit better here and a bit of disrespect there. EA really can't be giving over any more of those kind of plays. VL cannot be stepping up like that in mid lane.
No, that is a little bit illegal, I fear. If we could get a check on what stacks are at on VL, if possible, because this is one of those late game win conditions, obviously. There's not been a lot of actual fighting in the bot lane after the first couple of levels, and he's not really been able to get a hand into a lot of these plays, so I wouldn't be surprised if his soul count is a little unexciting, right? And you kind of want to be able to get to that high soul level as soon as possible. Paranoia coming in, threatening onto Akranos, who's gone into the side jungle. Brod now with a little bit of a two-fronted fight here. Can they get their mid lane out of it? The shields will do it. Shockwave now to buy a little bit more time. Carlos threatening the backside as Rokia has found the first kill. In comes Barone to try and turn the tides. This fight continues to play out as now in comes the Grim Deliverance. Barone locking down a double and Brod fight back once again. Epic Avalanche, they thought they had the window. They thought they had the chance to find more kills, but it still ends up 3-for-1 for the Brods.
And it's going to be Mountain Soul. It's going to be that objective down, and this makes it harder for the dive. You have the extra magic resistant armor, you have the extra shield, but Brod here, you just can see the confidence, the trust they have in each other. Nocturne flying in, recognizes we've got to go something. We've actually sectioned off the area. Oh, there's the Zhonya's. The fear doesn't land. It lands while they're still in the Zhonya's here. Carlos plays forward to make some space, but the flash comes through from the Orianna. Akkers dies for his team, and then this is Jinx's paradise. Once this reset comes down here, Jinx is going to start looking for things that can go down, and Barone flying forward on the Grim Deliverance as well. We had criticisms in the past about Barone's over-aggression. I think he's showing so much control in this game to wait for his moment and jump in. This is a massive improvement from the Brod top laner. And Brod, if they are firing on all cylinders, you have to be scared. They looked good against Bulldog in that first series. Let's not forget, we keep saying that could have been a 2-0. If this is a new and improved Brod, we need to be putting respect on the name.
And I believe it was that first game where Brod took a pretty handy win, where Barone debuted the Zehen on the NLC stage, and as you say, was making great judgment calls as to when was the right moment to commit that Grim Deliverance, to soak up all that attention in the backside, to use the Zehen passive to its absolute most. And he's showing once again a lot of proficiency with this champion. Brod now with the Baron buff at their backs, speeding their way down the mid lane. Barone coming up to join them. There is no side lane to be found just now. It is 5 Brods in mid assaulting this mid lane turret.
And I mean, I just want to point out that at the moment the assists we're seeing coming through, everyone on Brod getting involved, in particular mid and support. The Ack and the Ack combination really coming up massive here in this game 3 as well. Everyone performing on all cylinders. It really is only Sin who's not had a bit of a quieter game, right? 11 assists, not the kills you want on the Jinx, but look at the items going through as well. Steel Sigil means this dive onto the Jinx, once that is completed into a GA, becomes pretty much impossible if Brod makes sure to play forward. If that Jinx goes into reset, into resurrection. And Brod right now, with this Baron, they're pushing at the gates. Carlos caught.
Onto Carlos, Counter-Strike ends, and everyone from Brod piles in to remove the win condition, to strip away the one chance for Epic Avalanche. Carlos, the threat building in top lane, eliminated out the gate. And a mid-inhib falls with the Baron Web still coming. Let's see what the decision for Broad is going to be. Will they bet on themselves and go for the end? Barone on the flank. We've seen this before. No need to dive in too deep, my friend. The win is right in front of you. They found the way into Oivalus. Alistair goes down. Paranoia cannot stop the advance. The march of Broads into the base. Now Barone chooses his moment. Drags back the Ari. The rest of Epic Avalanche collapse under the weight of Broad and friends. 2-0 for the Four Nations representatives, and they'll move on to 2-1 in the Swiss.
And it's 4-0 on the day for the UK. Performances coming out from both representatives today. Absolved, knocking out the Danish representatives. UK right here, Broad and friends knocking down the Finnish representatives into that 1-2 bracket. And it's just been an excellent performance, honestly, on the day. It's looked great. Broad in this game in particular, there's a couple moments where EA show that aggression, show some of that team cohesion. But really, let's be honest, it was always at the beat of Broad's drum, Broad looking excellent. And they are a threat. Going forward, I believe, if I'm not mistaken how the draw will work, I think they're against Arctic Pandas, potentially having them beating DMG today. That's another step up on another Finnish representative. We'll see what they can do in the next round.
Yeah, they've taken the number 2 seed down to work up the chain to the Arctic Pandas, who, as we've said, have had a bit of a messy Swiss so far. They still find themselves in the 2-on-1 position. And that would be a monumental test for Broad and friends, the next on the challenge. Unfortunately for Epic Avalanche, they will drop down to 1-2, and they will have another chance to avoid elimination, and they can still make a run through to playoffs if they can turn their split around. Yet to find a game win, but let's see if there's more in store for the second seed Finns. For now, it's time to go to a break. We're going to grab another interview, and we'll be back in just a moment to break that game down a little more. Welcome back, everybody. We are coming to the end of the day. 2-0 for Broad and friends, and we have another winners interview, this time with the captain, Akers himself, the support extraordinaire. Welcome back. Welcome to the interview. Congratulations on your 2-0.
Hello.
Now, as we have been informed, This was your 150th rod today. Congratulations!
Yeah.
I'm sure Gov's
Thank
probably
you.
got another. He's probably got another birthday cake around the corner, waiting to pull that.
Yeah,
one out
I'm
for
scared
you.
that they're just going to walk into my room right now and just surprise me. But
Yeah.
I've not heard anyone come into my house, so I think I'm okay.
That's good. That Brod are not currently breaking into Akka's house. That's good to know.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of longevity that we very rarely see in the ERL system. Would you like to speak a little bit on why this has been the place that you've chosen to call competitive home for so long?
Yeah, I mean, I guess just like when we first joined, they kind of like just started playing. I mean, from the start, we just started playing FIFA matches against each other, and
Yeah.
we just like kind of just shit talking each other, and we all became mates after that. And it's kind of just been the place I've been sitting in Discord for the past like 3 years or something, and over that time, you get to know people quite well. And like James and Joel, the governor. Sorry, Governor and Nemley. I thought I was choking up. I was so emotional. Governor and Nemley, yeah, they're just. I mean, they're great. I mean, they understand like league esports pretty well actually, and what people need and the space that people need. And I mean, I guess I've been the constant throughout all the rosters, but they do help build quite good environments and cultures for these rosters, and I think that's really important. I think the fact that we're all friends outside the game, it kind of helps us. No matter like what ranks we're against, what rank we are. I mean, I'm a pretty low rank right now, and you know, a couple of us were recently. But I think it just doesn't matter when you get into these games because you have that sort of bond, and you know you can always win a game.
So you've had to obviously role swap from top to support. I say had to. You wanted to role swap from top to support, and you find yourself in a meta now where it's like Camille, you play Pantheon, Shen. Like, is this your meta right now? Is this Brod's meta? Did you plan this? Did you speak to Mr. Riot? Because at the moment, it seems like how it comes out, the ability to first pick mages and have that flexed among two, but having obviously Akronos in mid, being able to play those champs blind pretty proficiently. You on the roaming champs, as you always love to play, your bard's always been really good. Is it something where you guys feel super confident in the current meta? Because to me, we saw you against Serbia and kind of there was a difficult or like a close game one, a kind of a trouncing game two, but these two games today, you guys look incredible. Is it Brod meta at the moment?
I think it's pretty good for us. I think like you said, there's a lot of top lane champions in the support role, which makes it a lot easier for me to kind of just pick up those champions and sort of have to like adapt a little bit for how it plays in the support role. But it's like the key mechanics of the champions stay the same. I mean, it's very different to last split because I was like playing basically enchanters every game, and I think we won the final me playing just enchanters. I can't remember. Most of the playoffs was just enchanters, so it's very nice to have a change. I was getting very bored at the end of the last split, to be honest. I was considering just not playing this split, but this has been pretty nice actually, just to kind of reinvigorate me in the support role.
Sure, I'd love to hear it. You mentioned that Gov and Emily, you know, you've been a constant for these rosters the whole time, but they're able to build like pretty strong, good rosters. If I could drag him out of his chair and put him on this interview, and you have to go home and tell Barone that next interview he has to come on it. There's no question. He's been mandated.
I will tell him.
Speak a little bit on the Barone of it all, right? Because you've had some ups and downs bringing him in, but when games like this Tryndamere game come around, you know, surely it's all worth it to see the pop-offs and there are some like pretty nifty draft adaptations you guys can take with this guy, and then there's a Hen games coming out very securely. What's it been like kind of seeing the journey and development of Barone over the course of the split?
I think it's been really cool, honestly. Like we brought him in, like we were trying quite a few top laners for this split because we weren't really sure who we wanted to go with, and we did set on Barone because I think we saw like quite a lot of potential in him last split on like some of his carry performances, and yeah, it's been up and down this split. Like in the UKL, he's absolutely completely griefed some games, and he still does, and I will flame him for that forever. But I think like his general improvement in like learning. I mean, we've got him on the tanks, but you saw in this series he played Tryndamere. I think his comms in that Tryndamere game were like, if you saw him from like now compared to start the split, the comms he was doing in that game, it's like night and day. I think like the growth and like another thing, like the willingness for him to improve. Like he's asking people like tips, and he's going out and seeking like one tricks to try and learn different champs. I think it's just like it kind of motivates other people to then go and like improve as well. So I mean, it's been great. It's injected quite a lot of life into the team. It's been fun.
So I guess the other thing to point out here is the change in mid. You had Beartree last split, winning in that finals in the 3-0 in the UK scene. Obviously, lots of roam heavy styles. Beartree really dictating the pace of the map. How is the adaptation with Akronos coming in? Obviously, does play a TF, but is maybe not in the same ilk as Tim was for you guys. Is it have you and Sin had to adapt how you want to play, or has it been a case of you've all sort of come together with a cohesive sort of plan from the get go?
I mean, Akrados and Bo3 are very similar characters in comms. They're both quite calm characters, and they don't like to talk. I mean, they can talk loads if they want to. They feel like they need to in a game, but their standard is to not talk the most, and they're very calm voices. So I mean, like changing between those two hasn't actually been that hard. I don't think. Obviously, slightly different champ pool, like Bo3 play like Scion mid or something, but I think Akrados has also got his special picks. Like his way is pretty good, and his Syndra is obviously pretty insane. So and like that's probably been like the easiest role, that's been swapped between the two.
It's good to hear. I mean, good to hear that you guys feel confident. I mean, how far? This is such a regular question, but how far do you guys think you guys can go in the NLC? Because you've got the UKL at the same time. You obviously want to make plays there. You guys are, I think, third or something from the regular season. You guys are going to be moving into the playoffs, having to take some teams down there. But you've still got to have the NLC going on. How far do you guys think? Obviously, top 8 in your sights. Do you think you can go further?
We're just set on top 8 for now. I think us like when we looked at the NLC, like we saw we were going to play in this year, like we'd be really happy if we made playoffs. I think that's like still the goal for us. And I mean, I don't know who we're playing in the next game. If we get to play against Ruddy, that's going to be a pretty fun matchup because I know they're in the same bracket as us. I know Don Jake will be fuming if we beat him. So that would be really nice to see. But yeah, I mean, top 8 is really what we're aiming for, and then after that, it's just a bonus.
Yeah. Okay. I kind of you've preempted one of my questions, my follow up, which was going to be, do you have any preferred opponents in the remainder of Swiss besides running for the pure UK juice of it all? From what you've seen, if you've seen much of any of the other teams, we have teams like Arctic Panda still in, B2U, another National League representative waiting there. Are there any other teams that you think would be, you see them match up and you go, yes, this is like a preferred, this is a good matchup for us, or maybe some killers that you don't want to be matching up against because you think it'll be tough?
I think they're all gonna be tough. Like in the 2-1 bracket, they're definitely all gonna be tough. And like I think Arctic Pandas, they've got really, really good players on their team. Like Simply and Nilla, the top player. Like they're both really good players, and it'll be a hard game, no doubt about it. We're gonna go into it just thinking, we don't really care who we're against. We're just gonna keep on playing how we're playing, and if we lose, we lose. It is what it is.
Yeah. Absolutely right. Keep it level-headed as always. That's what we'd expect from you. Thank you so much. Congratulations again on the 2-0. Congratulations on the 2-1. And best of luck in the rest of Swiss.
Thank you very much.
All right. Right, Rob. They need to take us off camera at some point because otherwise we're just going to keep waxing lyrical about the 4 nations. So let's get this one done. Let everyone get back to their lives. Woo! Okay, right. This was the results from today. Remember, we had the unfortunate forfeit for 2 Massive and the advancement of Rich Gang as a result. Broad with the 2-0 over Epic Avalanche here, and then earlier, as we saw, 2-0 for Absolved over Survey and 2-0 for Arctic Pandas, finally putting a relatively clean win together over DMG. DMG still waiting to see if their struggles can resolve, if they can really start to hit some of the potential some of these players have, and Arctic Pandas doggedly as ever marching on through the Swiss bracket, potentially being a real threat, as Akis has said at the end there. A lot of strong, experienced players on that roster, and they've been playing together for a long time. So let's take, if we could, a little look at the Swiss, if we have that available, the overall Swiss. Actually, you know what? I know we don't have the draws yet, so we might not have anything really meaningful to see there. The draws, because we've wrapped this up pretty quickly, we've actually gotten through, especially the mainstream games, quite sharpish. The draw will happen later on tonight, so that will be announced presumably on socials once they're done. So keep an eye on at NLC LOL on Twitter to see what the eventual draws are. I know we are going to be watching that very, very speedily. Rob, are there any matchups that you would particularly like to see that you're thinking of here? Obviously, Aka's has set up Ruddy and Broad, which of course would of course be XD for us as well. But are there any other matchups, any other teams that you particularly want to kind of find out who the real winner is?
You got me looking here at the moment, so we're going to be seeing.
I'm scrolling the list of teams.
I'm scrolling here.
I mean, bro.
Ruddy versus Broad would be incredible just for the hype. I mean, anyone who doesn't know, Don Jake versus Gov, the owners of those two orgs, would be electric in the Twitch chat, and it would be a massive mountain for Broad to find to contend there. I think we have to remember that this is still a National League team, and despite some of the performances we see, we're pretty confident in that. We'd have to see, obviously, I think Arctic Pandas would be cool for Broad as well. I think it would be nice to see something like a B2U versus LLS. That would be an interesting Swedish matchup. On the other side of the bracket, Absolved, for me, I want to see, we saw today, I would love to see them against a real challenge in DMG and see how that goes for them. And then otherwise, maybe a matchup of the Norwegians down there, like Volder versus Rich Gang.
Yeah, I think that's there's a fair shout for sure. If I'm not mistaken, Bulldog are also 2-1, right? Because they got.
Yes, Bulldog are up there. Bulldog versus Rod would be amazing as well.
We could have Bulldog.
Is it a
Rod
rematch? I don't know. I don't know if that's allowed.
I don't know if they're allowed. What production or League Ops could tell us if that's allowed. They might be avoided intentionally, but we could also have Ruddy Bulldog, which is always fun as well. It was certainly fun last split, and we might get to see a little bit of a run back of that. Ruddy obviously taking the wins and taking the lead over Bulldog so far in spring, but we'll see, given Ruddy has now been knocked off the high horse a little bit by Deer, and Bulldog sort of ramping up a little bit. Obviously, Verdant kept them in their place somewhat, but both of those teams are looking like challengers going into playoffs, so that could be a fun one to see. Okay, the last thing we're going to do here, we're not going to have the bracket, because again, the draw's going to come later. Keep your eyes on the socials for the bracket, and you'll see it at the start of next show anyway. You'll see it on Monday. So, the last thing we need to do, one more time, with feeling, reminder everybody, with the launch of Classic League, the revival of Go for Lols has also been called, and you can see along the bottom of your screens. If you want more information, type !Go for Lol in the Twitch chat to get information about all of the National League Go for Lol Classic League tournaments running throughout August. Get involved. Remember when life was good and the sun was bright and League was fun, and you know, it's all of these perfect things. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna keep it a butt for the chat. I think League's better now, but you know, I don't want to draw too much hate right here. So, okay, that's it. Rob, any last thoughts before we wrap it up, before we send the viewers on their merry way?
I think this is really heating up. We've seen the first people drop out here. Serbi, fooling. Obviously, sadly, too massive, dropping down as well. The Danish representatives are gone, but it's up the UK today, 4-0 in that upper bracket as well. Ruddy's there as a UK org. Bulldog's there as well. I'm just saying, UK on top, baby. We'll have to see what the other nations can bring to the party, because at the moment, it looks like the red, white, and blue is waving proud. It looks great.
They have got to stop putting us on all the UK matches, because we are going to be insufferable by the end of this.
I'll get a flag for the next one.
He's going to get real proud back there. So don't let that happen, Rob. Don't make him do it. Okay, thank you, everybody. We will see you back here on Monday for more Swiss action here at the NLC Summer Split. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you back here on Monday. Have a great rest of your evening. Good night.